Chapter 1 I Like You. Fudan University, Shanghai. Clad in casual wear and carrying a black plastic bag, Gu Feng was full of questions. This is Fudan University. Why am I here? Standing in the same place, he scanned the area and finally set his gaze on the black plastic bag in his hands. It was a familiar plastic bag. Hey, it's my clothes. Wait, why does this scene feel so familiar? He raised his hand and patted his head, and in a trance, some strange images flashed through his mind. It took more than 10 minutes for Gu Feng to come to his senses. He clearly remembered that he had taken a private jet to the southwest that morning, but due to a thunderstorm, the plane suddenly lost power and plummeted straight from the sky. He almost fainted as the world spun around. Shouldn't I have died? Have I been reborn? He muttered to himself. The reason he had these thoughts was mainly because he often read novels when he was at school. The protagonists in the novels often reborn and travel through time, so he thought he should be the same. After carefully examining his body, he was very sure in his heart that he had definitely been reborn. What's wrong with this person? No idea? Looks like a new student. New student? No way. I feel like he has some mental problems. Gu Feng was standing in the same place for nearly half an hour, staring blankly into space, holding a black plastic bag in his hands. From time to time, he muttered to himself, and with the expression on his face, it looked to outsiders like he was a complete psychopath. However, at this moment, Gu Feng obviously couldn't care less about what the people around him thought of him. He habitually raised his wrist to check the time, but realized that he wasn't wearing a watch. He put the bag on the ground, searched around a bit, and found his phone. September 1st, 2019. September 1st, Sunday. 5 years ago. After calculating the time, Gu Feng was surprised to discover that he had been reborn 5 years ago. September 1st, 2019, was the first day he had reported to university. Wait. September 1st. Su Luli. A beautiful figure appeared in his mind. Su Luli, a senior at Fuxing University, a top student in the music department. 5 years ago, on the first day he reported as a freshman, he was at the school gate when this senior who exuded a fairy-like aura confessed her love for him. At that time, he was a novice and had never seen this before, so he was directly shocked and then fled. Later, he learned that the senior who confessed her love for him was actually Su Li, who was recognized as the school flower of Fuxing University. In later school life, they met many times, but then Su Li graduated and they never heard from her again. Now, having been reborn, will the scene from that year repeat itself? Thinking about this, Gu Feng stopped in his tracks and looked around, but he didn't see Su Luli anywhere. Did she not come? While he was mumbling to himself, he walked on, carrying a black plastic bag. After about 2 minutes, a voice suddenly sounded behind him, as beautiful as a bronze bell. Hello. Classmate, are you a new student? Behind Gu Feng, Su Luli was nervous, her originally fair and flawless face flushed. She had never had a boyfriend since she was young, and she had never even thought about confessing to a guy face to face. Today, a few roommates insisted on playing truth or dare, and she had lost. She had no choice but to muster her courage and find a particularly special guy in the crowd to confess to. Looking at the black plastic bag in Gu Feng's hand, she even doubted for a moment whether it would hold a bunch of plastic bottles. Almost as soon as she heard the voice, Gu Feng turned around. In front of her was Su Luli, slender and graceful, wearing a black dress that revealed her beautiful, round, slender legs. Her entire body attracted the attention of everyone around her. Yes, I'm a freshman. What is it, senior? After a moment of hesitation, and then pretending to be confused, Gu Feng looked blank-faced. Hearing Gu Feng's question, Su Luli's heart grew even more nervous, her hands clasped tightly together, her face flushed. This is the first time we've met, and I've already confessed my feelings to someone so rashly. This is so embarrassing. She even wanted to find a crack in the ground and dive in. Unfortunately, now the arrow has reached the string, she has to let it fly. In the distance, several similarly tall girls were watching this scene. Xiao Yu and Jia Jia, do you think Lily really has the courage to confess? She's never had a boyfriend before, so she won't be embarrassed, right? Speaking softly, Wang Man and I looked worriedly at the distant Su Lili and Gu Feng. They were just joking, they didn't mean to embarrass their best friend. I don't think so, with her looks, who would want to embarrass her? Let's watch first, if it doesn't work, we'll go and help. Good idea. The 3 unreliable roommates are here to watch. In the distance, facing Gufeng's questioning, Su Liuli finally gathered her courage. My name is Su Liuli, I want to confess to you, I like you. Her voice was loud, and almost all the students passing by could hear it. Gu Feng was startled when she heard this. She didn't expect Su Liuli to speak so loudly. 5 years ago, when she confessed her love, the other person spoke very softly, and she didn't even hear it herself. You like me? It so happens that I don't have a girlfriend yet. I agreed. The high school teacher was right, college life is wonderful, and I found a girlfriend just after I reported for classes. Senior, can I have your phone number? I've been reborn for a second time, and the only thing I'm good at is being cheeky. In front of Su Liuli, Gu Feng took out his phone. Senior, can I trouble you for your phone number? Su Liuli stood still, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. She didn't expect the student in front of her to be playing by the rules. Even if she had asked him why, he would have been able to explain in time. No one just agrees to it and asks for someone's phone number right away. We just met for the first time, aren't you worried that I'm a bad guy? She looked a little anxious, and Gu Feng's reaction completely surprised her. Bad guy? You're so pretty, how could you be a bad guy? Gu Feng firmly shook his head. Just looking at Su Liuli's cute and charming appearance, a fool could tell that she is definitely not a bad person. Holding the phone, he just waited for the other person to report their phone number. Facing Gu Feng, Su Liuli was so nervous that she didn't know how to explain. My mobile phone number is. After much hesitation, there was really no other way, so she gave Gu Feng her mobile phone number. Having easily obtained the phone number, Gu Feng gave a satisfied smile. Senior, I still have to go to the office and report for duty, so I'll stop here for today. I'll call you tonight and we can have dinner together. After saying this, without giving Su Liuli the chance to react, Gu Feng held the black plastic bag in his hand and turned around smartly and left. Staring at Gu Feng's back, Su Liuli could only stand there helplessly. It was just a game of truth or dare, but she never expected to get herself involved. Now it's great, she has really become someone's girlfriend. Chapter 2, This joke has gone too far. Noticing that Gu Feng had left, Wang Mani and the others hurriedly ran up to Su Liuli. At this moment, Su Liuli, as if she had not yet reacted, kept her beautiful eyes fixed on the direction in which Gu Feng had left. Liuli, what's wrong? How did the confession go? Wang Mani was beaming from ear to ear, skillfully lifting her slender arm to drape it around Su Liuli's arm. Lu Xiaoyu and Dong Jiejia next to her also had almost the same expression. They had been observing from afar for a long time and had seen Gu Feng take out his phone to write down a phone number. Mani, Jiejia, Xiaoyu, it's all your fault. Great, the confession was successful, and I got myself involved too. A slight blush was on her beautiful oval face, and her pair of affectionate eyes were full of panic. She agreed? No, can't this junior not see that you were joking? Wang Mani opened her mouth wide. In theory, anyone with a normal head can tell that this is a joke. It's over. Our Liuli has also found a boyfriend, and this joke has gone too far. I'm sorry, male students of Fuxing University. Dong Jiejia is worthy of being a funny girl, and at this time, she doesn't forget to crack a few jokes. Humph, Jiejia, you're still teasing me. With a light hum, Su Liuli twisted her head to the side. Just now, when Gu Feng left, he specifically said that he wanted to ask her out to dinner that night. The point is that she doesn't even know his name. Forget it, Liuli, don't worry. The worst that can happen is that you find an opportunity to explain. The new student party is tomorrow night, and you still have to rehearse in the afternoon, so let's hurry back and change. Lu Xiaoyu took the initiative to go up to her and gently took Su Liuli's arm from the other side. After hearing Lu Xiaoyu say that they still had to rehearse in the afternoon, Su Liuli came back to her senses. No matter what happened that night, the afternoon rehearsal was the most important, and they should still go to rehearsal first. Carrying a black plastic bag in his hands, Gu Feng walked step by step to the registration window. Along the way, many seniors who were welcoming the new students were full of enthusiasm, but none of them took the initiative to ask if he needed any help. Fortunately, he remembered how to get to registration. I wonder if those guys have arrived yet. I remember it seemed like they were all here. When he arrived 5 years ago to register and then go to the dormitory, all 3 unreliable roommates had already arrived. When they first met, they were all polite and sensible, but after a few days, their true colors came out. Following the route he remembered, he went to the school registration office to register, and then returned to the dormitory according to the information on the form. Entering the men's dormitory, he went up the stairs to the second floor. Dormitory 246, I'm back. Looking up at the dormitory number, Gu Feng had mixed feelings. He never imagined that he would be able to return here one day. He raised his hand to push the door open, but before he could make an effort, the door opened. Ha! The one who opened the door was a young man, not very tall, with a white face, giving off a somewhat delicate feeling. Classmate, you are Jiang Yu. Gu Feng stared at the person in front of him, full of question marks. I'm your roommate, my name is Gu Feng. What are you going to do? I'm going out to buy some things. Hello, I'm Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu raised her hand towards Gu Feng, as if she was about to shake hands. Seeing that Jiang Yu was so polite, Gu Feng immediately smiled and extended his hand to exchange pleasantries with the other person. Being polite now is nothing, but after you get to know each other, it's exaggerated. Not to mention shaking hands, you have to call him dad after you meet. Zhang Tiniu and Xiao Kai also arrived. They just went out. Why don't I help you clean up a bit, and we can go shopping together? It's the first day, and we still haven't bought any daily necessities. Anyway, he'll be going out by himself, so we might as well wait for Gu Feng together. Not only will we have company, but it'll also help us get to know each other better. Great. I don't have anything special, just a few clothes, so just put them anywhere. The bedding was prepared by the school in advance, so they only need to bring their laundry. Gu Feng held up his hand and let Jiang Yu take a look at his black plastic bag, and the other party couldn't help but be taken aback. If you don't bring a suitcase, that's fine, and if you come to school with a school bag, that's understandable, but what's the deal with just bringing a black plastic bag? Gu Feng, you. Pointed his finger at the plastic bag in Gu Feng's hand, and Jiang Yu's eyes nearly fell to the ground. I'm sorry, I'm embarrassed. This is all my family could prepare for me, there's nothing I can do. Thinking of his mother, Gu Feng felt very helpless. He was going to college after all, and not only did he not send someone to deliver his things, he even came up with a black plastic bag to put his clothes in. Anyone who doesn't know would think he scavenged his way here. It's okay. I have an unused school bag here, you can take it. I'll get it for you. Unable to bear to see Gu Feng suffer, Jiang Yu opened the cabinet next to her without saying a word and casually thrust a brand new school bag into Gu Feng's arms. Holding the school bag Jiang Yu thrust at him, Gu Feng was momentarily stunned. This expression in Jiang Yu's eyes was one of being moved, so moved that she could not speak. You pack, I'll wait for you. Worried that Gu Feng would be embarrassed, Jiang Yu deliberately walked over to a nearby chair after she finished speaking. Looking down at the school bag in her arms, she remembered that when she first reported to school 5 years ago, it was the kid Tini who gave her a school bag, and Xiao Kai invited her to dinner the next day. This time, after returning from the dead, Jiang Yu had become the one giving the school bag, but she didn't know who would be inviting her to dinner. These 3 roommates of hers may look carefree and unconcerned, but in fact, they are all kind-hearted. Feng didn't refuse Jiang Yu's kindness. After simply folding his clothes and putting them in the closet, he called Jiang Yu and the two of them went out to buy toiletries. When they arrived at the supermarket closest to the dormitory, it was already packed with people. They were all freshmen, and basically all they were buying were daily necessities, basins, thermoses, towels, toothbrushes. And even some large stuffed animals for the girls. Hey! Jiang Yu! Why are you just getting here? The two of them stood in the doorway of the store when a familiar voice came from afar. Upon hearing the voice, Gu Feng and Jiang Yu both turned to look, and in the distance, a fat and thin pair of figures walked towards them. It was Zhang Tiniu and Xiao Kai. Tiniu, Kai, let me introduce you to our roommate. Gu Feng. Jiang Yu spoke first, and Zhang Tiniu and Xiao Kai's already beaming faces lit up even more when they heard. Hello Gu Feng, my name is Zhang Tiniu, you can just call me Tiniu. I'm Xiao Kai, Gu Feng, you can't call me Kai Z. Oh, hello Tiniu, hello Kai Z. Gu Feng said with a smile, acting dumb. As soon as Zhang Tiniu and Jiang Yu heard the words Kai Z, their faces lit up with excitement. As for Xiao Kai, he went completely blank. Gu Feng, you're just messing with me, aren't you? Anyway, didn't you come here to buy something? Where is it? Zhang Tiniu and Xiao Kai's hands were empty, clearly they hadn't bought anything. It was better not to ask, but when Jiang Yu asked, Zhang Tiniu and Xiao Kai's mouths twitched twice. We want to buy it too. Look at this, can we go in? They glanced at the supermarket, and many students were already queuing up outside, so there was no way to get in. They still wanted to go to the other supermarkets on campus to have a look, and they were really surprised when they saw it. Of the 4 supermarkets, all were full, and the other 3 were no less popular. Chapter 3, The School Flower is Naturally Miss Sue. There's no chance of getting anything from the supermarket on campus, so why don't we go outside? Jean Tini glanced at the scene in front of the supermarket. There were already so many people, and more students were arriving, trying to get in line to buy groceries. It was estimated that they would have to wait until the evening. Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai agreed, and Gu Feng, who was standing next to them, nodded in agreement. The 4 of them walked together towards the school gate, ready to set off to buy groceries outside. Guys, have you heard of the flower of our department? It seems that the flower of our finance department is called Lan Fei. Xiao Kai walked in front, turned around and whispered to Gu Feng and the others. Lan Fei? Kezi, where did you hear that from? How come I don't know anything about it? Xiao Kai said, while Jiang Yu and Zhang Tinio looked puzzled. Neither of them had heard of it. As for Gu Feng, he had known Lan Fei for 5 years, having been in the same department for several years and even meeting her quite a few times. Lan Fei was certainly beautiful, but compared to Su Liuli, she was still slightly inferior. Su Liuli, in addition to her appearance, also had an air about her that was not comparable to ordinary girls. Jiang Yu saw that Zhang Tinio was also shaking his head, and his gaze turned to the side to the silent Gu Feng. Gu Feng, have you heard of Lan Fei? Me? I haven't heard of her either. Today is the first day of reporting, and I don't even know who the instructor is. Gu Feng shook his head as he spread his hands. None of the 3 had heard of her, but Xiao Kai, on the contrary, was full of pride, rolled up his sleeves and was about to give a good science lecture. Seeing that none of you has done any research before the start of the semester. Let me tell you, our department's Lan Fei, a sophomore, is recognized as the flower of the finance department. Before the start of the semester, I saw her photo in the group promotion picture, and she is definitely a first-class beauty. Xiao Kai was full of excitement, as if he knew her personally. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu laughed. Kai, you know the flower of our department, but do you know who the flower of our school is? It's better not to say, but as soon as he mentioned the school flower, Xiao Kai was even more excited. Are you testing me? The school flower of Fuxing University is naturally Su Lili, Su Xuejie. Haven't you seen it on the school's official website? Lan Fei is indeed very pretty, but compared to Su Xuejie, she's nothing. Xiao Kai smacked his lips, his expression tinged with a hint of regret. I've seen her too, and I was absolutely amazed when I first saw her. She truly lives up to her reputation as the school's most beautiful girl, and she's even more beautiful than I imagined. Unfortunately, she's already in her 4th year, so a year from now, even if I want to see her, I won't have the chance. Jiang Yu was talking, and Zhang Tinio, who was standing next to her, immediately chimed in. But I heard that she'll be performing at the freshman party. That's right. I also looked at the program, and it's true that there is Su Xuejie, it's a song and dance. Jiang Yu, Zhang Tinio, and Xiao Kai walked and talked, chatting from the department flower to the school flower. Gu Feng followed behind silently, his expression quite wonderful. They didn't know that the stunning Su University school flower had just confessed to him at the school gate. The crucial thing is that he agreed. Yes, he is going to have dinner with Su Liuli tonight. He almost forgot the main thing, and the others were still chatting as they walked. Gu Feng took out his phone and found Su Liuli's number. He edited a text message and sent it, roughly saying that he would wait for her at 5 p.m. downstairs in the girls' dormitory, and that he would not go anywhere without her. At this time, in the school music classroom, Su Liuli, who was rehearsing, heard her phone vibrate. She picked up her hair tie and gathered her hair up, then came to the table and picked up her phone. She opened an unfamiliar text message. When she saw the content, her pretty face turned white and her eyebrows were full of tension. The boy who had professed his love at the school gate sent a message saying that he would wait for her downstairs at the dormitory. The crucial thing was that she still didn't know his name. Su Xuejie? What's wrong? You seem very nervous. Noticing that Su Lili's expression was a little off, the girl in her dance uniform slowly walked up to her. If Xiao Kai were here, he would be shocked. The girl talking was none other than the flower of the finance department, Lan Fei. In the large rehearsal classroom, there were 7 or 8 other girls, and in terms of looks and figure, each was no worse than Lan Fei. Some were even a little better. Luli, are you not feeling well? Why don't we just rehearse here for now? It's almost time, and we should be fine for the freshman party tomorrow. Besides, there's still time tomorrow. Ning Yuyan walked forward with her long, slender legs, her voice gentle and soft. As the flower of the dance academy, she was taller than Lan Fei. With her long, slender legs, it was not an exaggeration to say that she had a devilish figure. Upon hearing the two, Luli shook her head lightly to refuse. The freshman party was very important, and rehearsals could not be suspended because of her. It's okay, let's continue rehearsing. Putting her phone back on the table, she had already made up her mind. Luli expressed her intention to continue rehearsing, and Lan Fei and Ning Xiaoxiao returned to their original positions. Gu Feng and the others, on the other hand, had been busy since they left the supermarket. In addition to discussing the beautiful women at school, they also discussed some of the school leaders, including the elusive university president. After half an hour, they finally found a large supermarket with fewer people. Just as the group was about to take a look around, Gu Feng's phone vibrated. He picked up the phone with a puzzled look on his face. What he didn't expect was that it was a text message from Luli. The text message only had 3 brief words, "Got it." Gu Feng held the phone up to his ear, a faint smile curling the corners of his mouth. He never would have expected Luli to send him a text message. Noticing Gu Feng staring at the phone and smirking, the 3 of them stopped in their tracks, and Xiao Kai crept up behind him. "Gu Feng, what are you smirking about? Are you so happy because you found a girlfriend?" Immersed in the joy of the text message and unable to extricate himself, Xiao Kai suddenly spoke out, which directly startled Gu Feng. "Kaisa, are you trying to scare me to death?" "I didn't mean to scare you to death, it's just that you kept staring at your phone and giggling, you were so engrossed. To be honest, have you got a girlfriend? Is she from our school? Which department? What's her name?" Chapter 4, The School Beauty's Girlfriend. Xiao Kai stood next to Gu Feng, his face full of curiosity. To find a girlfriend on the first day of school, this luck is simply unparalleled. Facing Xiao Kai's incessant questioning, Gu Feng just laughed dryly and couldn't respond to anything. If he really knew that he had just been giggling because the school beauty of Fuxing University had texted him back, he didn't know if the kid would drop his jaw on the spot. "Kai, we'd better go shopping first." "Let's go shopping first." Unable to respond directly, Gu Feng patted Xiao Kai on the shoulder and walked quickly towards the supermarket. Seeing this, Zhang Tini and Jiang Yu also quickly followed, leaving Xiao Kai standing there foolishly. "It's quite mysterious," mumbled Xiao Kai, unwilling to say more. Gu Feng didn't want to pursue the matter, so he just quickly followed. After selecting a large pile of daily necessities in the supermarket, the 4 of them finally managed to carry everything back to the dormitory. "Damn it! I'm exhausted." After putting the things under the bed, Xiao Kai immediately collapsed on the bed. It didn't feel very heavy when he lifted it, but he had maintained the same posture the whole way, and his arm nearly dislocated from exhaustion. Gu Feng and Jiang Yu were not much better off than Xiao Kai. On the contrary, Zhang Tinio, who looked as relaxed as if nothing had happened, was a big guy, and it was good to have a big body, as carrying such a small amount of things was like playing. "What do you want to eat tonight? It's the first night of school, and I'll treat you all to dinner." Zhang Tinio stood in front of the bed, looking at the 3 exhausted people and smiling. "Tini, I probably won't have time tonight. A few of us high school classmates got into Fuxing University. We've made a date to have dinner together tonight." Jiang Yu sat up, looking embarrassed as he scratched his head. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng also immediately stood up. "Tini, I also have a date tonight, so let's eat tomorrow." "Tomorrow night, I'll treat." He patted his chest, and when he heard Gu Feng say he would treat, Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. No, I'll treat. Tomorrow night we'll all go out to dinner together, and no one needs to feel awkward, let me treat." Gu Feng's family situation is well known, but no one else knows about his family's situation, so how can he let someone else treat? Okay. In that case, I'll go out to dinner with Kaizi tonight. But let's make a deal, you'll treat us tomorrow night. Zhang Tinio came up to Jiang Yu and patted her on the shoulder. With just a couple of simple movements, he almost patted Jiang Yu to pieces. After resting in the dormitory for a long time, at 4:30 p.m., Gu Feng came out of the dormitory and headed for the girls' dormitory building. He came out of the boys' dormitory building and walked towards the girls' dormitory building where Luli was. As he strolled along, he couldn't help but start thinking in his head whether he should rebuild his own business empire. Before Rebirth, with the help of his family, he had created his own business empire. Rebirth had brought him back 5 years ago, and it would definitely not be difficult to make a comeback. Before Rebirth, he had mainly been engaged in scientific research, real estate, and games. In the past 5 years, the real estate industry had been steadily rising, and there was still some room for investment. But when the real estate industry entered a winter 5 years later, continuing to invest would be tantamount to digging one's own grave. Scientific research required too much capital, and it would not be possible to carry it out in a short period of time. At the moment, the easiest thing to start was the game industry. Peak competition, this game should still be in development. 5 years ago, the most profitable game to invest in was peak competition. With an investment of 30 million, it made more than 10 billion in just 2 years. It was considered the most successful game he had invested in at the time. This game came from an interest group at the School of Computer Science at the University of the Magic City. At the time, the investment required 30 million. Now, this game should be in the initial development stage, and the investment amount is far less than 30 million. Nowadays, he only has a little over $1 million to spend. This 1 million was still stuffed by his grandmother before he went to school. He pondered in his mind how to make a comeback, and before he knew it, he had arrived at the bottom of the girls' dormitory. Compared to the freshman girls' dormitory building, there were obviously far too few people here on the 4th floor. He stood at the door for 5 minutes, during which he only saw 2 seniors entering and leaving, and the scene was deserted. Another 5 minutes passed, and just 2 or 3 minutes before 5 o'clock, Luli, dressed in a black dress, appeared on the stairs of the dormitory building. Still dressed the same as before, she stood on the steps for a long time without coming down. Staring at Gufeng in the distance, Luli looked nervous, and her heart was pounding. They stared at each other for 10 seconds before she finally mustered the courage to come to Gufeng. "I'm sorry, I'm late." Her hands were clasped tightly together, her black hair shining with health, hanging down over her shoulders. She didn't dare to look Gufeng in the eye. Luli looked bashful, but Gufeng was unusually relaxed. After all, he was a person reborn, and his mentality was far beyond that of an inexperienced young girl like Luli. "It's not even 5 o'clock yet, so you're not late. What do you want to eat tonight?" "I'm fine with anything, even eating at the school cafeteria." His voice was soft, and after looking up at Gufeng, she glanced away again. "At the school cafeteria? Today is the first day of school for freshmen, and the cafeteria will be very crowded. I'll take you out to eat." "You seem a little nervous?" Luli looked at a loss, and Gufeng's mouth curved up in a smile as he said, "No, I'm just not used to it. I still don't know your name." With great difficulty, Luli held back her heart palpitations, slowly raised her head, her long eyelashes fluttering lightly as she looked at Gufeng. "My surname is Gu, and my name is Gufeng." After Gufeng introduced himself, Luli nodded slightly. "My name is Luli." "I know." Always maintaining a smile, Luli was truly adorable to the extreme, and there was no trace of the coldness of being the school flower. Upon hearing Gufeng's words, Luli's eyebrows shot up. "You know? She never told Gufeng her name from beginning to end, so how did he know it?" "Of course I know. Senior Su is the school flower of Fuxing University, and I don't think there are many people at Fuxing University who don't know your name. But then again, I'm really lucky to be able to find such a beautiful girlfriend as Senior Su on the first day of school." I thought that once these words were spoken, Luli would speak up to refute them. What Gufeng did not expect was that Luli in front of him blushed even more, directly tacitly agreeing to what he had just said. Let's go eat." After standing in the same place for a while, it was already after 5 o'clock, and it was time to go out to eat. Gufeng turned around, and Luli followed silently, the two walking side by side. Perhaps it was because of Luli's figure and appearance, all the way along, whenever they saw a classmate, whether it was a male or female classmate, they all cast curious glances at the two of them. Chapter 5 For the rest of your life, please advise me. Luli silently followed Gufeng's side, ignoring the curious stares of the people around them. As the school flower, she received a lot of attention on a daily basis, and after a while, she got used to it. As for Gufeng, he was a cheeky person himself, and coupled with the fact that most of his attention was on Luli, he naturally didn't care much about the stares of the people around him. Walking out of the gates of Fuxing University, the entire street outside was almost 80% occupied by restaurants. "Have you decided what you want to eat?" Walking side by side, since they were treating Luli to dinner, of course they had to let her decide what to eat. Once again, Luli was asked what to eat, and she couldn't help but stop in her tracks. She gazed into the distance for a moment with her beautiful eyes. "How about noodles? The beef noodles over there are delicious, and my roommate and I often go there." Lifting her slender hand, she looked in the direction Su Luli was pointing, and sure enough, Gu Feng saw a restaurant of moderate size. The restaurant sign said it was beef noodles, and judging from the flow of people at the door, it was quite popular. Okay, let's have beef noodles. Let's go. He had originally planned to treat Su Luli to a big meal, but since the other person had mentioned eating beef noodles, he didn't want to refuse. After looking left and right to make sure no cars were passing, the two crossed the street and went to the front of the restaurant. Entering the restaurant, they found it to be quite large, but also very crowded. At the counter, they ordered 2 bowls of beef noodles and, led by the waiter, found a seat near the corner. Gu Feng sat outside, while Su Luli sat inside near the wall. After sitting down, they looked at each other, and the atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. In fact, Su Luli was stammering and wanted to explain something. Just as Gu Feng was about to ask, the other party seemed to make up her mind. In fact, confessing to you today was an accident. I was hanging out with some roommates, and we were playing Truth or Dare at the entrance. I lost, so I took the initiative to confess to you. After saying this, Su Luli wanted to see Gu Feng's reaction. To her surprise, Gu Feng didn't seem at all surprised. Aren't you angry? Angry? Why should I be angry? Are you trying to back out? With a light laugh, he picked up the kettle next to him, filled it with water, and put it in front of Su Luli. Upon being asked by Gu Feng, Su Luli immediately shook her head. No. I didn't mean that, I just want to explain it to you. Well, that's good that you didn't. I thought you were going to say that you won't be my girlfriend. After Gu Feng finished speaking, Su Luli suddenly became tongue-tied and stuttered for a long time. I've never had a boyfriend before, I don't have much experience, you. Coincidentally, I've never had a girlfriend either. In that case, please give me some advice in the future. He picked up the glass in front of him and gestured at Su Luli. This single action made Su Luli laugh, and she was originally very nervous, but after Gu Feng's action, she immediately felt much more relaxed. Okay, please teach me more in the future. He also picked up the glass in front of him, lightly tapped it once, and then brought it close to his mouth and took a sip. Since the girl had already drunk it, Gu Feng of course could not lag behind, so he took back the glass, brought it close to his mouth, and immediately took a big sip. Pop. It's too hot. I was thinking of taking a big sip to show my appreciation, but I didn't expect the water in the glass to be so hot. Su Luli, who was sitting across from him, saw what happened and quickly picked up a paper towel from next to her and handed it over, while looking concerned. Are you okay? Wipe the water stains from the corner of your mouth with the paper towel and put the glass back on the table. It's okay, fortunately the water temperature wasn't particularly high, otherwise it would definitely affect my eating the beef noodles. You're thinking about eating at a time like this? Su Luli muttered under her breath, and just then, the waiter also brought the finished beef noodles over. They ate in silence, and neither of them spoke during the meal. After finishing the beef noodles, Gu Feng planned to take Su Luli for a stroll, but the other party happened to receive a phone call, and they still had to rehearse for the show tonight. No choice. The plan was foiled, and he could only send Su Luli back to school first. Near the school's teaching area, Su Luli, who had been walking shoulder to shoulder with him, slowly stopped. I'll go to class by myself. It's the first day of school, so you should go home and rest early. The rehearsal classroom is in the opposite direction from the dormitory area, so she can go by herself. There's no need for Gu Feng to go with her. After Su Luli finished speaking, Gu Feng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. He watched Su Luli leave, and didn't take his eyes off her until he couldn't see her anymore. He walked all the way back towards the dormitory, and when he was less than 100 meters away, his phone suddenly vibrated in his pants pocket. Taking out the phone, Gu Feng's expression changed when he saw the incoming number. He pressed the answer button and held the phone to his ear. Mom, you still remember me? You little brat, do you want a beating? In the Gu Manor in the imperial capital, a middle-aged woman in a suit lounges on the sofa. She is Song Huilan, Gu Feng's mother. Opposite Song Huilan is an old grandmother with a walking stick and gray hair. No, please calm down, I don't want to get beaten. Threatened by his mother like this, Gu Feng immediately laughed and decisively admitted defeat. He didn't dare to provoke a woman who even her own father couldn't provoke. It was your grandmother who missed you, so she asked me to give you a call and let her speak to you. Mom, you talked to Xiaofeng. She got up and handed the phone to Gu Feng's grandmother, who took it. Xiaofeng, how do you feel about going to school for the first time? You suddenly went to school in the magical city, and there's no one at home to talk to me without you. The familiar voice of her grandmother came over the phone. Hearing this, Gu Feng suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Grandma, I'm doing fine. I'll go back to see you after a few days of military training. Okay, Grandma will wait for you. At school, you must get along with your classmates. When you have time, find a girlfriend. You're a big boy, and you haven't even been in a relationship. How can this be okay? Hearing her grandmother's words, Gu Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry. He was not at all surprised that an elderly person could say such things. He remembered that when he was still in high school, his grandmother had already been urging him to find a girlfriend. With such forward thinking, who could compare to an average parent? Okay, Grandma, don't worry, I will definitely find a girlfriend as soon as possible. By the way, while I'm gone, you better keep an eye on my mom. What if she bullies my girlfriend when she brings her back? Bully? No way, you don't know your mother, does she bully people? Over the years, I've only seen her bully you and your father, and she even treats Grandma Song politely, not to mention the future daughter-in-law. Grandma sounded very sure of herself, knowing her own daughter-in-law best, and if she really met the future daughter-in-law, she wouldn't know what to do but spoil her. I spent 20 minutes chatting with the old lady on the phone. It was only after my mother Song Huilan reminded me that the old lady hung up. Chapter 6, 4 Tickets. After hanging up the phone, her grandmother, Song Huilan, returned straight to the dormitory. Zhang Yu went to a class reunion, Zhang Tini was playing basketball at the basketball court, and Xiao Kai was the only one in the dormitory sitting on the bed playing games. Gu Feng, you're back. The orientation party is tomorrow night, have you seen the program? It's going to be awesome. Not only is the school beauty singing, but there are even dancers from each college, and even our own department's lawn fair will be on stage. Gu Feng went to bed, and Xiao Kai put his phone aside, his face full of excitement. Really? Then you have to find a good spot. Leaning back on the quilt, Gu Feng said calmly, Su Liuli will perform on stage tomorrow night, and what Xiao Kai meant by the school flower singing should be Su Liuli. After all, there is only one school flower in the entire Fuxing University, Su Liuli. You don't need to tell me. We have to find a good spot. Xiao Kai looked determined, and then continued leisurely, the welcome party is on the playground, and it's not easy to grab a spot in the audience. Why don't we go and take our spot after lunch? Gu Feng was taken aback, the welcome party starts at 6 p.m., and it's a bit early to take your spot at noon. An hour or two in advance is more like it. If we go and take our spot at noon, we'll be sitting alone on the playground for more than 4 hours. The weather isn't cool right now, and if you're out in the sun for 4 hours, even if you don't get heatstroke, you'll be mentally drained, and you won't have the energy to watch the show afterwards. Is it early? Just take a look at our school forum. A lot of people want to go and take their seats after breakfast. According to these people, if we go at noon, we might not be able to grab a seat. The orientation party at Fuxing University is comparable to the Spring Festival Gala. Xiao Kai smacked his lips. He really didn't expect that an orientation party could be so attractive, attracting not only freshmen, but even sophomores and juniors who couldn't wait to go and see it. Upon hearing Xiao Kai's words, Gu Feng took out his phone and opened the Fuxing University campus forum. It turns out that someone was actually planning to go to the playground after breakfast tomorrow to secure a spot. And there were quite a few people saying that. It didn't seem to be this exaggerated 5 years ago. Did I not pay attention? He muttered, 5 years ago, there was also a performance by Su Liuli at the orientation party, and at that time, he went to the playground a little early. He just grabbed a folding chair and sat in the corner to watch. Of course, because of the location, he couldn't see the performance on stage very clearly, but he could hear the sound clearly. Gu Feng, what are you muttering about? Are you going to go and occupy a spot tomorrow at noon? I didn't catch what Gu Feng was saying, so Xiao Kai couldn't help but ask. Well, let's go. It's only 4 hours, no problem. Not for anything else, tomorrow is Su Liuli's show, and his girlfriend is singing, so how can he, as her boyfriend, not actively support her? Okay. When Tainyo and Zhang Yu come back, I'll tell them, and we'll go tomorrow at noon. After saying this to Gu Feng, Xiao Kai once again picked up his phone and started playing a game. At around 7 p.m., Zhang Tini returned wearing his sportswear. He simply greeted Gu Feng and Xiao Kai, and then ran to the bathroom to wash up. As for Zhang Yu, he waited until 9:30 p.m., when the dormitory doors were about to close, before returning. He informed the two of them that they were going to occupy the seats tomorrow at noon, and they readily agreed without hesitation. When the time came to 10 p.m., just as Gu Feng was about to lie down and rest, the phone vibrated next to his pillow. When he picked up the phone, it turned out to be a call from Luli. Hello? I've just finished rehearsing and I'm walking back to the dormitory. Meet me in front of your dormitory building at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. I'll give you something. Luli's gentle voice came over the phone. Give me something? What are you going to give me? It's a secret. I can't talk anymore, I have to go back to the dormitory. Remember to wait for me in front of the dormitory building at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Before hanging up, she repeated to Gufeng, and then she hung up on her own initiative. Hearing no sound from the other end of the line, Gufeng couldn't help but look puzzled. He was curious as to what Luli was going to give him tomorrow. No words were exchanged that night. The next day came in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, just after 6 o'clock, while Xiaokai and the others were still fast asleep, Gufeng had already rolled over and got out of bed to clean up on the balcony. They had agreed to meet Luli in front of the dormitory building at 7 o'clock. He was not in the habit of being late. At 6:45, he quickly changed and left the dormitory quietly. When he arrived in front of the dormitory building, he saw Luli standing not far away. It was relatively cold in the morning, and Luli was wearing a white dress with a short-sleeved top. She was already very tall, and the short-sleeved top accentuated her figure. I thought we agreed to meet at 7 o'clock. It's only 6:50. The time on the phone just said 6:50. Judging by Luli's appearance, she has clearly been waiting for a long time. Last time you waited for me, this time I'll wait for you early. This is for you. Bright, clear big eyes looked at Gufeng while she handed over several tickets in her hand. What is this? Luli handed over these tickets, which were also stamped with the official seal of Fuxing University, and he didn't really react for a while. These are the tickets for the first 3 rows of seats at the welcome party tonight. There are 4 in total. Tickets for the first 3 rows of the welcome party? Luli, where did you get these? Gufeng's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Tickets for the first few rows are much better than the seats in the bleachers. Not only are they close, but the viewing angle is also moderate. Generally speaking, the first row of the performance should be the location of the principal and a group of school leaders, and the back rows are the seats of the school mentors and some outstanding student representatives. It's already pretty good for ordinary students to be able to watch the performance from the audience. You forgot, I'm a performer. Every performer will give away a few tickets, and I was given 4 in total. You can take a few of your roommates to watch it together. After speaking to Gufeng, without waiting for a response, she directly shoved the tickets into Gufeng's hands. My roommate and I have an appointment for breakfast, so we'll go first. Bye. With her beautiful eyes curved and her hand waving at Gufeng, Luli took long strides away into the distance. Gufeng waited until he could no longer see Luli's back, holding the tickets she had given him, before turning and leaving. With these 4 tickets, they wouldn't have to wait in line at noon. But now that they had the tickets, how could they explain this to Xiaokai and the others? They couldn't just say that they had found the tickets, because even if they did, the 3 of them wouldn't believe them. While agonizing over how to explain the origin of the tickets, Gufeng walked towards the 2nd floor. Unexpectedly, there were freshmen passing by the entrance buying breakfast. They all froze in place when they saw Luli and Gufeng whispering. Regardless of whether they knew each other or not, Luli's appearance and temperament were enough to astound them. Who was that senior just now? She looked familiar. It seemed to be Luli, the school flower of Fudan University. Luli. Senior Luli. No, that's impossible. How could Senior Su come here? And judging from the 2 guys just now, it's obvious that. The conversation suddenly stopped in the middle. The several people looked at each other, and they all knew in their hearts that from the way Luli and Gufeng had behaved just now, it was very likely that they were boyfriend and girlfriend. The school beauty queen of Fudan University actually had a boyfriend. If this got out, it would cause a huge scandal. Chapter 7, Investment Peak Competition. Back in the dormitory, Xiaokai and the others were still sleeping soundly. He stuffed the 4 tickets into the closet, pulled out a chair and sat down. At this time of day, it was definitely not realistic to continue sleeping in. With nothing to do, he suddenly thought of the game development team at Moda University. Since he had some time this morning, he could definitely go to Fudan University. He got up and left the dormitory, strolled all the way to the outside of the school, bought a pancake for breakfast on the way, and took a taxi to Fudan University after breakfast. Fudan University is only about 10 kilometers away from Fudan University, but the traffic was relatively congested early in the morning. It took him more than half an hour to get to the school gate for a 10-minute journey. After paying the fare, he strode into the University of Shanghai for Science and Technology. Gu Feng was relatively familiar with the University of Shanghai for Science and Technology, as it was close to Fuxing University and he often came here to hang out. Professor Wu. He should go find him first. After standing there for a moment, he decided to go find Professor Wu first. Professor Wu was a professor at the School of Computer Science at the University of Shanghai for Science and Technology. He and his students had started researching the game Peak competition. The only thing he didn't know yet was what stage of development the game had reached. He walked quickly to the vicinity of the teaching building, asking several students on the way back and forth, before he found the computer classroom where Professor Wu was located. When Gu Feng arrived, Professor Wu was in front of the computer organizing relevant data. In the large computer classroom, there was only Professor Wu alone. Hearing a knock at the door, he raised his hand and pushed his heavy black reading glasses. "Come in." "Hello, Professor Wu." With a humble attitude, he came to Professor Wu and took the initiative to say hello first. "Well, what can I do for you?" He got up and looked at Gu Feng kindly. It was obvious that Professor Wu took him for a student at the School of Computer Science at Shanghai University. "Professor, I need to discuss something with you. I don't know if you have time." His tone was humble, and his words were very polite. Both before and after his rebirth, he had great respect for Professor Wu. Professor Wu immediately smiled when Gu Feng asked him this. "Of course I have time. A student and teacher must have time to discuss matters. Come, sit here, my student. What is it that you want to discuss with me?" The professor gestured for Gu Feng to sit down as he put away the documents in front of the computer. "Professor, to be honest, I want to know if you are leading a team of students to develop a game called Peak Competition." Gu Feng got straight to the point, knowing that the professor's time was valuable. "Peak Competition?" "Yes, that's right, there is such a game. The ideas of the students are very good, but they lack technical support. In fact, I only provide some technical assistance occasionally." "Why? You came to me, do you also want to join the team?" The team members were all interviewed by the students themselves. "If you want to join the team, I can ask for you." No, you misunderstood, Professor. I am not a student at the School of Computer Science at Shanghai University, I am a student at the School of Finance at Fuxing University. I came here this time to invest in the game Peak competition." Gu Feng spoke in a serious tone, but Professor Wu was stunned and couldn't help but wonder if he was getting old and had a problem with his ears. "Classmate, did you just say you want to invest in the game? Did I hear you right?" With patience, he continued to verify with Gu Feng. "You heard me right, I really want to invest in this game. As far as I know, although there is a project incubation park at Moda University, the support it can provide is only equipment and venue support. The project funding you apply for will not be enough to support the development of this game. I am a finance student and I know a bit about the gaming industry. Apart from anything else, a game as large as Apex needs to build large-scale servers. The subsidy from the University of Magic City is far from enough." Gu Feng calmly explained, while Professor Wu, sitting next to him, was already full of surprise. He was not only surprised that Gu Feng wanted to invest in Apex, but also by the young man's eloquence. At Gu Feng's age, to have such a demeanor is enough to impress him. "Classmate, you are right. If we don't seek outside investment, the game Pinnacle Athletics will not even have a chance to be tested. But do you know how much money it will take to fully invest in this game? Just the testing phase will require a starting capital of millions. If we wait until the game goes online, the funds required may reach tens of millions. This is just for going online, and the cost of promotion will be extra." Professor Wu got up from his seat and patted Gu Feng on the shoulder. It wasn't that he didn't believe him, it was just that the amount of money needed to invest was too large. If a listed company came to him for consultation, it might have some credibility. Gu Feng had expected Professor Wu's attitude. A smile curled the corner of his mouth, and he got up as well. "Professor, you don't need to worry about the funding. As long as Pinnacle Athletics is willing to let me invest, a few million, or even tens of millions, is no problem at all for me." "Is that acceptable? I'll leave you my number, you discuss it with the others and give me an answer in a week." Professor Wu could make the decision himself, but the reason he said this was not only to give Professor Wu time, but also to give himself time. He had already made a boast, but all he had in his hands was just over 1 million yuan. As Professor Wu said, investing in pinnacle athletics simply would not last long. Facing Gu Feng's words, Professor Wu pondered for a long time. In the end, he nodded and agreed, okay. I'll discuss it with my classmates and give you an answer in a week. Thank you, Professor. After bowing to Professor Wu and lightly nodding his head, Gu Feng got up and walked out of the computer classroom after a brief chat with the elderly man. It was 9 a.m. on the campus of Shanghai University, and Gu Feng was slowly wandering around. Putting promotion aside, the funds needed to sustain the launch of the Pinnacle competition were almost 10 million yuan. He only has 1 million right now, and it's really not an easy task to turn 1 million into 10 million in just 1 week. Stocks and funds are not an option because the time is too short. He clearly remembers a few stocks that will rise sharply, but they definitely won't be rising at this time, and they need to be held for a long time. After thinking about it for a while, a sudden flash of inspiration came to him. Virtual digital currency Bitcoin. He remembers that it was on the third day of the semester that Bitcoin experienced a sharp rise of more than 10%. 10%, if you buy in local currency, it's definitely not enough, so he had to open a contract leverage. As long as the contract leverage is pulled to 100 times, with a 10% increase in the price of Bitcoin, he can get a profit of exactly 10 million. However, in this way, with the help of high leverage, there is a risk of liquidation if you are not careful. According to his understanding of the virtual currency market, every time there is a sharp rise, there will be a small drop, as if it is building up energy. To be on the safe side, it is best to place an order tomorrow. He went to the roadside and took a taxi back to Fuxing University. On the way back to school, Gu Feng received a call from Zhang Yu, and the first thing she asked was where he had gone so early in the morning. After briefly explaining to Zhang Yu, he said he would wait for her in the cafeteria. He took the bus back to school, and after walking quickly all the way, he saw Zhang Yu and the other two standing in front of the cafeteria. Chapter 8 Gu Feng, I love you. At the same time Gu Feng saw the three of them also noticed him. Gu Feng, over here. Zhang Yu was more proactive, and after seeing Gu Feng from afar, she waved her hand to greet him. He exerted his legs and quickly came to the three of them. Gu Feng, why were you nowhere to be seen in the morning? Did you go on a date? When he arrived, before he could catch his breath, Xiao Kai narrowed his eyes and gave a wicked smile. No. Have you ever seen anyone go on a date so early in the morning? A date is something that should be done at night, when the moon is dark and the wind is high. No date? Then what were you doing so early in the morning? Don't tell me you went to the playground for morning exercise. We just passed by the playground, but we didn't see you at all. Zhang Yu also looked confused. If he wasn't on a date and he wasn't at the playground for morning exercise, where had Gu Feng been all morning? Seeing that the three of them were so curious, Gu Feng had no choice but to patiently explain, I went to Shanghai University. I have some classmates there, so I went to see them. Okay, it's almost noon, let's eat now, is it breakfast or lunch? We were delayed on the way, and it's almost 10 o'clock now, so there's no breakfast left. There's food in the cafeteria, just eat whatever you like. Today is the first time our dorms have eaten together, so if you want to eat anything, I'll treat you. Patting his chest, Xiao Kai spoke with a hearty tone. When they heard that Xiao Kai would treat them, the three of them smiled at each other, and they already had a plan in mind. At this time of day, just eat whatever you like. I'll go have crab rice in a clay pot. Gu Feng, Tainyo, what about you two? Zhang Yu gave a hee-hee laugh and looked at Gu Feng and Zhang Tainyo. The two could almost understand from Zhang Yu's eyes, same, we also want to try the crab rice in a clay pot from the school cafeteria. Xiao Kai, I'm sorry to make you spend so much. It's only lunch, I can still afford it. Let's go, crab rice in a clay pot it is. With a wave of his hand, he took the lead and entered the restaurant. Seeing this, Gu Feng and the others followed Xiao Kai in. The window for the crab rice pot was in the middle of the restaurant. Compared to the other windows, there were almost no customers here. Of course, it could also be that there were relatively few students eating at this time of day. When they saw someone coming, the young man inside, who was bored in playing with his phone, immediately got up to serve them. A few students, would you like some crab rice pot? Yes. We would like 4 portions of crab rice pot. Xiao Kai is still straightforward and honest, and directly held up 4 fingers at the young man selling the rice. Okay. Just a few minutes, it will be ready soon. The young man at the window was very quick, and in just 2 or 3 minutes, all 4 orders of crab rice were ready. We will give you an egg for free, and if you like it, you are welcome to come again next time. Thank you. One crab rice for each person, and the young man at the window even gave them an egg for free. How much is it? 200 in total. What? 200. Xiao Kai froze for a moment when he heard the waiter say 200 for 4 crab pot rice meals. He stared back at the crab pot rice meals in the hands of Gu Feng and his friends, and his heart began to bleed. A simple lunch meal cost 200 yuan? Here you go. With great difficulty, he held back his grief and took out 200 yuan from his wallet and handed it to the waiter. Until now, he finally understood why there weren't many people at the crab pot rice restaurant. 50 for a meal is definitely quite extravagant on campus. You three, you actually teamed up to rip me off. Shame on you. Oh. The money has already been spent, and my bleeding heart is still bleeding. 200 yuan can pay for more than 10 all-nighters at the school internet cafe. Hey, loser, are you in pain? Jiang Yu laughed heartlessly, and Xiao Kai rolled his eyes. Of course, if it were you, you'd be in pain too. Right, you're right, I must be in pain. How about this, to ease your pain, after the show tonight, I'll treat you to dinner. We'll go to a restaurant, I promise you'll have a good time. Does that still hurt? Well, it's true, it doesn't seem to hurt so much anymore. Ha ha ha. Xiao Kai patted his chest and laughed out loud. Seeing this, Zhang Tini immediately said, Kai, you must have studied facial expressions in your previous life, because you're changing your face so quickly. Zhang Yu, will it be too late to eat after the show? Why don't we go earlier? Holding a pot of meat and crab, Gu Feng whispered. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu shook her head. Haven't you forgotten that we need to go and reserve a seat later? If we wait until after dinner to claim our seats, it will be too late. Yes, Zhang Yu is right, it is more important to claim our seats. It doesn't matter if we have dinner later. Compared to watching the grand welcome party, dinner is no longer that important to them. Cough cough. Gu Feng swallowed the rice in his mouth, coughed twice, and then said leisurely, in fact, there is no need to go claim our seats so early. Gu Feng, what are you trying to say? Nothing much. I got a few tickets this morning. You can use them to watch the show from the front rows tonight without having to reserve a seat. Puff. After Gu Feng finished speaking, Xiao Kai lost his composure and the rice in his mouth spurted out, splattering Zhang Tainyo directly. Shit. Kai, you did a good job. Hurry up and get up, grab the napkin next to you and start wiping the rice off your body. Xiao Kai was also full of apologies and wiped along with Zhang Tainyo. After the two finished tossing and turning, they sat back down and looked at Gu Feng. A ticket? Gu Feng, do you mean it? The first few rows are the seats for school leaders and outstanding students. Where did you get the ticket? Well, you don't happen to have a relationship with the school leaders, do you? After Xiao Kai said this, Zhang Yu and Zhang Tini also cast suspicious glances at him. Kaizi, your way of thinking is really novel. How is this related to the school leaders? Anyway, the bottom line is that we don't need to queue up in the afternoon, we have tickets. After saying this with a face full of certainty, Gu Feng buried his head in his meal. Seeing this, the three of them didn't ask any more questions and also started to eat. After lunch, as soon as they returned to the dormitory, they took the seat tickets that Su Luoli had given them out of the wardrobe. There really were tickets. Gu Feng, I love you. Ha 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 ha. That's good, we don't have to queue up after all. There were 4 tickets, and Gu Feng kept one for himself, leaving the remaining 3 for Jiang Yu and herself. With the tickets, there was nothing to worry about, so they went online in the afternoon. Jiang Yu, let's go out to eat sometime, and let me know in advance. I'm leaving first. Carefully slipping the ticket into his pocket, Xiao Kai left a comment and pretended to leave the dormitory. Wait, I'll go with you. Hearing that Xiao Kai was going online, Jiang Yu immediately said that she wanted to go with him. The two went out to surf the internet together, leaving Zhang Tiniu and Gu Feng alone in the dormitory. Gu Feng, I'm going to play basketball. Do you want to come with me? He was sure to be bored in the dormitory alone, so he might as well go out and play basketball with him. Okay. We'll go together. He had played basketball a lot in high school, and his skills weren't great, but they weren't terrible either. He was sure he could play a little. They spent the whole afternoon running around the basketball court for nearly 4 hours. When the time came at 5 p.m., Gu Feng received a call from Jiang Yu, asking the two of them to go back to the dormitory to change clothes and get ready to go out for dinner. It's almost time, let's go back. Okay. After throwing the last one, they picked up the water bottle next to them and walked back to the dormitory side by side. When they returned to the dormitory, Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai had already finished packing. The two of them had changed into a brand new set of clothes and looked very energetic. You two took your time changing clothes, and after dinner we still have to go to the show. While fixing his hair in the mirror, Xiao Kai urged Gu Feng and Zhang Tinia to hurry up and finish packing. They took a shower one after the other, and hurriedly changed clothes, which took less than 15 minutes in total. At 5:30, the four of them set off from the dormitory. They found a small restaurant near the school and started tucking into their food after ordering a few dishes at random. Chapter 9, The School Flower Sings, The Department Flower Dances. After eating dinner for 20 minutes, there were still 10 minutes until the orientation party, so Gu Feng and the others hurried to the playground. When they arrived outside the playground, the four of them stopped in their tracks. There are so many people. They had expected there to be a lot of people, but they didn't expect it to be this crowded. The vast lawn in the distance was almost completely full of students. The lawn was full, not to mention the best seats in the distance, which were already full as far as the eye could see. If it weren't for the fact that the chairs were too small, it wouldn't be impossible to have two people sitting in one seat. Let's go in. Each person took a seat ticket and, under Gu Feng's leadership, walked into the playground. The lawn and the audience seats were already full, but the area closest to the stage seemed a bit empty. After a quick glance, there were almost 100 chairs arranged in 5 rows of 20 chairs each. Except for the first 10 seats, which were reserved for the school leaders, all the rest were for the students. Gu Feng and the others were holding seat tickets for the third row, which were quite forward. When they arrived at their seats, before they could find a place to sit, a teacher in a Zhongshan suit quickly came up to them. Students, this is a special area. If you want to watch the orientation show, please go to the audience seats or the lawn behind. The teacher spoke politely and with a humble attitude. Hello, sir, we have our tickets. We just haven't found our seats yet. In front of the male teacher, Gu Feng and the others successively showed the seat tickets they had already prepared. After hearing that Gu Feng and the others had seat tickets, the male teacher was obviously a little surprised, but he still reached out and took the seat tickets. After carefully checking to make sure there were no problems, he personally led Gu Feng and the others to their specific location. Gu Feng and the others, this is your location. The orientation party will start soon, so please take your seats as soon as possible. Okay, thank you, teacher. Shichi said thank you to the male teacher, and Gu Feng and the others sat down one after the other. This is awesome. Gu Feng, this is an unbeatable position. Looking up at the stage in the distance, the view from this position towards the stage is simply perfect. Wow. I never dreamed that I would be able to sit in this position one day. Gu Feng, can you tell me who gave you the seat ticket? This is amazing. Seats in the first 3 rows, and there are even 4 of them. Jiang Yu, Xiao Kai, Zhang Tinia, the 3 of them were excited from the moment they sat down. But it was no wonder, all the good students were in the audience. Those who arrived later were all standing on the lawn watching, so how could they not be excited to have snagged these seats? Dear school leaders, dear students. The 121st welcome party will begin shortly. The school has prepared mazes for the students, so those standing please hurry to the back of the stage to collect them. Perhaps considering that it is too tiring to watch the show standing up, the school has also thoughtfully prepared a maza for everyone. After hearing the words of the host, Gu Feng couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. In his previous life, when he came to watch the welcome party, he brought his own maza, but he never expected that this time the school would take the initiative to distribute them. The welcome party was originally scheduled to start at 6 o'clock. Judging from this pace, it may have to be postponed for about half an hour. After everyone had received their mazas, there were almost no more people standing in the playground. Dear leaders, dear students, good evening everyone. I am the host. On stage, the 4 hosts introduced themselves one after the other, and then began a long speech. According to the rules, after the host opens the show, the first person to speak is the school principal. Fuxing University's principal, Lin Guifeng, is considered a legend in the education world. She previously worked in a state education unit, and was later appointed principal of Fuxing University, where she has served for more than 10 years. Originally, Fuxing University was not considered a prestigious school in the city. However, after President Lin's 10 years of hard work, he managed to raise Fuxing University to the same level as Shanghai University. At the moment, it is still unknown whether Fuxing University will surpass Shanghai University in the future and become the best university in Shanghai. I feel so many emotions as I think about the years gone by. I am so happy to be back here in the spring, and I can't hide my joy. We feel so much emotion in the past years. We have burned with passion and hope and achieved our dreams with sweat. Please welcome Principal Lin Guifeng to give her speech. As the host began to speak, the entire playground erupted in applause. Dressed in a gray professional outfit, her hair pulled up in a bun, and in her 50s, she looked quite the powerful woman. Ahem. Classmates, the first thing I want to do when I come up on stage is to ask you all a question. Do you want to listen to this old woman prattle on, or do you want to watch the wonderful performances at the welcome party? Instead of giving an opening speech, she asked everyone a question. After hearing Principal Lin's words, the entire playground suddenly fell silent. After a few seconds, I don't know which conspicuous bag shouted, "Watch the exciting program." Ha 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 ha. A hysterical remark, which caused the audience to laugh uproariously. Which student shouted, "Come to my office later." With a smile on his face, Principal Lin took the microphone and glanced around before continuing, "Just joking with you. I just want to say one thing, as the principal, I welcome you all to Fuxing University. If you need anything in the future, feel free to come to the principal's office to find me." Okay, the show is about to begin. With these two simple sentences, she handed the microphone back to the host. Wow, our principal is really unique. I thought she was going to speak for 10 minutes. I also thought it would take a while, but I didn't expect it to be just 2 sentences. It's been less than 3 minutes since she went up. Zhang Yu and Xiao Kai whispered to each other, and Zhang Tini next to them also had an expression of surprise. Not just them, but the freshmen on the entire playground. I think they were all thinking the same thing. After Principal Lin left the stage, the host announced that the show was officially beginning, and the School of Dance would be the first to perform. Please welcome the School of Dance to perform the classical court dance. Lead dancer Ning Yuyu, cast members, Lili, Wang Shadong. Music, Guzheng Peace High Mountains in Flowing Water. Performed by Wang Tai Tai from the Conservatory of Music. As the host finished speaking, a group of Dance Academy seniors gathered in the middle of the stage. Behind the group of seniors, Wang Tai Tai from the Conservatory of Music, dressed in an evening gown, sat down slowly. Wang Tai Tai is a senior. The name of the senior is really hard, and it's the same as mine. Sitting next to Gufeng, Zhang Tainyo scratches his head. Not only him, but many people subconsciously think that Wang Tai Tai is a boy. Ning Yoyo, the flower of the Dance Academy, started dancing with her fellow students as soon as the music started, and immediately captured the attention of her classmates. A few minutes later, after the show was over, the students, who had been immersed in the beautiful dance, finally came back to their senses. A thunderous applause filled the entire playground. Ning Yoyo is truly the flower of the Dance Academy. Her figure is even better than a professional model's. Her dancing was also amazing, but it was a pity that it was so short. In the audience, some students whispered to each other while applauding. After hearing this, someone next to them immediately responded, "That's just the beginning, the best is yet to come." For the last performance, Ning Yuyan will come back up. Do you know who will be singing? It's our university's beauty queen, Su Luli. The people dancing with her are really something. His words were so exciting that everyone around him couldn't help but press their ears to his mouth. In addition to Ning Yoyo, there are Lan Feier, Bai Yaxin, Dong Qingxue, and Xia Yan. The first boy to speak named a series of names. Anyone who has browsed the campus forum of Fuxing University knows that these are all the famous flowers of the various colleges. Ning Yoyo is the flower of the Dance Academy. Lan Feier is the flower of the Finance Academy. Bai Yaxin is the flower of the Computer Science Academy. Dong Qingxue is the flower of the Foreign Language Academy. Xia Yan is the flower of the Business Administration Academy. In addition to these 5, there are 7 more, the flowers of the remaining academies. From the selection of these performers, it is clear that the school deliberately did this to give this year's new students the best orientation experience. My goodness! There are so many seniors, it's hard to breathe. Okay, kid, hurry up and open your eyes. You don't see this kind of spectacle every day. As the first program ended, the following programs included crosstalks, sketches, operas, and the most surprising of all, acrobatic performances. The acrobatic performances were really wonderful. When I saw it on the program, I thought it would be just a perfunctory performance, but I didn't expect it to be real. Xiao Kai was clapping furiously while whispering in Zhang Yu's ear. What's the next performance? It seems to be a talk show. The talk show will be followed by the most exciting performance, with senior Su Luli and a group of other senior beauties about to take to the stage. I remember that the performance time marked on the program is half an hour, but I don't know what's going on. Xiao Kai was puzzled. He had carefully studied the program, and it did have the performance time marked on it. However, the previous performances were all a few minutes long, the longest being just over 10 minutes. The last performance, the song and dance, was marked as half an hour to 50 minutes, but he had no idea what was going on. Chapter 10, Dance of the Feathered Robes. Who cares what the situation is? If the program is arranged like this, there must be a reason. Besides, it's Miss Sue herself singing, accompanied by the flower girls from each college. Isn't a longer time better? Jiang Yu smacked his lips. He even felt that half an hour was too short. If possible, an hour or two would be perfectly acceptable. There's nothing wrong with what he said. Ha ha ha. Xiao Kai and Jiang Yu whispered to each other as the stand-up comedy on stage began. Although the senior student performed quite well, everyone's interest was clearly not in this program, and everyone was looking forward to the last program. After waiting until the end of the stand-up comedy, the host came back on stage again. Students, the next program is the last program of the welcome party. As everyone who has seen the program knows, the last program is the grand finale. Do you want to watch it? The female host smiled and asked the students in the audience with a smile. Yes. Yes. Let's get started. It was a good thing she didn't ask, because everyone started shouting. Feeling the enthusiasm of everyone, the hosts on stage were also very happy. They glanced at each other, and in the end, the host who just spoke continued the announcement. The next program, Dance of the Rainbow Feather and Silk Dress, is one of the 10 most representative classical dance music. It not only expresses the reverence for the fairy, but also shows the prosperity of court music and dance. Singing, Su Luli, Conservatory of Music. Choreography, Ning Xiaoxiao, Dance Academy Lan Fair, Finance Academy by Yaxin, Computer Science Academy Dongqing Xue, Foreign Languages Academy. On stage, the host announced 13 names in a row. Any one of them, if pulled out, would be a sensational presence at Fuxing University. As the music started, the 4 hosts left the stage one after the other. It's starting. Everyone's attention was focused on the stage, and a group of seniors in qipao dresses, including Ning Yuyu, took to the stage. Accompanied by instrumental music, they took their positions, and the lights gathered and finally settled on Su Luli, who was wearing a red dress. Her tall figure, her hair up in a bun, and the red dress she was wearing made her look absolutely beautiful. This is a fairy. So pretty. That's Senior Sue, our school beauty queen. An ordinary person really couldn't pull off this dress. Countless people below the stage muttered to themselves. Ning Yuyang and the others were at least the flowers of their respective colleges, but compared to Su Lili in her red dress, they all looked a bit inferior. Standing in the middle of the stage, Su Lili swept her beautiful eyes over the audience below, and finally her gaze fell on Gu Feng. The moment she saw Gu Feng, a sweet smile involuntarily lifted the corner of her mouth. Holy cow! Was that just a hallucination? Jiang Yu, did you see that? It looks like Senior Sue is smiling at us. With his full attention on the stage, Xiao Kai was the first to notice Sue's unusual behavior. In fact, not just Xiao Kai, Jiang Yu, Zheng Tiniu, and even Gu Feng could see it clearly. You weren't hallucinating, Senior Sue was definitely looking at us. That's strange. Jiang Yu shook his head, not really knowing why. As the notes on the stage changed, a crowd of people, including Ning Yuyang and Lan Fair, began to dance. Finding the rhythm, Su Luli picked up the microphone in her hands. My ancestors Yu and Shi Xianhuang once accompanied me to the banquet in Zhaoyang. There were thousands of songs and dances, but my favorite was the dance of the colorful costumes. It was a cold spring day during the Qingming festival, and I was dancing in front of the incense burner under the jade railing. As the beautiful and melodious song began to play, the crowd on stage gradually began to change positions, with lithe movements and graceful dance postures, full of ethereal charm in every gesture. As a top student at the Conservatory of Music, Su Luli's voice is even more moving, melodious and enchanting, and it is hard to tear oneself away from it for long. The dancer before the altar is as beautiful as jade, without wearing mundane clothes. Her rainbow-colored clothes, scarlet cape, and jade pendants are all covered in tinsel. She looks like she's not wearing any clothes at all, as she dances to the music, suspended in midair. It's really beautiful to listen to and watch. This dance of rainbow-colored clothes and feathered garments is truly extraordinary. A few people were watching the stage, Jiang Yu muttered to herself, but her eyes simply wouldn't leave the stage. The entire playground, everyone's attention was focused on the stage, everyone's expression was focused, afraid of missing this wonderful performance with a blink of an eye. Although Gu Feng said that he came back to life 5 years ago, when he heard Su Luli sing this Ni Shang Yui tune again, it was still as shocking as ever. This tune is a type of contemporary court dance music. It can be imagined, and from this alone, one can see what realm ancient imperial court dance music can reach. As you said, it is true. You try to calmly listen to my words. If you want to find the most beautiful woman, you will have to spread the news, but I'm afraid that this dance will be lost to the world. Beauty and ugliness are better kept apart, and it's mostly the people who lift them up. As the last few words were sung, the accompaniment suddenly stopped, and the group on stage reunited to prepare for the curtain call. Bravo! It was great to watch. It was great to hear. Sister Su is so beautiful. Sister Su is pretty. School flower. School flower. School flower. One more. One more. One more. The performance ended, and the entire playground immediately erupted, with shouts coming from the distance. In terms of showmanship alone, it was even more exciting than a major concert. Standing together, they bowed to everyone to thank them, and Su Luli and the others began to leave the venue. At the same time, the 4 hosts returned to the middle of the stage. Hey! Didn't the program say that the performance would last half an hour to 50 minutes? How could it be over so quickly, only 10 minutes? Xiao Kai kept on mumbling while applauding. The program clearly stated that the performance would last half an hour to 50 minutes, and only half an hour had passed. Classmates, wasn't the performance just now wonderful? I can see that everyone is still in a daze. Do you want the seniors to perform again? The host walked onto the stage and asked everyone with a faint smile. Yes. Yes. It seems that the enthusiasm of the students is very high. I don't know if you've noticed, but the last item on the announced program, the dance of the colorful clothes, is listed as lasting between half an hour and 50 minutes. I can now tell you that there is a hidden program for tonight's welcome party. What? There's a hidden program. Sure enough, I said, it can't be that simple. Xiao Kai, who had been looking puzzled, almost instantly came back to life and regained his energy when he heard that there was a hidden program. The hidden program that will be the finale will definitely not be too bad. There are 3 hidden programs to choose from. Everyone can now open their phones and go to the school's official forum, where there is a voting window made by a classmate from the School of Computer Science. There are a total of 3 hidden programs, and you can vote for your favorite one. The performer with the most votes will perform. The host stood in the middle of the stage, and as soon as he finished speaking, everyone took out their phones almost immediately. Of course, Gu Feng was no exception. In his impression, there was no such thing as a hidden program 5 years ago. Perhaps it was because of his rebirth, many things had changed more or less. Chapter 11, Both Men and Women Like. Opening their phones and entering the forum, only to discover that there are 3 hidden programs. One is a dance academy dance, and the lead dancer is naturally Ning Xiaoxiao. The other is a Guzheng appreciation, performed by Wang Tai from the Conservatory of Music. There is also one last one, sung by Su Luli, with the song chosen at random. As the boyfriend, Gu Feng is prepared to cast his vote for Su Luli. Gu Feng, have you voted yet? Vote for Senior Su, listen to me, vote for Senior Su. Zhang Yu, Xiao Kai, and Zhang Tini all voted for Su Luli, and at the end, they didn't forget to drag Gu Feng along. Good. It was his intention to do so anyway, and even if Zhang Yu and the others didn't say anything, he would have voted for Su Luli. The voting ratio was displayed the moment the votes were counted. Senior Su alone, with a 98% approval rating. As expected, the eyes of the masses are discerning. After seeing Su Liuli's 98% approval rating, Gu Feng couldn't help but freeze for a moment. A 98% approval rating means that 98% of the students watching in the entire playground voted for Su Liuli. As the school flower, Su Liuli has really reached a point where both men and women like her. There is 1 minute left until voting ends, so everyone hurry up. Time slowly passed, and the host on stage reminded everyone that there was 1 minute left until voting ended. In the blink of an eye, a minute had passed. Okay, voting is now over. Let's take a look at which hidden program will be performing on stage. The 4 hosts on stage also took out their phones one after the other to see the voting rates of the 3 programs on the forum, which did not surprise anyone. Meanwhile, behind the stage, Luli, who had changed into a black evening dress, had a helpless expression on her beautiful face. Luli, it really wasn't unexpected, it was really you. He. This is good, finally we can relax. In front of Luli, Ning Yuyang stretched, and several Dance Academy seniors standing nearby, including the flower queens of various colleges and departments, were all very happy. Yuyang, you guys are just being deliberately difficult. Are you making me suffer for you? Luli said, batting her beautiful eyes and pretending to be angry. Normally, the last performance is one requested by the student council organizers from the Dance Academy, but Ning Yuyang and the others proposed to make it an interesting process. In order to create a good atmosphere, 3 programs were put up for everyone to vote on. Unexpectedly, Luli's influence as the schoolflower was really too great. Once she took the stage, she directly pushed down the dance that was supposed to be performed by the Dance Academy. Luli, it's mainly because your charm is too great. None of us in this group can compare to you. Tai, don't you agree? While Ning Yo-Yo was talking, she didn't forget to wink at the happy Wang Tai next to her. Anyway, I knew from the start that I definitely wouldn't be chosen. As for Luli, her charm is really great, and I, as a girl, can't stand it. Not to mention the male compatriots. Wang Tai happily explained that what she said was indeed from the heart. Okay, Luli, hurry up and get ready to go on stage. But don't forget, the songs are random. He. Yes, we'll go to the front of the stage to applaud for you. Come on, Su Xuejie. The girls chattered away, while the host on stage was already announcing the performers to take to the stage. Luli had no choice but to step forward and re-enter the stage with a wry smile on her fair and flawless face. She had changed into a black evening dress, and her aura had suddenly changed completely. The moment she stood on stage, everyone held their breath. Is this still Su Xuejie? It's so different. Wow, if I didn't look at her face, I would have thought she had replaced her with a cold and beautiful woman. Yes, the aura is completely different from before. As Luli once again took to the stage, the lighting team instantly focused all the spotlights on one spot. Su Xuejie, the song is random, I wonder what song you are going to sing for us. The host came up to Luli and asked softly into the microphone. This is a question that not only the host wants to know, but everyone else in the audience wants to know as well. I can sing anything, do you guys have any songs you want to hear? She had suddenly been called on stage at the last minute and hadn't prepared anything in advance, so she really didn't know what song to sing. I want to hear Over the Moon. I want to hear The Scent of Rice. I want to hear Beethoven's Concerto. Luli didn't ask, but as soon as she did, the whole audience suddenly became a mess, with almost everyone saying something, and some students even shouting out the song The Brave. It's rare to see such enthusiasm from the students, so how about this, let's let Su Xuejie decide by drawing lots, okay? I just heard some of the song names shouted out by the students, so let's write the song names on a piece of paper and let Su Xuejie draw lots. Sing whichever one you draw. The host was resourceful after all. He casually found a piece of paper, wrote the names of 6 songs on it, and folded it into a ball of the same size for Luli to choose. She held out her slender hand and picked one of the balls at random. When she opened it, the words Beautiful Myth were written in big letters on it. I drew Beautiful Myth. This song is good, but it's a duet for a man and a woman, so is it not quite suitable? That's easy, Miss Su, you can invite a boy from the audience to come up on stage and sing with you. This. Facing the solution proposed by the host, Luli obviously hesitated a bit. Holding the microphone in her hand, her eyes inadvertently swept to Gufeng, who was sitting in the 3rd row. First, she was stunned, and then it seemed like she thought of something. Okay, I'll choose one. With her hands tightly holding the microphone in front of her, she first took a careful look around. Miss Jiangyu, Su Xuejie, is looking for a boy to sing with her. Oh, can I be chosen? I'm so nervous. Xiao Kai clenched his hands into fists and stared at the stage nervously. With a look almost identical to Xiao Kai's, Jiangyu also stared blankly in the direction of the stage. In contrast, Gufeng and Zhang Tinia, like most of the people around them, appeared to be very calm. Tini, why do you seem so unconcerned? Don't you want to go on stage? Gufeng asked curiously, a little doubtful. Of course I do. I don't think there's anyone here who doesn't want to. Then why are you? I can't sing at all. I've never even heard of the songs you all know so well. How can I go up there? Sigh. Chapter 12 Gufeng, why don't you hurry up and come up here? With a sigh, young Tini looked very annoyed. If he had known this was going to happen, he would have watched more TV dramas and listened to more songs in his spare time. Zhang Tinia's explanation left Gu Feng completely at a loss. He had thought that the other person didn't care, but he had never imagined that his abilities would not allow him to do so. Su Luli scanned the crowd several times, and finally, her gaze naturally fell in the direction where Gu Feng was sitting. "Classmate, I wonder if I could invite you to sing with me." She wore a sweet smile on her face, almost exactly the same as she had been during dinner the previous day. Just as Gu Feng was preparing to get up, the boy sitting behind him suddenly stood up from his chair. In front of everyone, he pretended to walk towards the stage. This scene not only stunned everyone, but also made Su Luli on the stage look nervous. "Shit. Brother, wait a minute. Senior Su clearly invited him, what are you doing?" Xiao Kai was also impatient. Seeing that the other person was about to walk to the stage without looking back, he got up directly and stopped him. "Didn't you invite me?" The boy pointed at himself, looking quite puzzled. Because the distance was so close, he naturally thought that Su Luli was referring to him. "This student, you may have misunderstood, I invited him. Gu Feng, why don't you hurry up and come up here?" Possibly because she was in too much of a hurry, Su Luli directly called out Gu Feng's name while holding the microphone, with a tone of complaint, giving the impression of a couple flirting with each other. It was only after the words Gu Feng came out of her mouth that Su Luli reacted. Her cheeks instantly flushed, and she stood there dumbfounded, for a moment forgetting what to say. Gu Feng himself was also taken aback, but quickly recovered, gave a faint smile, and immediately got up and walked towards the stage. Su Li's performance immediately caused a murmur of discussion among most of the students in the playground. Senior Su actually knows him. Who is this guy? How did a freshman end up in that position? I don't know. It can't be that Senior Su's boyfriend, right? My goddess. Oh my god. In the distance, in the audience. That girl, Luli, actually invited her little boyfriend from last time. It seems that this girl's heart is blossoming. Wang Mani got an apple from somewhere and took a bite, mumbling as she ate. Dong Jia, who was next to her, heard her and glanced at Wang Mani next to her. The next second, she snatched the apple away and took a big bite. Luli already said that she had given him her phone number. I think they must be together. She's just too embarrassed to tell us. Jia. Give me back my apple. You're driving me crazy. Dong Jia was still munching away, but Wang Mani, who was standing next to her, was furious. She had brought the apple with her, but it had only been a few bites before it was snatched away. Okay, Jia, give it back to Mani, she's going to eat you alive. After Lu Xiaoyu had finished speaking, Dong Jia returned the apple to Wang Mani. Last time you took my banana, this time I took your apple, Mani, we're even. No one is allowed to take anything next time. Jia, you really hold a grudge. Just as expected, you're a backstabbing woman. Having recovered her apple, Wang Mani looked up at the stage and continued to nibble on it. In full view of the crowd, Gu Feng slowly walked onto the stage. Seeing this, the host next to him promptly came up with a microphone. Su Luli, I don't sing very well, I might go out of key. Holding the microphone in her hand, she didn't pass it to her mouth, but instead stood directly where she was and whispered to Su Luli. It's okay, as long as it's not too bad. You're not nervous, are you? Stepping out with a graceful gait in front of Gu Feng, Su Luli asked with a serious expression and tilting her head. No, I shouldn't be. I've never been on stage before, let alone sing on stage. Even with the experience from a past life, I'm still a little nervous. Hey, I'm talking, what are Gu Feng and Miss Su talking about up there? We can't hear anything. Exactly, we can't hear anything. From the looks of the two of them, it seems like they know each other. Zhang Yu's expression froze upon hearing this. Of course they know each other. Didn't you hear just now, Miss Su directly called Gu Feng's name? If you don't know someone, would you know their name? Gu Feng actually knows Miss Su. Damn, this kid, he's really hiding it well. No, I must interrogate him properly tonight. Xiao Kai muttered, and Zhang Yu and Zhang Tinio next to him exchanged glances and agreed. After a few whispered words, the accompaniment on the stage began to sound. Perhaps worried that he would be nervous, Su Luli held the microphone and kept her gaze on him. When their eyes met, she would wink playfully. The familiar face of the person in my dreams, you are the tenderness I have been waiting for. Even if tears flood the world, I will never let go. The first part was originally supposed to be sung by a man, but I was worried that Gu Feng couldn't handle it alone, so Su Luli decisively changed it to a chorus. Listening from the ear return, the effect feels pretty good. After the first part was over, Gu Feng slowly got used to it himself. The familiar emotion between you and me, love, is about to awaken. Among the vicissitudes of life, only love is an eternal myth. The ebb and flow of the tides will never destroy the promise of true love. As they sang, for some reason, perhaps because of the song itself, it gave a feeling of poignant loneliness. In particular, Su Luli's singing, lingering in everyone's ears, the feeling of waiting for love, thinking of nothing else, made people tearful. Unconsciously, the song ended. Gu Feng, having completed his task, also returned the microphone to the host. The singing was mediocre, after all, he was not a professional, and being able to sing like that was already quite good. Thank you to Miss Su and student Gu for their wonderful singing, and the welcome party is coming to an end. I hope that in the next phase of your studies, you will have a smooth journey, and I wish you all the best. The four hosts took a bow together, and the raucous welcome party came to an end. The welcome party was over, and the huge crowd began to pour towards the playground exit. With so many people, even if they queued up for a while, they wouldn't be able to get out. Gu Feng returned to his seat and simply waited quietly with the four of them. When it's almost time for everyone to leave, they can leave without delay. Gu Feng, are you hiding something from us? You actually know Senior Su. And you're still hiding it from us, that's not cool. Xiaokai couldn't hold back his curiosity after all, and while he was complaining about Gu Feng not being cool, he had a curious expression on his face. In his opinion, if Gu Feng really had something to do with Senior Su, it would be a great honor for the whole dormitory. When he told everyone about it later, his roommate would be the boyfriend of the school flower. It's just too face-saving. Gu Feng was about to explain, but unexpectedly, a beautiful and stunning figure walked straight towards them. Chapter 13, I don't have my ID with me. Gu Feng? Do you have time tonight? A clear and familiar voice rang out, and Xiaokai and the others all turned around together. When they saw Su Luli standing in the same place, the three of them all opened their mouths wide, looking shocked. Senior Su. Hello, Senior. Hello, Senior. The three of them, having recovered, greeted Su Luli together. Hello. Facing the three of them, Su Luli responded politely with a nod. The three were roommates of Gu Feng, and they definitely had to give him face. Besides, judging from the looks on their faces, it was actually quite amusing. Yes. Well, wait here for a moment while I go to the dressing room to change. She was still wearing the black evening dress she had worn on stage earlier. Although it was a very nice dress, it was obviously a bit too flashy to wear out. It would be more appropriate to change into something more ordinary. After saying this, Su Lili turned and swayed towards the dressing room in the distance. Xiaokai and the others came back to their senses, and their expressions changed from curiosity to admiration. If it weren't for the crowd, they would all want to kowtow to Gu Feng. Gu Feng, you're amazing. Casanova, you're the pride of our dormitory. Holy cow, I can't believe I'm dreaming. Tainyo, punch me to see if I'm dreaming. Xiaokai's actions were exaggerated. Hearing the other person's request to be punched, Zhang Tainyo directly raised his fist the size of a sandbag. Wait. I'll do it myself. Watching Zhang Tainyo's fist about to fall, Xiaokai's heart trembled, but he decided to do it himself. He squeezed his thigh, and a clear pain shot through him. Hiss. It really wasn't a dream. Facing Xiaokai and the other two, Gu Feng's expression was quite wonderful. Have you guys gone crazy? Why are you so agitated? Gu Feng, Miss Su is the school beauty queen, and she's come to you on her own initiative, so of course we're agitated. Xiaokai is right, fortunately, we are the only ones who know about this. If others see it, you can just wait to become the enemy of all the boys in school. Jiang Yu's words were very firm, and Gu Feng was stunned by what he heard. But when he thought about it, it was true that her words were rough but not unreasonable. If he were to win the only school flower of Fuxing University as his girlfriend, he was afraid that he would really become the enemy of all the boys in school. Gu Feng, we are leaving first. You wait here for Sister Su. As the people in the playground had almost all left, Jiang Yu and the others followed suit and prepared to leave as well. After a brief exchange, they waved to Gu Feng and the three of them walked together towards the outside of the playground. After waiting in the same place for 10 minutes later, Su Lili changed her clothes and returned to Gu Feng. She was wearing a white t-shirt on top and jeans on the bottom, and her feet were in white canvas shoes. The first impression she gave was that she was full of youthful energy. "Where are your roommates? Have they all gone back?" She stopped in her tracks and looked around, but didn't see anyone else. They were in a hurry and had already gone back. "Have you not had dinner yet?" "Well, not yet." She nodded slightly, and indeed she hadn't eaten dinner yet. She had rehearsed all day and only eaten something for lunch. It was so late, there shouldn't be much food left in the school cafeteria, so I'll take you out to eat. "Let's go." "Good." After Gu Feng finished speaking, Luli didn't hesitate at all and immediately nodded in agreement. The reason she asked Gu Feng to wait for her was so they could go out for dinner together. The two of them walked side by side out of the playground. Perhaps it was because it was dark and windy, not many people around them noticed them. Was the last program of the welcome party added at the last minute? It seems you didn't prepare for it either. Gu Feng asked casually as they walked. Upon hearing this, Luli immediately responded, it was indeed added at the last minute. In the afternoon, when the party was about to start, the student union discovered that there was a mistake in the time of the last program in the program list. It was originally 10 minutes to half an hour, but the mistake was written as half an hour to 50 minutes. 3 programs were added at the last minute for everyone to compete for, and in the end I was chosen. The tone was gentle, and it was clear that Luli was also very helpless inside. Originally, after the last song and dance was over, she would be able to rest down below with peace of mind, but she didn't expect to be given an extra program at the last minute. So that's what happened. With that in mind, the two of them had just arrived at the school gate. "What do you want to eat?" "I want beef noodles." Luli thought about it carefully and blurted it out. "Eat beef noodles? Okay, I'll take you to eat beef noodles." Since Luli wanted to eat beef noodles, he had no choice but to take her there. It was the same restaurant as yesterday, and the two entered and each ordered a beef noodle dish. After about half an hour, the two were full and satisfied, and Gu Feng wanted to pay the bill, but was stopped by Luli. "Last time you invited me, this time I'll invite you. Don't refuse, or I won't go out to eat with you next time." Luli's big, expressive eyes stared firmly at Gu Feng, and it was clear that she was being very serious. "Fine." Luli was just too persuasive, and Gu Feng had no choice but to nod his head in agreement. After paying for the noodles, the two of them walked out of the noodle shop and walked along the road to the west together. This entire street had many supermarkets in addition to places to eat, and at the very end there were also quite a few chain hotels. Of course, almost all of these businesses were there to serve the students from the surrounding universities. There are also 5 or 6 universities around the location of Fuxing University. At night, almost all the roads are full of students out for a stroll. Walking side by side, Luli and Gu Feng hardly said a word to each other. "It's pretty quiet on the road today. Before, at night, there were a lot of people here." Luli muttered to herself, looked left and right, and suddenly something came to mind. "What time is it? Let me check. It seems a bit late, it's 10:50. After the welcome party, it was already past 9. We waited for a long time in the playground, and then we went out for a meal and wandered around for so long. The dormitory closes at 10:30, and it's now 50 past 10. What should we do?" Luli's pretty face turned white, and her visible panic made her forget about time as she just kept wandering around. Gu Feng's heart sank when he heard this. This was really not a good situation. The dormitory was already closed, so were they going to sleep rough on the streets? He, being a man, doesn't mind, but what about Luli? "Let's go, I'll take you to find a place to stay." After Gu Feng finished speaking, he walked straight ahead, while Luli stood dumbfounded in the same spot, her hands clutching the hem of her shirt. After he had taken a few steps, he realized that Luli had not followed. Gu Feng, who had no choice, had to return to Luli's side. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Where are we going to stay?" "I didn't bring my ID." His voice was so low that if it wasn't for the quiet surroundings and Gu Feng's good hearing, they might not have heard him. Chapter 14, The Couple's Room. "You don't have your ID? That's okay, I have mine with me. I kept it on me when I went through the admission procedures, and I never thought it would come in handy now." As soon as he said he had his ID with him, Luli looked over at him nervously and even subconsciously took a small step back. "Don't get me wrong, I didn't plan this. I used my ID card when I checked in earlier, and I just happened to keep it on me." When he explained it like this, Luli was taken aback, and a blush immediately spread across her face. Gu Feng said he had his ID card with him, and she thought he did it on purpose. But an ID card can only be used by one person, so what should they do? It's okay, just get a single room. Get a single room. Su Lily bit her bottom lip lightly, her pretty face turning red as if it was going to drip with water. Yes, one ID card can only be used to check into one room. Wait for me in front of the hotel, I'll check into a standard room. After the room is ready, I'll come out and pick you up. In his impression, as long as they don't go and ask the hotel reception staff, they won't deliberately bother them. In this special situation, it's fine to stay for one night like this. Gu Feng has already said so, so Su Luli had no choice but to obediently nod in agreement. Just as she was walking towards the hotel, Su Luli received a few phone calls from her roommates. When they learned that she was with Gu Feng and could no longer return to the dormitory, both Wang Mani, Dong Zhezhe, and Lu Xiaoyu were shocked. While worrying about Su Luli, they couldn't help but gossip about where the two would stay that night. Faced with the teasing of her three roommates, Su Luli was both ashamed and angry. She wanted to argue back but was worried that Gu Feng would hear, so she could only hang up the phone hastily. After Su Luli finished talking on the phone, Gu Feng slowed his pace and stopped in front of a hotel. I'll go in and get a room, you wait here for me. Su Lili nodded slightly, feeling nervous inside. This was the first time she had been to a hotel with a boy. After getting Su Lili's response, Gu Feng entered the hotel door, and it was only after waiting for him to go in that Su Lili slowly looked up. Entering the hotel, there was an aunt standing at the front desk, looking to be in her 40s or 50s. Seeing someone come in, she hurriedly smiled and got up to greet them. Hello, are you here to stay? Have you made a reservation? No, I haven't made a reservation. I'd like to book a standard room. Gu Feng took out his ID card and went to the reception desk with a calm expression. No reservation? Just a moment, I'll check for you. Young man, we only have one room available, a double room. Is that okay? He looked down at the computer screen and saw that only one double room was available, and all the other rooms were fully booked. A double room? That doesn't seem to be a good idea. He smiled awkwardly. It was almost impossible to let Su Lili stay in the king-size bedroom with him, and she might misunderstand him. Thank you, Auntie, I'll see. Folding up his ID card, Gu Feng was about to turn around and leave. Wait a minute, young man. Auntie still recommends that you book this room. It's Friday, and all the hotels around here are full. This is the only king-size bedroom left, and it was just vacated by a guest a while ago. Gu Feng stopped in his tracks. The auntie did have a point. It is normal for hotels to be full on Friday nights near the university. Okay, then book this room. Sure. After taking the ID card from Gu Feng, the auntie simply registered at the front desk. After receiving the room card, Gu Feng returned to the front door of the hotel. Are you ready? Seeing Gu Feng come out of the hotel, Su Luli took a step forward and asked in a low voice. Yes. But there is only one room left in this hotel, which is a queen room. The staff at the front desk said that it was Friday and all the hotels in the area were full. You see? He asked, looking at Su Luli in a questioning tone. After hearing that there was only one king-sized room left, Su Luli was obviously taken aback. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded. Just as Gu Feng had said, it was Friday and all the hotels were full. The two of them could not really stand outside on the roadside all night, and having a room was better than having none. Then let's go in now. Bringing Su Lili in from the doorway, the auntie at the front desk obviously noticed the two of them, but she didn't ask any questions. She waited until the two of them entered the elevator before she looked up. Young people nowadays are quite shy. Your auntie has been there and done that, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied with this room. She muttered to herself while carefully playing Spider Solitaire on the computer. Taking the room card to the 5th floor, the room was at the far left of the corridor. Gu Feng followed behind him silently, all the way to the door of the room. Taking the room card, he opened the door and waited for the lights in the room to come on. When the red light flashed, Gu Feng was dumbfounded. In the middle of the room was a large heart-shaped bed, and above the bed was a red gauze curtain. A couple's room? Standing in place, stunned, Su Luli, who was behind him, came to the side. When she saw the layout of the room, she was also stunned in place. Cough cough. Su Luli, let me explain. I really didn't know this was a couple's room with a king-size bed. The receptionist only told me it was a room with a king-size bed. At this moment, Gu Feng was full of embarrassment. He could not explain himself no matter what. It's okay, as long as we can stay. Close the door. Her face flushed with red, Su Luli turned around and closed the door to the room, then silently came to the foot of the bed. Looking left and right, she finally sat down on the sofa next to the bed. Her fair cheeks shimmered with an ivory glow under the light, and her shy and adorable appearance was really mesmerizing. But Gu Feng quickly adjusted. He withdrew his gaze, pushed open the bathroom door, and found that the wet and dry separation toilet was quite clean. Su Lioli, do you want to clean up a bit? Gu Feng pointed at the bathroom. Ha! I took a shower last night. Gu Feng pointed at the bathroom, and Su Lioli thought he meant for her to take a shower, so she nervously explained. Now that the two of them were alone in a room together, she was embarrassed to go in and take a shower. Moreover, the design of this bathroom is also problematic, as only the middle part is covered, and the top and bottom sides are both empty. If she stands inside to take a shower, Gu Feng outside can see almost everything clearly. Taken a shower? Gu Feng laughed silently. He had intended to ask Su Lioli to freshen up a bit, but had not expected the other person to misunderstand him as asking her to take a shower. Despite Su Lioli's misunderstanding, Gu Feng did not want to explain. It was fine to tease her a bit. Su Lioli was really cute in her coy manner. The usually aloof and noble school beauty had an unexpectedly petite and adorable appearance. Su Lioli sat quietly on the sofa, and Gu Feng walked straight to the other sofa and sat down as well. The two were silent, and the room was unusually quiet. When are you going to rest? You can sleep in the bed, and I'll sleep on the sofa. In the end, Su Lioli couldn't hold her breath anymore, and she looked at Gu Feng silently. Chapter 15, You Can't Touch Me. It was finally time to check into the hotel, and they couldn't just sit on the sofa all night. Under Su Lily's gaze, Gu Feng got up silently. You go to bed, I'll sleep on the sofa. It's not gentlemanly of me to let a girl sleep on the sofa. Gentlemanly demeanor? A gentle flutter of her long eyelashes, and Su Luli suppressed a smile. Yes, gentlemanly demeanor. Don't you feel it? Standing in front of Su Luli, Gu Feng deliberately spread his hands. He also glanced down at himself, and although his clothes were not very good, his temperament should still be on the right track. Amused by Gu Feng's actions, Su Luli supported herself with her hands and got up. Then I can sleep in the bed, the sofa must be uncomfortable, it's not too late for you to change your mind. It's okay, if I really can't sleep, I can squeeze next to you. He laughed, thinking of deliberately teasing Su Lioli. Sure enough. Upon hearing this, Su Lioli immediately paused, a blush flitted across her fair face, and she looked at the large heart-shaped bed not far away. If you dare come up here, I'll kick you off. While talking, she took the initiative to come to the bed, picked up a pillow and put it on the sofa, looked at it carefully again, and finally picked up the quilt on the bed. Standing in the same place, Gu Feng didn't understand what she was doing for a while. What are you doing? Helping you make the bed. You need a quilt even if you're sleeping on the sofa. While saying this, she had already bent over to make the bed for Gu Feng. I'll take care of the quilt, what do you need? Taking a step forward, she was about to take the quilt from Su Lioli. I'm not cold, I don't need a quilt. Su Lioli continued to insist, and Gu Feng had no choice but to give up. So they silently watched each other as they made the bed, and Gu Feng even put the pillow on the other side of the sofa. After everything was ready, Su Lioli looked at the washroom not far away and, after some hesitation, walked over. 2 minutes later, the sound of the toilet flushing ended, and Su Lioli came out of the washroom. She went to the bed and sat down, preparing to take off her shoes and get into bed. Without thinking, she turned her head and looked behind her. Aren't you going to sleep? A pair of white canvas shoes had been taken off, and small, delicate feet were wearing white socks. As Gu Feng looked at her, Su Lili felt a little embarrassed and didn't know how to raise her legs to get into bed. Sleep. I'm going to the bathroom too, you go to sleep first. Su Lili felt a little embarrassed standing there by herself, so Gu Feng prepared to go to the bathroom first, so that she could go to bed and sleep well. After coming out of the bathroom, Su Lili was already leaning against the bed. Her long legs were curled up together, and her hands were placed in front of her, looking a little uncomfortable. When he returned to the sofa, he looked at Su Lili's appearance and Gu Feng decisively put the quilt back on the bed. Cover yourself with the quilt and you won't catch a cold at night. No, I'm fine. Su Lili still wanted to refuse, but she couldn't convince Gu Feng, who had already covered her in the quilt. It's an unusual situation, you don't want to have a stomachache tomorrow, do you? Listen to me and obediently cover yourself with the quilt. What special circumstances? Listening to Gu Feng's words, Su Luli was at a loss. Looking back at the toilet, she suddenly understood what had happened. She had just taken off her sanitary napkin and forgotten to cover it with toilet paper, so Gu Feng must have seen it. I mumbled, and my cheeks felt like they were on fire. Taking advantage of the fact that Gu Feng wasn't paying attention, I curled up directly into the quilt, and incidentally didn't forget to cover my head with the quilt. Seeing Su Luli, who had already curled up in the quilt, Gu Feng smiled helplessly. He had only caught a glimpse of it, and didn't say anything when they came out, but he didn't realize that the little girl was still shy. He raised his hand and turned off the bedside lamp, leaving only the porch light outside the bathroom on, and the room immediately became much darker. A few minutes later, probably sensing that Gu Feng had returned to the sofa to rest, Su Luli slowly poked her head out. She cautiously glanced at the sofa, and saw that Gu Feng had already lain down. Su Luli, you are so embarrassing. Recalling what Gu Feng had just said, she wished she could find a crack in the ground and disappear into it. After a long while of calming down under the covers, she looked up again at Gu Feng on the sofa. Due to the limited length of the sofa, even if she curled up her legs, she still couldn't put her feet down. Staring at Gu Feng on the sofa, Su Luli hesitated. After glancing at the big bed beneath her, she thought about it again, and then tiptoed and rolled off the bed. Putting on a pair of disposable slippers, she slowly walked behind Gu Feng. Are you asleep? Hearing Su Lili's voice, Gu Feng immediately turned around. Perhaps the movement was too big, and Su Lili behind him lost her footing and almost fell. Ah! She let out a small cry, lost her balance, and her beautiful face immediately turned pale from fear. Fortunately, Gu Feng was quick and reached out to grab Su Lili's arm. He pulled hard, and the two of them fell together onto the sofa. Her head hit a soft spot, and Su Luli fell completely onto Gu Feng. When both of them reacted, Su Luli quickly got up with great effort. A fragrant breeze blew past, and Gu Feng was clearly still enjoying the moment. Are you okay? No, I'm not. She said, looking up at Gu Feng, and finally gathering her courage, she said, come to bed with me. The bed is so big, it can fit the two of us. Sleeping on the sofa is not good for rest. I thought there was something wrong with my ears. Gu Feng couldn't believe it and said, I'm going to sleep in the bed too? Well. But you can't touch me. The last sentence was said very quietly, so quietly that even with just the two of them in the room, Gu Feng almost didn't hear it. After all, he was a man, and when his girlfriend said something like that, if he didn't take the opportunity, then he would really become okay. It's true that sleeping on the sofa is not very comfortable. Su Lili didn't expect that Gu Feng would agree so readily. After seeing that the other person had already gone around the end of the bed and was preparing to lie down and rest, Su Lili slowly came to the edge of the bed himself. He took off his shoes and socks and slowly lay down. In the same bed, under the same quilt, Gu Feng could even clearly feel the aroma of Su Lili's body. Lying on each side, as time passed, Gu Feng himself didn't know when he fell asleep. In the middle of the night, he was only feeling difficulty breathing in his sleep, as if there was some heavy object pressing on him. Unable to bear it anymore, he woke up from his sleep and saw Su Lili lying on top of him at first glance. Her arms were wrapped tightly around his neck, her head was leaning forward, and a slender leg in jeans was straddling him. Her small, white feet were placed on his calves, and every now and then they would move a little. Ugh, is she that restless when she sleeps? Gu Feng, who was wide awake, had a wry smile on his face. He could neither move nor stay still. If he moved, Su Luli, who was sound asleep, would definitely wake up. If he stayed still, one of his arms was being pressed tightly by Su Luli, and it was already a bit numb. After much consideration, he finally gave up the idea of moving. With the other hand, he picked up the phone on the bedside table. It was almost 5 a.m. It would be light soon, so it was better to bear with it for a while. Su Luli was lying on top of him, sound asleep, while Gu Feng took the opportunity to admire her. Observing her up close, Su Li's beauty was truly flawless. After silently gazing at her for a long time, he still couldn't help but want to take a second look. Chapter 16 Luli, you're going to murder your husband. I don't know how long it's been. The curtains are tightly closed, so you can't see if it's already dawn outside. The arm that was pressed against by Su Lili now has no feeling at all, and a slender jade leg is very exaggeratedly riding on his stomach. At this moment, Gu Feng felt as if he was being embraced by an octopus, unable to move a muscle. Ding dong! Just as he was in pain and pleasure, the phone by the bed suddenly rang. Before Su Luli woke up, he quickly reached out his left hand and picked up the phone. He didn't have time to see who was calling, so he just pressed the answer button. Hello? Rascal, who are you talking to? Is it early in the morning and are you sleeping in? A familiar voice sounded on the other end of the line. What Gu Feng didn't expect was that it was his own mother calling him so early in the morning. Mom? It's you. Gu Feng, who had come to his senses, muttered to himself. Su Luli, who was lying on top of him, seemed to have heard something and lightly trembled. The next second, she slowly opened her eyes. The beautiful face was hung with sleepy anger. When she saw that she was in Gu Feng's arms, Su Luli suddenly gasped. Ah! She panicked and got up. Her sudden start did not matter, and she almost pushed Gu Feng directly under the bed. Hiss! Her right arm was completely numb. At the moment Su Luli got up, Gu Feng could not help but gasp. Who? Gu Feng, where are you? That was the voice of a girl. Aren't you at school? On the other end of the phone, Song Huilan, who was having breakfast, was full of shock. She did not even have time to drink the milk that was brought to her mouth, and she directly asked Gu Feng. Mom, I still have something to do, I'll call you back later. I have to go now. Su Luli was still in a state of shock, so in order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, Gu Feng chose to hang up on his mother directly. At this time, inside the restaurant at the Gu Manor in the imperial capital, Grandma Gu Feng and Gu Feng's father, Gu Jinghua, looked confused, and Song Hulan, who was holding the phone, had a similar expression. Hulan, what did Xiao Feng say? What girl's voice? Has the child got a girlfriend? Grandma put down the snacks in her hands and her kind face was full of curiosity. It was only the third day of school, and if he really had found a girlfriend, her eldest grandson was really something. This. Put the phone aside and Song Huilan looked at Gu Jinghua hesitantly. Stared at like this by his wife, Gu Jinghua didn't know what to do either, and awkwardly took a bite of bread before looking away directly. Mom, I don't know what's going on either. I just called Xiao Feng and heard a girl's voice on the other end. He respectfully explained to his mother-in-law. From the sound I just heard, there must be something going on. It's still early in the morning, and he doesn't need to make friends so early. There must be something fishy going on. But I dare not tell her this. If I let her know, she will gossip all day long. A girl's voice? Why would there be a girl's voice? What is this child doing? The old lady muttered to herself. Song Huilan saw this and deliberately gave a glance at Gu Jinghua across the table. Noticing her wife's gaze, Gu Jinghua understood almost immediately. Mom, it's early in the morning, and Xiao Feng must be jogging. It's normal for there to be a few girls from school on the playground. I still have a meeting later, and Huilan has to go to work, so hurry up and eat. Okay, let's eat. Suspicious, but with no evidence, the old lady had to let it go for now. Shanghai, inside the hotel. Su Lili, completely sober, was curled up at the head of the bed, blushing. Gu Feng, on the other hand, was rubbing his arm, the numbness of which lasted for 3 or 5 minutes before he slowly regained consciousness. How was your rest yesterday? Hearing Gu Feng's words suddenly, Su Lili looked up slowly. It was okay. Is your arm okay? Gu Feng was rubbing his arm, and she could see it clearly. It must be because I kept pressing on it last night, causing the numbness due to poor blood circulation. I didn't mean to. You know best how you sleep. You weren't being honest last night, treating Gu Feng like a stuffed animal in your dorm room, and that's why you hugged her. You didn't mean to? Gu Feng smiled faintly, looking at Su Lili with curiosity. Hearing this, Su Lili hurriedly continued to explain, I really didn't mean to. I was probably sleeping too soundly. I treated you like a stuffed animal in my dorm room, and that's why. Are you hungry? Get ready and get up for breakfast. Gu Feng turned the conversation around, rolled over, got out of bed, put on his shoes, and went straight to the bathroom. Su Lili followed him, came to the bed, put on her shoes, and folded the quilt. When Gu Feng came out of the bathroom, Su Lili had already tidied up outside, folded the quilt neatly, and even put the disposable slippers in the trash can. I finished cleaning up, go wash up. Okay. Su Lili entered the bathroom, and 5 minutes later, the two came to the front desk to check out. The aunt at the front desk was quite enthusiastic when she saw the two of them. Not only did she check out the room quickly, she also invited the two to continue to visit next time. After finally leaving the hotel, Luli followed Gu Feng. "Was that your mother's phone call this morning?" The moment I opened my eyes, I saw Gu Feng on the phone, and it seemed like it was his mother calling. Feng didn't even think about it before nodding directly in response to Luli's question. "It really was your mother." "Auntie heard my voice?" She stopped in her tracks, covering her mouth with one hand, her eyes full of nervousness. She shouted so loudly that even if she wasn't on the phone, she could probably hear it clearly even if she was standing outside the hotel room door. She heard it and even asked who it was. "What should I do?" "Do you want to explain when you call later?" "Explain? Explain what?" "Of course I have to explain that last night was an accident, that we were together last night and didn't." As she was saying this, Luli noticed that Gu Feng was looking at her with a playful expression. You let me say that on purpose, didn't you?" "Huh? No, I didn't say anything." Gu Feng spread his hands out, looking very aggrieved. In Luli's opinion, his expression was obviously a deliberate act. "I really don't know how to explain it. We didn't do anything together yesterday?" Gu Feng deliberately pursued, and Luli, upon hearing this, lifted the corner of her mouth, her beautiful eyes gradually curving into a crescent moon, and she extended her slender jade hands and directly grabbed the soft flesh of Gu Feng's waist. "Ah! Luli, you're trying to murder your husband." Gu Feng couldn't help but exclaim in pain as he felt the pain in his waist. Seeing him look in pain, Luli happily laughed. "Who told you to bully me?" "Poof," said happily, and walked on without looking back, leaving Gu Feng standing there stupidly. "Quite a strong grip." Mumbled, watching Luli's tall back, Gu Feng hurriedly quickened his pace to keep up. There were many breakfast shops nearby, so they just picked one with relatively few people and found a vacant seat. Military training starts today. The military training at Fuxing University is very strict. Are you ready? Sitting in the chair, Luli supported her chin with one hand, her charming big eyes staring at Gu Feng. "There shouldn't be any problems." "Oh, that's good. Breakfast is here." While the two were talking, the waiter came over with the breakfast, 2 bowls of millet porridge, 2 eggs, and 1 vegetarian bun each. Chapter 17, A Nice Name. After breakfast, the two returned to school. He walked Luli to the front of the girls' dormitory and watched her enter before turning and leaving. On his way back to the boys' dormitory, he took out his phone and prepared to call his mother. He had a lot of explaining to do about what had happened in the morning. Do. "Hello? You brat, you know you have to call your mother back?" The phone connected, and Song Huilan's teasing voice sounded. After hearing her words, Gu Feng raised his hand and scratched his head. "Mom, of course I have to call you back. Are you busy? If you are, I'll hang up first." "Wait. It's a coincidence that today, your mother is not busy at all. Come on, explain to me, why is there a girl next to you this early in the morning? Did you not return to the dormitory last night?" Song Huilan leaned back in her office chair in the office of the chairman of the Daido Jojo group. Her tone of voice was very flat, but a faint smile was on her face. It was obvious that she was quite happy about the fact that there was a girl next to her son. Cough cough. It's true that he hasn't returned to the dormitory. But, Mom, it's really not what you think. Gu Feng was trying to explain as best he could, but Song Huilan on the other end of the phone interrupted him. "If it's not what I think, then what is it? Tell me, what's the girl's name? When did you two get together? Do you have a photo of her? Send me one." Song Huilan didn't want to hear anything else. All she could think about was finding out the name and appearance of her future daughter-in-law. "Mom, we've only just started going out, and I really don't have any photos." "No photos? You're messing with me, aren't you? Do you want me to tell your grandmother about this?" "She's more impatient than I am, and she'll insist on going to Shanghai, even if I try to stop her." "You decide what to do." The tone was very relaxed, but the threat was so palpable that it seemed to be spilling out of the phone screen. Gu Feng's mouth curled up in bitterness at this. He knew that for the time being, his grandmother must not find out about this. "Mom, as they say, experience is the best teacher, and you are still the best." "Experience is the best teacher? You little brat, are you saying your mother is old?" No, you are young, younger than anyone else." I'll find the photos for you and send them to you in the next couple of days. You mustn't tell my grandmother. He had no choice but to give in, and Song Huilan on the other end of the phone was overjoyed. What's the girl's name? Su Lioli. Su Lioli. Yes, that's good, it's a nice name. You'd better send the photo to Mom quickly, or she'll have someone investigate. Okay, I know. Mom, I have to go, I'm busy. If he continued talking, he didn't know what his mother would ask, so Gu Feng made a quick decision and hung up decisively after he finished talking. There was suddenly no sound on the other end of the line. Song Huilan, who was sitting in a chair, hadn't reacted yet, and Gu Feng had already hung up. This kid, really? I was just asking, is that so scary? He placed the phone on his desk and pressed the landline dial button at the same time. Xiaoye, come in for a moment. Less than 10 seconds later, there was a knock on the door outside the office, and a woman in business attire came in quickly. Chairman, you wanted to see me. The woman was in her 30s, slender, with her hair pulled back, and she gave off a heroic and spirited feeling in her business attire. Xiaoye, I remember you said last time that there was an international fashion week here in the imperial capital, where a lot of clothes were on display, right? Song Huilan suddenly asked this, and Wang Xiaoye was slightly startled and nodded without knowing why. Yes, why did the chairman suddenly ask about this? It's nothing important. I have a junior, about 20 years old, and I want to give her some clothes. Go to this fashion week and help me pick out some clothes. The style of the clothes doesn't need to be too flashy, just good for everyday wear. You choose the clothes you like, buy the copyright, and tell the organizers that the same style will not be released later. Chairman, what is this young lady's height and weight? Upon being asked by her assistant, Song Huilan immediately gave a wry smile. She was so focused on the gift that she forgot to ask her future daughter-in-law's height and weight. How about this, you send someone to investigate Fuxing University, a girl named Su Luli. Just find out her height and weight, and don't ask for any other information. Okay, Chairman, I understand. If you don't have anything else, I'll go take care of it. Go. Song Huilan couldn't help smiling as she watched Wang Xiaoye leave. My son isn't that stupid after all. It's only been a few days since the semester started, and he already has a girlfriend. Not bad. When he arrived at the bottom of the stairs leading to the boys' dormitory, Gu Feng was about to go upstairs. After taking a few steps, he suddenly sneezed twice. Achoo achoo. Phew. Did I catch a cold? Strange. Rubbing his nose, he thought it might be because he didn't get a good night's rest last night, and strode back to the dormitory. Early in the morning, he pushed open the dormitory door. He thought Xiao Kai and the others were still fast asleep. What he didn't expect was that the moment he pushed open the dormitory door, the three people in the bed all sat up together. You scared me. It's only a few o'clock, why are you awake so early? Gu Feng, you're finally back. You didn't come home last night. Say, where did you go with Miss Su? Xiao Kai laughed, rolled over in bed, and Zhang Yu and Zhang Tini were also full of curiosity. Last night, they had been waiting for Gu Feng to return and were prepared to interrogate him. No one expected that they would wait until the dormitory door closed and still not see Gu Feng's shadow, which made the three of them very excited. What could have happened if he didn't return home last night? Sister Su? What Sister Su? I stayed at a hotel outside the school last night, and Sister Su already returned to the dormitory a long time ago. She told a lie without blushing or breaking her stride. Looking at Gu Feng, Xiao Kai and the others exchanged glances and wondered, Gu Feng, you weren't with Miss Su last night? Didn't you leave together? John, you still didn't quite believe it. We left together, had a brief chat, and then Miss Su went back to the dormitory by herself. I had a late-night snack and wanted to come back, but I found that it was already closed, so I had no choice but to stay at the hotel. You guys still think that I stayed out all night with Miss Su? What are you thinking? Pretending to be calm, she spoke between bites and climbed through a few people to her own bed. The fact that she had spent the night with Su Lioli could never be known by Xiao Kai and the others. If they found out, it would be a disaster. TSK, I told you it was unlikely. Zhang Yu, I was right, wasn't I? But then again, Gu Feng, what is your relationship with Miss Su? Don't tell us it's just a casual friendship. The way Su looked at you last night was gentle and full of affection. It was more than just a casual friendship. Chapter 18, I'm going to throw up. Zhang Tini's doubts were also the doubts of Zhang Yu and Xiao Kai. Even though they already guessed the relationship between the two, they couldn't help but want to confirm it completely from Gu Feng. It really is not simple. Smiling, Gu Feng lay down on the bed. Su Xuejie confessed to me, but I haven't said yes yet. Ah! You brat, you're so cheap. How can you say such shameless things? Su Xuejie pursued you on her own initiative. I can't take it anymore, I'm going to throw up. I want to throw up too. I want to hit someone, what should I do? After hearing Gu Feng's words, the three of them acted more exaggeratedly than the others. If Gu Feng had answered, they would have believed without hesitation that the two of them were now boyfriend and girlfriend. But the brat actually said that Su Xuejie, the school's outstanding beauty, had confessed to him on her own initiative, which was downright shameless. You don't believe me? Gu Feng laughed. The three of them looked at each other and almost spoke at the same time. Like hell we believe you. Since you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. After saying that, he lay on his back and prepared to take a nap. He had hardly slept at all last night because Su Luli had been keeping him up, and now he felt completely drained. Gu Feng lay down to rest, and Xiao Kai, Zhang Yu, and the others didn't pursue the matter. The three of us are going out for breakfast. Do you want us to bring you one? No, I ate when I got back. Okay. The opening ceremony for military training is at 9 o'clock. You go back to sleep, and we'll wake you up when we get back. After saying this to Gu Feng, the three of them left the dormitory together. I closed my eyes and fell asleep. I don't know how long it was before I heard a few soft calls in my ear. I woke up dazedly, and the moment I opened my eyes, Jiang Yu's big smiling face suddenly appeared. Gu Feng, it's almost 9 o'clock, hurry up and get up, we have to go to the meeting. Oh. Gu Feng replied, casually tidied up, and followed Jiang Yu and the others out of the dormitory. The opening ceremony of military training was still held on the playground. When the four of them arrived outside the playground, there were already quite a few people gathered on the large playground. Of course, 99% of them were freshmen. Which college are you from? Several students. Finance College. Which class in Finance College? Class 2. Good, follow me. After hearing Gu Feng and the others reply that they were from Class 2 of the Finance College, the senior wearing a volunteer armband led the four to the area of Class 2 of the Finance College. Lu Dao, these four are your students from Class 2 of the Finance College. Please arrange for them to sit down. He led Gu Feng and the others to a fat man in front of them, about 30 years old. For some reason, at first glance, he gave a vague impression of being cute. The instructor Lu Bo was quite familiar to Gu Feng. For the previous 4 years, Lu Bo had been their instructor. Although he was a fat guy, he was physically fit and very agile. In a word, he was a nimble and interesting fat guy. Good. For students, introduce yourselves. I am your instructor Lu Bo. I will accompany you for the next 4 years. Let's shake hands briefly. Smiling happily, while introducing himself, he did not forget to shake hands with everyone. Hello, instructor. The instructor is so polite, and the four of them also behave very respectfully. Come, sit in the back. The mazes are already ready, with each of your names on them. Keep your own mazes safe, and they will be your resting tools during the next military training. If you lose them, you will have to rest on the ground. Don't worry, instructor, we will definitely guard our mazes well. Xiao Kai, this kid, I don't know what the hell he's thinking, and he gave Lu Bo a young pioneer salute right away. What surprised the others even more was that Lu Bo returned the salute. This caused the surrounding students to laugh loudly, and the students in the front row of the next class nearly fell off their mats from laughing. Xiao Kai, are you stupid? How old are you, saluting with a young pioneer salute? At least salute military style. Jiang Yu felt her face burn as she stood next to Xiao Kai, watched by the surrounding students. Air. I'm sorry, I was nervous and I forgot. Xiao Kai looked embarrassed. They went to the end of the line, found their places, and sat down one after the other. Not long after they sat down, more and more classmates came one after the other. Looking at these familiar faces, Gu Feng felt 100 different emotions. Before graduation, everyone was very familiar with each other and everyone had a very good relationship with everyone else. After graduation, he hadn't even seen a few people like Xiao Kai, let alone anyone else. At exactly 9 o'clock, all the freshmen were present. In the distance, the vice president of the school took the stage and took the microphone to give a speech for the opening ceremony of military training. After the vice president finished his speech, he began assigning instructors to each class. I thought all the instructors were going to be men, but after everyone had taken the stage, the students in the front row, who had better eyesight, immediately spotted several female instructors. Wow! Female instructors! It would be great if our class could be assigned a female instructor. I heard that female instructors are very gentle. There are only 3 female instructors in total, so there's no way we'll get one. Don't even dream about it. Gu Feng, do you think we'll be assigned a female instructor? Zhang Yu sat next to Gu Feng, her eyes looking into the distance, her expression agitated. No, it should be a male instructor, maybe even an old man. An old man? No way. If it's not a female instructor, then how could they assign them an old man? Just as everyone was murmuring, the school leaders on stage had already begun assigning instructors to each class. The 3 female instructors at the front of the line were assigned first. When it came to the second class of the School of Finance, it happened to be the turn of an old man in his 40s or 50s. The leader did not hesitate for a moment and assigned him directly. This is Instructor Guijian, a retired veteran squad leader who was mainly responsible for the military training of the second class of the School of Finance. Everyone welcome. At the command of the school leader, the surrounding students began to applaud wildly. Zhang Yu, full of shock, glanced at Gu Feng and followed suit, silently applauding. Gu Feng, your mouth must be blessed. You can guess this. Gu Feng was right. They really did assign them an old man, who looked more than twice their age. Gu Feng just smiled at Zhang Yu's words without saying anything. Rebirth has changed a lot of things, but some things have not changed much. For example, the instructors are still the same as before, and the instructors are still the same as before. Chapter 19, A Day Apart Feels Like a Year. The military training opening ceremony was over, and the official start time was set for 2 p.m. After the military training opening ceremony, Xiao Kai and Zhang Yu were going to an internet cafe to play, while Zhang Tini was going to the basketball court. Gu Feng, are you coming with me? Zhang Tini stopped in his tracks. Forget it, I want to go back and get some sleep. Okay. I'll go first then. Gu Feng wanted to go back to sleep, so Zhang Tini had no choice but to turn around and leave. Xiao Kai and Zhang Yu also rushed towards the school internet cafe, and they watched the 3 of them leave. Gu Feng turned around and returned to the dormitory. Bitcoin should be ready to operate. Gu Feng muttered to himself, thinking that apart from going back to sleep, he actually mainly wanted to operate Bitcoin. On the way back, he took out his phone and spent nearly half an hour messing with it before he was able to post the contract. Observing the current trend, it was unremarkable, and no one could tell that it meant to rise sharply. Whether it would work or not would depend on tonight. Anyway, reborn once, there shouldn't be any problems with this, right? Gu Feng muttered to himself. After being reborn, many things have been affected by him, and they have changed more or less. He really doesn't have 100% confidence in accurately predicting this event. After returning to the dormitory, he put his phone aside and went to bed to start sleeping soundly. He slept from morning until noon, and when it was close to 1 o'clock, he woke up from his sleep in a daze. He was the only one in the dormitory, and Xiao Kai and the others had not yet returned. Just as Gu Feng was preparing to get out of bed and tidy up, his phone suddenly rang. Ha! He thought it was Xiao Kai and the others calling him, but when he picked up the phone, it turned out to be Su Lioli's. Hello, Lioli. Military training is at 2 p.m. Which class are you in the finance department? The voice on the other end of the line was Su Lioli, sitting on the bed in a clean white pajama set, her dark hair casually draped over her shoulders, a sweet smile on her face. Ever since she got back this morning, she's been giggling all the time. Su Lioli has fallen in love. She's right, women in love have a plummeting IQ. Wang Mani, Lu Xiaoyu, and Dong Jieji stood by the bed, shocked, staring at Su Lioli on the bed, talking on the phone. They had lived together for over 4 years, and knew Su Lioli well. To outsiders, she always had an aloof attitude. They had never seen her so proactive before, actually calling a guy on her own initiative. After finishing talking with Gu Feng, Su Lioli put down the phone in her hand and, while unconsciously giggling, noticed the 3 people standing on the floor. Man and I, Xiaoyu, and Jieji, why are you looking at me like that? With her hands covering her cheeks, Su Lioli asked softly. Why are we looking at you? Lioli, as a girl, we have to be more reserved. Look at you, you've been giggling inexplicably since you got back this morning. Everyone knows you've got a boyfriend, but you don't have to show it so obviously, do you? Ha! Wang Mani came to the bedside and, while Su Luli was not looking, reached out and grabbed Su Liuli's slender waist. Ha! Su Luli only reacted when she felt her waist go soft, and hurriedly and nervously dodged. At the same time, she did not forget to retort, I have always been reserved. In the afternoon, I am going to buy some fruit. Do you want to come? Buying fruit? You're going to give it to your little boyfriend at military training this afternoon, aren't you? Su Luli, you said you were reserved, but you've already reached the point where you can't bear to be apart for even a day? Su Luli, I never thought you had this side to you. How come we never noticed it before? Dong Jia and the others teased her one after the other. Su Luli blushed and retorted immediately, one day apart is like 1,000 years. Jia, Xiaoyu, Mani, you're still saying that to me? I don't know who it was last time, going out to find a boyfriend after the lights were out. The proud little look in her eyes looked at Dong Jia, and when Wang Mani and Lu Xiaoyu saw it, they immediately looked at Dong Jia with a smile. Jia, who is Liuli talking about? Yes, who is Liuli talking about? Dong Jia was dumbfounded. She really didn't expect that with one sentence from Su Liuli, Wang Mani and Lu Xiaoyu would directly change their target. It's me. You two are still laughing at me, and you don't know who it is. You can't be seen on Fridays. You haven't returned to the dormitory for 2 consecutive days. Dong Jia smiled proudly, and Wang Mani and Lu Xiaoyu blushed slightly. Isn't this exactly about the two of them? Okay, Liuli, you've played a clever trick. Do you want us to fight each other? That said, do you want us to go with you to deliver fruit this afternoon? Wang Mani looked at Su Liuli with a smile. Well, are you going? Yes. We must go. We've only seen each other from afar, we haven't spoken yet, we should at least go and get to know each other. Dong Jia agreed without hesitation, and Wang Mani and Lu Xiaoyu nodded in succession. Without further ado, let's go out and buy the fruit now. Let's go. In terms of enthusiasm, Wang Mani and the others were even more enthusiastic than Su Liuli, the person involved. At this time, Gu Feng had already packed up and was about to walk out of the dormitory. Coincidentally, at the moment of opening the door, Jiang Yu, Xiao Kai, and Zhang Tini returned together. Why are you only back now? I thought you were going to the playground directly to gather. How could we? We haven't changed yet, so how could we go gather? Hurry up, and change. It's already 1:30, and there's still half an hour until we gather. If we leave the dormitory now, we still have plenty of time. I didn't look at the time. If it weren't for Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai, I'd still be playing basketball. Zhang Tini panted as he explained, while quickly changing his clothes. Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai did almost the same thing. Where were you two? We were going to go up to 12:30, just in time to be forced off the plane. Who knew that the school internet cafe system had a malfunction and was delayed for more than half an hour? When we came back, we saw Tini still playing basketball, so we hurried back without saying hello to him. Jiang Yu was changing her shoes while explaining, and when Gu Feng saw this, he had to sit down and wait for the three of them. As they watched the time get closer and closer, the three of them finally finished changing their clothes. Hurry up! Let's go! Carrying their mazes, the four of them walked quickly, sprinting out of the dormitory at a fast pace. The students on the way saw this and all cast curious glances. They rushed to the playground, where many teams had already gathered. After finding the location of the second class of the School of Finance, it was exactly 2:01. Hello, instructor! The four of them stopped together and greeted the old man in front of them. Upon seeing the four of them, Instructor Guo's smile was so bright that Xiao Kai and the others thought nothing of it, but Gu Feng's heart gave a little thump. Chapter 20, The Old Man is a Smiling Tiger. In the military training of his previous life, every time Instructor Guo smiled like that, something bad would always happen. This time, it was probably not much different. Sure enough, he came smiling to the four of them and patted each of their shoulders in turn. Just now, many of you said to me that you didn't know how to stand in military posture. Why don't you four come and demonstrate? Gu Feng and the others' eyes narrowed at this, and they looked at each other. Since no one objected, then it's hard work. Come on, attention. With a loud laugh, Gu Feng and the others straightened up at once. Hands on your hips, chest out, heads up. Yes, keep that position and set a good example for your classmates. The instructor was smiling, but Gu Feng and the others felt miserable. Just because they didn't say anything didn't mean they agreed. Being punished with standing the first day of military training was not a good sign. Classmates, the military stance is a standing position that reflects the spirit of a soldier. You must not be lazy and idle, and your spirit must be highly concentrated. These students have done quite well. All of you, at ease. All sit down and observe for 1 hour. The students, who were originally standing with the sun on their heads, pulled their mattresses apart and sat down one after the other after hearing what Instructor Gua said. With smiles on their faces, they all turned their attention to Gu Feng and the others. Thanks to the 4 of them being late, they were able to sit down and rest for an hour, so everyone's gaze revealed a grateful smile. As for Instructor Gua himself, after a few brief stares, he bypassed the 3 and came to the other side, where he also sat down very leisurely. Damn it! This old man is a smiling tiger. I thought there was nothing to it. Jiang Yu straightened up and muttered. Who's to say it's not true? Alas, better not say it, there'll be an extra hour later, and there won't be anywhere to cry. Zhang Tini whispered back, saying coincidentally, the movement of opening his mouth was just seen by the instructor. It seems that these 2 students are very enthusiastic. What are your names? With a signature smile on his face, he stood up and cheerfully came to Zhang Tini and Jiang Yu. Reporting. My name is Jiang Yu. Zhang Tini. Good, Jiang Yu and Zhang Tini, you 2 will demonstrate the standard stance for the rest of the class. Spread your legs and squat down. Raise your hands horizontally. What started out as a simple military stance has now turned into a squat. Gu Feng and Xiao Kai stood nearby and couldn't help but gloat when they saw Zhang Tini and Jiang Yu start squatting. They wanted to laugh but dared not, and their faces turned red with embarrassment. Classmates, the stance is a good test of physical fitness, and these 2 students' movements are still considered standard. It is now 2:20, and we observed that it was exactly 3 o'clock. After looking at his watch and saying this to all the students, Instructor Gua returned to his seat. In the distance, many teams had already begun to straighten their ranks, but here, only a large group of people were sitting and watching the standard movements of the 4 from the Guofeng group. Jiang Yu and Zhang Tinio had never done the horse stance before, and after only 10 minutes of squatting, their legs gradually began to tremble. Meanwhile, outside the playground, a few refined-looking schoolgirls came over. In particular, the schoolgirl walking in front of them attracted the attention of most of the surrounding students the moment she appeared. Luli, you are awesome after all. No one has looked at us like that when the 3 of us came out. Dong Jejia held onto Luli's arm, gently swaying while not forgetting to act cute. Jejia, that's not right, is it? When Xiaoyu and I came out, some classmates stared at us too, but when I brought you along, they stopped looking. Humph, Mani, what do you mean? Do you want me to scratch you? She gave a seductive smile, held up her hand and waved it twice at Wang Mani, who, upon seeing this, lifted one hand to cover her chest and hurriedly took 2 steps back. This is outside, Jejia, you'd better calm down. Humph, say, are you wrong? She looked at Wang Mani with a smug and arrogant expression. She was really afraid of the other party, and Wang Mani could only obediently nod her head. This was outside the playground, with so many people watching. If she really got pinched twice by Dong Jejia, she would be too ashamed to show her face again. Hee, Jejia, I've discovered that you really are Mani's nemesis. Alright, aren't we going to accompany Luli to meet her boyfriend? Hurry up and go in. Wang Mani came over to Luli, and the few of them appeared on the playground carrying boxes of fruit. The School of Finance is over there, let's go take a look. Let's go. In addition to the freshmen, there were also many sophomores, juniors, and even seniors on the playground. Some clubs were organizing activities here, while others were just sitting around, bored, watching the freshman military training while playing poker. The scene was very pleasant. Luli stood in place, scanning the whole area with her eyes but couldn't find Gu Feng's figure. Strange, where did he go? Hey! Luli, look, there are a few freshmen standing in the corner over there. Could it be that one of them is Gu Feng? Lu Xiaoyu was the first to notice the 4 people standing in the corner. Looking in the direction Lu Xiaoyu was pointing, Luli immediately recognized Gu Feng's back. It's him! It is him? It really is him. He is truly extraordinary, the one who was able to win Luli's heart. Standing punishment on the first day of military training is not something that just anyone can do. He. Dong Jejia laughed, and Wang Mani and Lu Xiaoyu laughed as well. They didn't want to laugh, but when they saw their 3 roommates laughing so happily, Luli couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh along. Let's go over and take a look. They're already here, even if they have to stand punishment, they have to go over and take a look, otherwise it would be a waste of their trip. The moment Sue Lily and the others appeared, the freshmen training around them, including the seniors watching the fun, all focused their attention on the four of them. More accurately, it was Sue Lily that they were focusing on. At this time, Goofome and the others, because they were facing away, still didn't know what had happened. They just saw that the students who were supposed to be staring at the four of them had all turned their attention elsewhere. Just as Goofome was still wondering, a beautiful and familiar figure appeared in his line of sight. Luli. He never expected Sue Luli to come and see him at this time. Wow. What a standard military stance. She's even in the horse stance. Sue Luli didn't say a word, and the people next to her, Dong Jeja and the others, were laughing like flowers in full bloom. Goofome and the others felt slightly embarrassed, especially Jiangyu and Zhang Tini, because they had been in the horse stance for too long, and their current state was very comical. Anyone who saw them couldn't help but laugh. Let me take some pictures. Standing not far from Goofome, Sue Lili gave a gentle smile, took out her phone, and started taking pictures of him. She thought that the other person had come to comfort her, but she never expected this little girl to take out her phone and take pictures of her. Chapter 21, Simply a Casanova. She took several photos, taking 360-degree shots without missing a single angle. Sue Lili was taking photos here, and Instructor Gui in the distance seemed to be completely invisible, continuing to sit leisurely on the ground. As for the students in Class 2 of the School of Finance, including the group of students training around them, they all wore expressions of awe. They couldn't imagine what kind of charm Goofome had that he could make such a pretty girl as Sue Lili take his photo. It was obvious that the two knew each other, and their relationship was not simple. Isn't this Miss Sue? Then who is that? Miss Sue's boyfriend? No way, Miss Sue's boyfriend is a freshman? This guy is amazing, he's only been in college for a few days and he's already got the school beauty. Holy shit, he's practically a Casanova. Come on, you guys, you're all so sour. Even if someone didn't chase after Miss Sue wouldn't look at us either. A goddess with that kind of temperament is like a fairy in the sky for us, something that can only be admired from afar and not touched. The students in the class whispered among themselves. After taking the photo, Sue Lili didn't leave, but instead came with Wang Mani and a few others to stand quietly nearby. It wasn't until 3 o'clock that Instructor Gui slowly got up from the ground. Goofome and Xiao Kai were able to stand in military position for a while. As for Zhang Tinio and Jiangyu, who were standing in the horse stance, their legs were completely out of control, and their figures were trembling like chaff. It gave the impression that they could collapse at any moment. Not bad for standing in military position. You two students, the way you are standing in the horse stance, it's almost not interesting. Should I add another 10 minutes so that the students can learn properly? Jiangyu and Zhang Tinio were standing in a twisted horse stance, and Instructor Gui sounded dissatisfied. When they heard that the instructor intended to add another 10 minutes, Jiangyu quickly and tactfully admitted their mistake. Instructor Gui, we were wrong, really wrong. Your Honor, please don't add another 10 minutes, we really can't bear it. Yes, instructor, we were wrong, please spare us. Jiangyu admitted his mistake, and Zhang Tinio followed suit. This is no time to be concerned about face. As long as they don't stand there like a horse, saying sorry and saying nice things, there's no problem. Do you know what you've done wrong? Instructor Gui glanced at Jiangyu and Zhang Tinio, who were still standing like a horse, before turning his attention to Goofome and Xiao Kai. Yes, instructor, we know we were wrong. We won't be late again next time. Right, there won't be a next time. Xiao Kai spoke first, and Goofome added a few words. Well, children who know their mistakes and can correct them are good children. You four, take a break for a while, and we'll start training in half an hour. Which one of you is the family member of the girl over there? Hurry over there, and be back within half an hour. If you're more than half an hour late, you'll be treated as if you were late. After glancing at Sue Lili in the distance, Instructor Gui finished speaking and continued to return to his previous position, sitting down leisurely. Family member? Goofome, Miss Sue is here, why don't you hurry and go see her? Jiangyu and Zhang Tinio looked up into the distance. Just as Goofome was walking forward, the two of them suddenly spoke up. Goofome, can you discuss this with the other girls? Please don't post the photo to your moments. If you want to post it to your moments, can you blur my face? I haven't found a girlfriend yet, oh. Jiangyu had a long face, and Zhang Tinio next to her had the same expression. While the others were standing in the standard and good-looking Zama stance, their legs had been shaking from the beginning. This embarrassing posture cannot be seen by too many people. It's embarrassing enough already. If the photo really gets circulated, won't they be like grinding a mill with their bare bottoms, turning in circles and being humiliated? Okay, I know. In response, Gu Feng walked straight over to Su Luli and the others. You're late today? You were late on the first day of military training and were punished by being made to stand? Su Luli came up to Gu Feng and asked with a smile. Yes, you saw it. Not only did you see it, you took a picture? Ha! He patted Su Luli's head, intending to give her a lecture, but the action came out a bit intimate. It gave the impression of flirting. Gu Feng paused slightly. After being lightly stroked on the head, Su Luli also realized that the action was a bit intimate. Her face immediately turned red. I just wanted to take a picture to remember. Do you still have military training tonight? Do you want to have dinner together? Su Luli stared at the blushing cheeks and asked earnestly. I don't know if I need military training, but I definitely have time to eat. I'll call you after the training is over. Okay. The two stood together and whispered, and everyone's attention was focused on them. It's not wrong to say that Gu Feng and Su Xuejie are quite a good match. Ha ha ha. They really are a good match. My roommate is the boyfriend of the school's most beautiful girl. We'll look good when we tell people about this. Jiang Yu, Xiaokai, Zheng Tini, and the others sat happily chatting on the bench. Half an hour passed in a flash. Gu Feng returned to prepare for training, while Su Luli and Wang Mani turned and left the playground. For most of the afternoon, they spent their time practicing formations. Every hour, the instructor would let them rest for 20 minutes. When the time came to 6 p.m., it was time to eat dinner. That's enough training for today. Tomorrow morning, you don't need to report for duty. I'll go to the dormitory to check on the housekeeping and teach you how to fold the bedclothes. Do you have any questions? Gua, the instructor, stood in front of the line and spoke loudly to the people present. No questions. Good, at ease. Attention. Dismissed. The afternoon military training time passed like this, and Gu Feng and the others walked outside the playground together, carrying their mattresses. They were all covered in sweat, so they first went back to put their mattresses down, and then changed their clothes before going to dinner. Back in the dormitory, after changing their clothes, Xiaokai, Jiang Yu, and Zheng Tini went to dinner, while Gu Feng called Su Lili from the dormitory. After receiving Gu Feng's call, Su Lili quickly got up and tidied up, and in a few minutes she arrived downstairs at the girls' dormitory. At this time, Gu Feng was already waiting downstairs at the girls' dormitory. Where are we going? Happily came to Gu Feng's side, and Su Lili tilted her head. Let's go outside and take a look, let's go. Okay. Following Gu Feng, they walked outside, and just as the two were about to walk out of the school gate, the phone in Gu Feng's pants pocket rang. It's my mom's phone. Oh, then hurry up and answer it. Hearing Gu Feng say it was his mother's phone, Su Lili's pretty face flinched, and she couldn't help but take a small step back. Even though it was now the era of free love, when faced with her boyfriend's parents, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Chapter 22, I won't tell you. She pressed the answer button and spoke for a long time in front of Su Lili. Staring at Gu Feng, Su Lili stood very obediently in place, her feet naturally together, her gaze silently fixed on Gu Feng, who was on the phone. Gu Feng, who was holding the phone, looked over as Su Lili silently watched. What's wrong? Gu Feng covered the phone with one hand and said with embarrassment, Luli, my mom wants to talk to you. Ha? Her cherry lips parted slightly, and Su Lili's delicate body trembled. Gu Feng was also at a loss. His own mother didn't know what was going on either. After all that talking, she still wanted to talk to Su Lili. Maybe I'd better answer it. Give me the phone. After a moment of hesitation, Su Lili made up her mind and decided to answer the phone. Her aunt had clearly expressed her wish to speak to her, so she couldn't refuse. Su Lili said this, and Gu Feng hesitated for a moment, but then handed the phone to Su Lili. He knew his mother's personality very well. The reason she wanted to speak to Su Lili was because she cared, and she would never say anything else. The main reason he didn't want Su Lili to answer the phone was because he was worried that she wouldn't be comfortable with it and would be nervous. Hello, Auntie. Holding the phone, Su Lili began to chat quietly with Song Huilan over there. By the way, she also managed to put some distance between herself and Gu Feng. At first, Su Luli looked a little nervous, but after 5 minutes, her beautiful face was full of a smile, and there was no trace of nervousness left. They chatted for nearly 20 minutes before Su Luli put down her phone. When Gu Feng took the phone back, he realized that his mother had already hung up. Huh? She hung up already? Luli, what did you guys talk about? He looked at Su Luli with curiosity. What exactly did the two of them talk about for 20 whole minutes? We talked about a lot of things. A lot? What exactly did you talk about? I'm not telling you. Gu Feng wanted to pursue the matter, but Su Luli snorted and said she wouldn't tell him. She wouldn't tell me. And put her phone away. Gu Feng shook his head helplessly. Since Su Luli didn't want to talk about it, he didn't want to pursue it either. They found a restaurant outside and had a simple dinner. The two of them walked together until 9 p.m., and then they returned to their dorm separately. When they returned to their dorm, Zhang Tini and Zhang Yu were already asleep. Xiao Kai was sitting on the bed, and seemed to be getting ready to sleep as well. They went to bed really early today. It was because their legs were still shaking when they went out to dinner today. Our instructor Gui is really a smiling tiger, he's so ruthless. This old man, he's not at all amiable. Recalling standing in military posture on the playground this afternoon, Xiao Kai couldn't help but complain. No, I have to go to sleep too. Gu Feng, remember to turn off the lights before you go to sleep and go to bed early. After saying this to Gu Feng, who was getting into bed, Xiao Kai fell straight back to sleep. In less than 5 minutes, a clear snoring sound could be heard in the dormitory. He fell asleep really fast. I'll go take a shower first. 10 minutes later, Gu Feng, who had packed his things, was comfortably lying in bed. Before going to sleep, he deliberately took a look at the trend of Bitcoin. It had risen and fallen slightly, without much of an increase. He connected his phone to the charger and closed his eyes to start sleeping too. Time quickly turned to the next day. At 8 o'clock in the morning, several people in the dormitory were still fast asleep. Knock, knock, knock. There were several loud bangs on the door of the dormitory, and several people in their sleep, including Gu Feng, were instantly awakened. Get up! 10 minutes later, the housekeeping was inspected, and those who did not meet the standards were to go to the playground with their quilts. The familiar voice sounded in the hallway, and it was obviously the voice of Instructor Gua. After hearing that the internal affairs would be inspected in 10 minutes, and that those who did not meet the standards would have to go to the playground with their quilts, Xiao Kai and the others got up quickly. They got dressed in 1 minute, folded their quilts and tidied their beds in 2 minutes, started mopping the floor in 5 minutes, and opened the dormitory door in about 7 minutes. You four? All packed? When Instructor Guo saw Gu Feng and the others, his expression was a little surprised. He didn't expect the first dormitory to open its door to be them. Hello, Instructor. We're all packed, you can check. Okay, let me take a look. After hearing Gu Feng and the others say that they were all packed, Instructor Gua stepped into the dormitory. He first looked at the floor, nodded without making a sound, and then looked up at the quilts on the beds. He frowned slightly when he saw the first one, and his face was already quite ugly when he saw the last one. Is this how you fold the quilts? Is this how military quilts are folded? Whose quilt is this? Pointing to the bed closest to the door, Zhang Tini hurriedly stepped forward after hearing Instructor Gua's words, Instructor, mine. Let me show you. He took the quilt off the bed and carried it to the computer desk. After fully unfolding the quilt, Instructor Gua began to teach seriously. In just 3 or 5 minutes, a square quilt was presented in front of the several people. It was a well-folded quilt. Do you know how to fold it? The quilts of the 3 of you, fold them again according to this specification. I'll be in the hallway, so come and let me check it when it's done. Instructor, take my quilt. Zhang Tini hesitated before speaking. If you're willing to practice again, then take it apart and start over. With those words, Instructor Gua turned and left the dormitory. Hooray, it seems like I don't have to refold it. You 3, come on. Instructor Gua's meaning was so obvious, and he's not stupid, so of course he understood. However, although he understood, Xiao Kai and Jiang Yu did not. As roommates, they must share both good and bad times. Ha ha! Let me see. With a wicked smile on his face, in front of Zhang Tini, Jiang Yu raised his hand and unfolded the folded quilt. Jiang Yu, you. Ah, Tini, what are you still doing? Hurry up and fold it again. Sharing both good and bad times, you little brats still want to abandon the three of us? Looking at the three of them with disbelief, Gu Feng and the others laughed and shrugged their shoulders, before turning around and returning to their own beds to fold the quilts. The quilt had already been unfolded, so Zhang Tinia had no choice but to fold it again with the three of them. Fortunately, there were previous marks, so it wasn't that difficult to fold. Almost the entire morning was spent tidying up the household. It was noon, and Su Liuli had not contacted her. The other party should be in class. Gu Feng took out his phone and thought about checking the Bitcoin market. Holy shit! Even though he was prepared, he was still taken aback by the violent rise in the price of Bitcoin. A long, red giant column occupied almost the entire screen. He clicked on the income panel and, when he saw the series of income, Gu Feng didn't have time to think much and directly clicked to close the position. The position was too large, and it took him more than 10 minutes to completely close it. After deducting the handling fee, he finally withdrew all the money in the account to the bank card. With a leverage of 1 million, he had a profit of 12 million. Those who went long made a fortune, while those who went short nearly lost 90% of their positions. As expected, the higher the risk, the higher the return. I really wouldn't dare to operate without being 100% sure. I secretly thought to myself. Fortunately, I had the previous memory. If I operated out of thin air and went short on all 1 million, I'm afraid I would have lost every penny. This kind of near-insane surge can only happen in the virtual currency trading market. Chapter 23, Daidu International Fashion Week. A profit of 12 million, it's almost just right to take down this game of peak competition. As long as we can support the launch of this game, profits will definitely not be a problem. After lunch, Gu Feng and the others took a nap in the dormitory. The time specified for military training is 15 days, and today is considered the second day. During these 15 days, there are no holidays on Saturdays and Sundays, which means that they have to train continuously for 15 days before they can rest. After the nap was over, they still went to the playground to train in the afternoon. When the time came at 6 o'clock, the afternoon training finally came to an end. Gu Feng, the three of us are going to eat, are you coming? Zhang Yu snuck up to Gu Feng, his expression beaming. So tired from afternoon military training, he had already planned to go to the dining hall for a good meal. Xiao Kao happily stood with Zhang Tini, the two of them having just discussed that they would take advantage of Zhang Yu that night and make him treat them to crab rice in a clay pot. I was about to answer when a burst of fragrance hit me, and Su Liuli appeared behind me at some point. She was wearing a black dress, sandals on her feet, and her black, supple hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Compared to her previous jeans and canvas shoes, this outfit looked even more graceful and charming. After seeing Su Liuli, Zhang Yu was first taken aback, but then instantly understood. Cough cough, Gu Feng, you stay and keep Su Xuejie company, we'll go first. Bye. They gave Gu Feng a wink and the three of them, Zhang Yu and Xiao Kai, decisively turned and left. Gu Feng didn't turn around until the three of them had gone far away. Are you in class today? Yes. My aunt said she'd mailed me something, so after dinner you can go with me to pick it up. In the morning, while class was in session, she suddenly received a phone call from Gu Feng's mother, who said she had bought him something. She had wanted to refuse, but the things had already been delivered, and since Gu Feng's mother insisted that she accept them, there was no choice but to agree. My mother sent these things? Gu Feng was puzzled. What? You don't know? Gu Feng looked puzzled, and Su Liuli was a little surprised. She had always thought that Gu Feng knew about this in advance, but now it seemed that he was also in the dark. I really don't know. Never mind, since something was delivered, just accept it. Although I don't know what it is. After saying this with a smile, he took Su Liuli to the school cafeteria near the school to eat. I have to say, Su Liuli's influence as the school flower is really not small. The moment the two of them appeared in the cafeteria, Gu Feng felt hundreds of gazes around them all looking in their direction. Sure enough, the school flower of Fuxing University is amazing. Just being in the cafeteria with you has made me the center of attention. Standing next to Su Liuli, Gu Feng joked as they walked. After hearing Gu Feng's teasing, Su Lily's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and a hint of arrogance rose at the corner of her mouth. Are you feeling pressured by standing with me? She stopped in her tracks, puffed up her cheeks, and looked at Gu Feng. Of course not. Having a girlfriend who is the school flower is something to brag about. How could there be pressure? Really? Stepping on her crystal sandals, Su Lily took a small step back. Just as Gu Feng didn't understand what she was trying to do, Su Lily, blushing slightly, raised her delicate hand. It was very awkward, and she directly put her arm around Gu Feng's arm. If it was said that when the two entered, everyone began to suspect their relationship. Now, Su Li's actions have almost made it clear to everyone that she and Gu Feng are now in a relationship. Wow! Senior Su actually took the initiative to put her arm around that guy's arm. Oh my god! Is that a freshman? The school flower of our Fuxing University has actually been wooed by a freshman? It's over, my goddess. A simple gesture caused a discussion among the majority of people in the restaurant, and some even took out their phones to secretly take photos. The fact that Su Luli already had a boyfriend was enough to cause a storm of discussion throughout Fuxing University. Gu Feng was also a little surprised when he was suddenly taken by the arm by Su Luli. He really didn't expect that Su Luli, who was always shy and blushed easily, would take his arm in public. Luli! What's wrong? With two red patches on her fair cheeks, Su Luli looked up at Gu Feng silently. It's nothing. I'm just a little surprised. I never noticed how brave you are. Ha ha ha. Without saying much, he took Su Luli directly to the restaurant window. Under everyone's gaze, the two had dinner in the restaurant. After leaving the restaurant, Gu Feng took Su Luli to the express delivery station on campus. When they saw the box that their mother Song Huilan had mailed, the two of them were taken aback at the same time. It's so big? Su Lili covered her mouth in surprise, and Gu Feng, standing next to her, couldn't help but laugh. The large square box, 1 meter in diameter, had no idea what was inside. I'll help you carry it. No, I'll take it myself. He bent down and held out his hands to pick up the box. Although the box was large, it wasn't very heavy, and he easily lifted it up. Holding the box, I carried Su Li to the bottom of the girls' dormitory. I called Man and I and the others to come down and help me, and you can rest for a while. Taking a tissue out of my bag, I helped Gu Feng wipe the sweat on his forehead without any concern. The thing wasn't very heavy, but carrying it all the way here still took a lot of effort. The main reason was that it was difficult to hold, and after holding it for a long time, my arms couldn't take it anymore. After receiving Su Li's call, Wang Man and I and the others quickly went downstairs. When they saw the large box in front of Gu Feng, the three of them were taken aback. Wow! What's in such a big box? Su Lioli, it can't be something delicious. I don't know either. Help me carry it in first. Su Lioli shook her head, she really didn't know what was inside. Go back and get some rest, you still have military training tomorrow. I have class in the morning and something in the afternoon, I'll call you after I'm done. Standing next to Gu Feng, Su Lioli whispered. Good. Gu Feng nodded in agreement, stood still, and kept watching the few people return to the dormitory before turning and leaving. It was finally possible to carry the large box back to the dormitory. Dong Jia found a pair of scissors as soon as possible, and after obtaining Su Lili's consent, lifted her hand and opened the box. Wow! It looks like clothes. Opening the box, she found that it was full of packaging bags, as many as 6 or 7. No wonder such a large box wasn't heavy at all, it turned out to have 6 or 7 pieces of clothing in it. She took out a bag at random and took out the clothes inside. It was a floral dress, which looked quite exquisite. Wait a minute. This dress looks familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere. Dong Jia held up the floral dress, and Lu Xiaoyu said thoughtfully, and suddenly a flash of inspiration came to her. I remember now. Isn't this the dress that was shown at the Imperial Capital International Fashion Week last time? We saw it online. It's exactly the same. Chapter 24, So, shall I carry you over? After Lu Xiaoyu said this, Dong Jia and Wang Mani also looked down carefully. It really is. This is a limited edition from the International Fashion Week. This material, it can't be real, right? The three of them were full of surprise, and they turned to look at Su Lioli. At this time, Su Lioli was also confused. She had also seen it online, and the style was indeed exactly the same. However, the Imperial Capital International Fashion Week had just been displayed, so it couldn't be mass-produced so quickly. Let's take a look at the others. Dong Jia was holding a floral dress in her hands, and Wang Mani picked up a bag again and took out the clothes inside. A dark red evening dress with crystal pendants was displayed in front of the several people. This one too. Su Lioli, the clothes in the suitcase seem to be limited edition from the Fashion Week. Wow, Su Lioli, what does Gu Feng's mother do? She has given so many of these limited edition clothes in one go. You can't buy these clothes just by having money. Dong Jejo said, and Su Luli didn't come back to her senses for a long time. She thought it would be something delicious, or some cosmetics. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be such expensive clothes. I'll make a phone call first. The clothes were too. When he learned that his mother had sent clothes, Gu Feng couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't any gold or silver jewelry, or he wouldn't know how to explain to Su Luli. Even if it was clothes, after learning that each of these clothes was very valuable, Su Luli still didn't dare to accept them. He persuaded for a long time before finally managing to get her to accept the clothes. He also promised him that he would find some time to go and pick out some gifts for his mother, Song Huilan, and send them to the imperial capital as a return gift. After hanging up with Su Luli, Gu Feng took a hot bath and felt at ease. Everyone was tired after the afternoon of military training, and they all went to bed before 11 o'clock. The next day, military training continued as usual. It is worth noting that during the afternoon military training, he received a phone call from Professor Wu, inviting him to attend a lecture at the University of the Devil. The lecture was about the research and development of the peak interest group of the School of Computer Science. Although he said he was going to a lecture, Gu Feng naturally knew what the real purpose was. Putting down his phone, Gu Feng looked at Professor Guo with a conflicted expression. The agreed time was tomorrow morning, and it was currently military training. If he wanted to take leave, he would not only have to say hello to the instructor, but also explain the situation to the instructor. It was easy to say hello to the instructor, and it was just a matter of saying one sentence to take leave, but he really wasn't sure if he could ask for leave from the instructor. Taking advantage of a break, he first called the instructor. After barely any persuasion, the instructor, upon hearing that he wanted to take leave, even without asking what he wanted to do, directly approved it. After saying hello to the instructor, Gu Feng hesitantly walked up to Instructor Guo. At this time, Instructor Guo, holding a black shell mobile phone in his hands, was fiddling with it, and only slowly looked up when he sensed someone coming. Gu Feng, what is it? Gu Feng's impression of him was quite deep after the last time he was punished to stand. Guo instructor, I want to ask for a leave. I have some personal business tomorrow morning, can I get half a day off? Stand still and try to look as obedient as possible. A leave? Well, have you talked to your instructor about this? I have already said hello to the instructor and he has already agreed. Since your instructor has agreed, then go ahead. Instructor Guai nodded and did not ask too many questions. It was a bit of a surprise that the instructor agreed so easily. He was about to bow his head and continue studying the old phone in his hand when he saw Gu Feng still standing there stupidly. Instructor Guo looked up in puzzlement, is there something else? No, nothing. Instructor, you go ahead. He raised his hand to indicate that Instructor Guo should continue studying, and Gu Feng quickly turned around and left. He had asked for leave for the following morning so easily, and he didn't dare to continue disturbing him here. What if the old man was in a bad mood and regretted not giving him leave, then that would be a real problem. After a short break, military training continued. It continued until 6 p.m. After looking at the time on his watch, Instructor Guo gave the order to dismiss. All the teams in the playground dispersed at the same time, surging towards the playground gate. Gu Feng, let's go eat first. Okay. Waving at Jiang Yu and the others, Gu Feng took out his phone and prepared to call Su Luli. The phone kept ringing, but Su Luli never answered. Not knowing what to do, he could only go to the playground gate and wait quietly for 10 minutes. Then the phone rang, and Su Luli called. After waiting for another 5 minutes, Gu Feng looked into the distance and saw Su Lili walking this way. When they met, Gu Feng frowned as he looked at Su Lili. What's wrong with your foot? You're walking slowly and your gait is a bit off. It's nothing, my shoes don't fit very well and they've worn through. Standing in front of Gu Feng, Su Lili shook her head lightly. I went to substitute teach today, but I didn't realize that my shoes didn't fit very well. While walking back and forth, my ankles and heels were all worn and torn. Are they bleeding? Let me see. After learning that Su Luli's feet were worn and torn, Gu Feng immediately crouched down to examine them. No need. It's okay, I'll buy a band-aid and stick it on later. The fair and flawless calves retreated slightly, and Su Luli's eyes flashed with a trace of anxiety as she hurriedly explained. The moment Gu Feng squatted down, he clearly saw that Su Lili's ankle was bright red from being rubbed by her shoes, and the same was true of the heel. Where did you go today that you got your feet like this? To class. After the sound of her voice, she realized that she hadn't explained it clearly, so Su Lily added, to give lessons to the children in kindergarten. Give lessons to the children in kindergarten? Well, I found a part-time job last semester, and I go to give 3 lessons a week to the children in Lontian kindergarten. I just didn't expect the shoes I wore this time to be a bit uncomfortable. When it comes to being a bit uncomfortable, Su Lily's eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Obviously, the sore feet still hurt. Come, I'll take you to the infirmary. Turning around and facing his back to Su Lily, Gufeng squatted down directly. What are you doing? Seeing Gufeng suddenly squat down with his back to her, Su Lily's heart started pounding. This action was more than obvious. I'll carry you to the infirmary. Your feet are already like this, do you still want to walk to the infirmary? Come on. After Gufeng finished speaking, Su Lily still stood there hesitating. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but she was afraid. If you don't want me to carry you, then shall I carry you over? Standing up, Gufeng smiled and held out his hand, as if he was going to pick Su Lily up. No. I'd rather you carry me. Nervous as if she were a frightened little rabbit, upon hearing Su Liuli's words, Gufeng once again squatted with his back to her. Looking at Gufeng, who was facing away from her, Su Liuli's mouth lifted up into a smile. Looking around to see that there were no people around, she gently leaned against Gufeng's back. It was the first time she had been carried by her boyfriend, and she was very nervous, so she held onto Gufeng's neck with both hands. Chapter 25. This is from me. Even though they were on campus, this kind of action still attracted a lot of attention. Gufeng had a pretty thick skin, and he didn't care at all about the stares from the people around him. As for Su Luli on his back, she buried her head deeply on Gufeng's back, her eyes tightly shut, her eyelashes trembling slightly, and she simply didn't dare to open her eyes and look around. After closing her eyes for about 10 minutes, she heard Gufeng's familiar voice, "We're here." Oh. Upon hearing that they had arrived at the infirmary, Su Luli slowly opened her eyes. She got off Gufeng's back and found that they had already arrived inside the infirmary, where the doctor was standing in front of her, looking at her blankly. There were also a few classmates around her who were getting intravenous infusions, and they were also staring at her with curious looks. In just a moment, her originally fair and flawless pretty face turned a bright red. She didn't expect that Gufeng would go directly into the infirmary without her. "Classmate, what's wrong?" The female doctor stood in front and asked softly. "My feet are chafed and quite serious. Please take care of it for me." "Oh, have a seat here, let me take a look." After hearing Gufeng's explanation, the doctor gestured for Su Liuli to come and sit on the sofa, while she herself crouched down to examine the injury at the ankle and heel. "It's rubbed so badly, does it mean the shoes don't fit well? You can't wear these shoes anymore. With your foot rubbed like this, if you don't treat it in time there's a risk of infection." After giving a few instructions, she turned around and took some iodine and gauze from the counter. "There's no need to apply medicine, I'll wash it with iodine, it might hurt a bit." "It's okay." Su Luli responded, wearing shoes and able to walk back. The pain of disinfection was nothing to her. In front of the two of them, he poured iodophor onto a cotton ball and gently wiped Su Luli's wound. Throughout the entire process, Su Luli didn't even frown once, and this indifferent state made Gufeng feel a little surprised. After wiping the wound, wrap the ankle lightly with gauze twice. "Okay. Don't wash your feet for a few days, and don't get them wet. It'll be fine after the scab forms." "Okay, we know, thank you doctor." He took his phone to the medical desk, and a roll of gauze and some iodine, which cost a total of 3 yuan. After paying, Gufeng returned to Su Liuli's side. Seeing Gufeng come over, Su Liuli blushed and hurriedly got up. "I should be able to walk on my own." She was afraid that Gufeng would continue to crouch down to carry her, so Su Liuli spoke first to say that she could walk. "You can walk?" Gufeng pointed at Su Liuli's bandaged foot with a smile. "You can't walk without shoes. You just carried me, so it's not a big deal." "Classmate, your boyfriend is right, let him carry you. The other foot is also a bit swollen, and walking for too long will easily cause blisters. You need to go back quickly and change your shoes." After Gufeng finished speaking, the female doctor followed suit and gave the same advice. After hearing this, Su Liuli could only nod gently after a moment of silence. Watching as Gufeng squatted in front of her, Su Liuli slowly lowered herself down, holding back the pounding of her heart. Carrying Su Liuli on his back, he left the infirmary and returned directly to the girls' dormitory. He walked all the way to the bottom of the stairs of the girls' dormitory, letting Su Liuli go upstairs to change her shoes, while Gufeng stood quietly waiting downstairs. 20 minutes later, Luli changed into a pair of white canvas shoes and came downstairs. Did you change? Yes. Let's go, I'll take you out. He lifted his hand to touch Luli's head, and the two walked side by side towards the outside of the school. Where are we going? It's still early, come with me for a stroll. Go shopping with you? Her long eyelashes fluttered lightly, and Luli's small mouth opened slightly, looking at Gufeng in puzzlement. Usually it's the girls who like to go shopping. What's wrong? Don't you like to go shopping? Luli looked surprised, and Gufeng thought she didn't like shopping. No, Luli shook her head gently. I just didn't expect that you would want to go shopping. I heard from Man and I and Jia Jia that their boyfriends don't like shopping at all. Gufeng walked beside her, and Luli softly explained that she had never been in contact with any boys, and the only thing she knew about boys was what she had heard from her roommates. Ha ha ha, people are different. Comparatively speaking, I prefer to hang out. He said that, but in reality, he hadn't really gone shopping much, especially not with a girl. This was the first time he had done so. They walked and talked as they walked out of school together. Not far from Fuxing University was a shopping mall, which was very prosperous because it belonged to the higher education district. The two arrived outside the mall, and the square was almost full of people. Apart from the people walking back and forth, there were also many stalls. Let's go in. Okay. They entered the mall together. 90% of the first floor was occupied by women's clothing stores, and there were very few stores selling men's clothing alone. Along the way, they only saw two. Let's take a look here. Stopping in his tracks, Gufeng's gaze fell on the women's clothing store in front of him. Judging from the decoration, the store should be a bit more upscale than the surrounding stores. This is a women's clothing store, who are you buying clothes for? Without immediately following Gufeng in, Luli chose to stand still and ask in a low voice. We're just window shopping, so we'll just take a quick look. Let's go. He took Luli's hand, not giving her a chance to respond. Hello, welcome. The salesperson at the door greeted them warmly as soon as they entered. From the outside, the store didn't look small, but once they entered, they realized just how big it was. In addition to clothing, there were also many pairs of women's shoes for sale, and there were a lot of people inside choosing clothes. Let's just take a look. Well, sir, this way are our latest new models, you can take a look. This is a nice dress, would you like to try it on? A few steps forward, his gaze rested on the dress worn by the model. The black dress with red lace looked quite exquisite and beautiful. Before Luli could speak, the salesperson laughed first and said, Sir, you really have a good eye, this dress is the latest new model and also one of the best sellers in our store. Your girlfriend is so beautiful, she will definitely look good in it. As a salesperson, she has a basic eye for fashion, and from the way Gufeng and Luli looked at each other, it was obvious that they were a couple. And they were the kind of couple who had just recently started dating. Well, can you help us take it off and try it on? Of course. After hearing Gufeng say that he wanted to try on the clothes, the salesperson hurriedly went downstairs to find the same style. Luli stood next to Gufeng, one hand tightly grasping the corner of his shirt. I have a lot of clothes, and the aunt just bought me so many, there's no need to buy more. That was a gift from my mother, and this is a gift from me. They don't conflict. But Luli still wanted to continue talking, but the salesperson had already brought the clothes to the two of them. In this situation, it was no longer realistic for her to say that she didn't want to try them on, so she could only obediently take the clothes from the salesperson. Madam, this way please. He took Luli to the fitting room and even helped open the door. While Luli went inside to try on the clothes, Gufeng turned to look at the women's shoe section not far away. Hello, I would like to pick a pair of high heels. Okay, sir, I wonder what style your girlfriend likes. As soon as he heard that Gufeng still wanted to pick a pair of shoes, the salesperson immediately asked enthusiastically. The heels don't have to be too high, just normal ones will do. Her previous shoes always rubbed her feet. Chapter 26 Still a bit conservative. Sir, don't worry, the shoes here are impossible to rub your feet. Shoes that rub your feet usually have design issues. Take a look at the styles here, pick a pair you like, and you can let your girlfriend try them on later. The salesperson said softly, pointing to the row of high heels in front of him. The styles of these high heels in front of him were quite good. After looking at them for a long time, his gaze finally stopped on a pair of silver white high heels. The heels of these shoes were not very high, and the style was very similar to the pair Luli had worn before. This is the pair. Size 37. Okay, sir, let me help you find the right size. He turned around and went into the warehouse next door. In a moment, he came out with a shoebox. At the same time, the fitting room door opened, and Su Li, wearing a black dress, came out gracefully. Wow! Madam, this dress really suits you. It looks really good on you. The salesperson was full of surprise when he saw Su Li come out wearing a black dress. This was not deliberate flattery on her part, but Su Lily really looked extremely good in this black dress. The black dress, paired with white canvas shoes, showed off her soft and delicate calves, and her goosebumps were white and dripping, attracting the attention of everyone around her. This dress is really beautiful. Do you have any more? Can I try one on? Well, I want to try it on too. Because of Su Lily, several girls next to her who were choosing clothes all wanted this dress. They were so happy that they didn't even say anything, and quickly went to the warehouse to get more clothes based on the girls' figures. When Su Li saw Gu Feng slowly approaching after Su Li came out of the fitting room, she hesitated for a moment before slowly walking up to him. How does the dress look? Hearing Gu Feng's words, Su Li hesitated for a moment before slowly walking up to him. It's too expensive, let's go to another store. Her voice was so quiet that the salesperson standing not far behind Gu Feng didn't even hear it. It's okay. I also picked these shoes out for you, try them on. She simply responded, and casually put the shoebox in her hand on the ground, supporting Su Luli's shoulders and letting her sit on the sofa. She took out the shoes from the box and prepared to help Su Luli put on her shoes. Su Luli's eyes were slightly red as she watched Gu Feng squat down. She knew that Gu Feng was definitely going to buy her clothes today, and she no longer refused, but just gently turned her head to the side. At this time, Gu Feng had not yet noticed Su Luli's difference. After putting on his shoes and looking up, he noticed that Su Luli seemed to be in a strange mood. Luli, what's wrong? Nothing, I'm fine. Are you not feeling well? No, faced with Gu Feng's words, Su Luli just shook her head lightly. The shoes fit perfectly, and were obviously much better than the pair Su Luli had worn before. Of course, the price was also very attractive, over 2,000 yuan for a dress and a pair of shoes. They paid with a credit card and, with the enthusiasm of the salesperson seeing them off, Gu Feng and Su Luli left the women's clothing store. Are you really okay? It's okay, let's go over there and have a look. Gu Feng was carrying the bag, and Su Luli took hold of his wrist, her mood obviously better than just a moment ago. With Gu Feng's puzzled gaze, the two of them arrived outside a men's clothing store. You bought me clothes, that's good, I want to buy you a shirt too. Let's go, come in with me and have a look. After bringing Gu Feng in, the men's clothing was relatively simple. Su Lili led Gu Feng and carefully selected clothes in the store for half a day. Everyone around who came to buy clothes looked at Gu Feng with envy. It was such an honor to be able to let such a beautiful woman like Su Lili bring in to choose clothes. What's more, judging from the way Su Lili chose clothes, it was obvious that she was very attentive. After selecting for a long time in the store, they finally chose a shirt and a pair of pants. Su Lili took out her phone to pay, and Gu Feng silently looked at the bags in his hands. After a simple checkout, the two continued to hang out. The time spent shopping was happy and short, and before they knew it, it was 8 p.m. I still want to buy something, can you wait here for a moment? Su Lili stopped in her tracks and looked at Gu Feng slightly embarrassed. Okay. Not knowing what Su Lili was going to do, since the other party asked him to wait here, he would just wait here. He put the bag he was holding down and turned around, retracing his steps. Time passed by minute, and after standing there for nearly 20 minutes, he still did not see Su Lili return. Where did she go? Looking down the corridor, he saw that there were women's clothing stores on both sides, and at the end of the corridor was a large clothing supermarket. Carrying the bag, he walked towards the clothing supermarket, while also observing the women's clothing stores on both sides of the corridor, but there was no sign of Su Lili inside any of them. There was no sign of Su Lili in the women's clothing stores on either side of the aisle. The only possibility was the large clothing supermarket not far ahead. Stepping into the supermarket, the first thing that caught her eye was the men's and women's clothing section. Walking along the aisle, she soon arrived at the lingerie section. It can't be here, can it? She muttered to herself, standing in place, and turned to go and have a look in the women's clothing section next to her. Just as her gaze shifted away, a familiar figure flashed past her in the lingerie section. Lioli? In the distance, Su Lioli, dressed in a long white dress, was very conspicuous. An unexpected flash of thought crossed the depths of his eyes. Gu Feng did not expect that Su Liuli was actually in the women's underwear section. Just as Gu Feng noticed Su Liuli, the other person turned around and happened to notice him as well. Holding a pair of blue underwear in his hands, Su Liuli was stunned as he watched Gu Feng walk towards him. A moment of panic flashed in his eyes, and he was a little at a loss. When Gu Feng arrived in front of him, Su Liuli hurriedly hid the underwear in his hands behind his back. With a face full of embarrassment, he said, "Why did you come?" Su Liuli was holding the blue underwear in his hands, and he could see it clearly. In terms of style alone, it was obviously still a bit conservative. Of course, he didn't dare to say this in front of Su Liuli. "I waited outside for a long time, and I didn't see you come out, so I thought I would come in and look for you." "Oh, I." Her teeth opened slightly, and Su Liuli was about to speak. "Little girl, is this your boyfriend? He's a really handsome young man. Just listen to your auntie. These briefs are really good, they go really well with the lace underwear you just picked out, and they're made from pure cotton, so they're breathable too." Behind Su Li, a middle-aged auntie in a shopping guide costume was making a careful recommendation. It was obvious that the auntie was definitely a person of character. However, it was already embarrassing enough, and being told off like that by the auntie made Su Li feel so nervous that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Chapter 27 ID card? I don't seem to have brought one. Auntie, this is the only one. Together with the one I just took, I'll go to the checkout. Quickly putting the blue underwear in her hand into the black bag, Su Lily turned and walked towards the checkout counter. At this time, she didn't even dare to look up at Gu Feng in front of her. "Young man, do you want to pick a few more things for your girlfriend? All the underwear here is made of pure cotton, and there are many styles. Your girlfriend is so beautiful, she will definitely look good in it." Su Luli turned around, carrying a black bag, and the saleswoman started to sell to Gu Feng again. Not only Su Luli, but even the cheeky Gu Feng was a little overwhelmed. Cough cough. He coughed 3 times to relieve the embarrassment. The saleswoman, "I don't need anything, you go ahead." After saying that, he didn't even turn around and chased after Su Luli. When he arrived at the cashier, Su Luli had just finished paying, and the two were about to leave. Behind them, the shopping guide aunt actually caught up. "Wait a minute, young lady. Auntie, is there something wrong? The selected underwear is in the black bag." The auntie suddenly trotted over, not knowing what was going on. "She left in a hurry just now, and the auntie has some gifts for you here. The clothes are comfortable to wear, so remember to come back next time." In front of the two, she shoved the box into Su Li's black bag. It was so fast that even Gu Feng didn't see what the gift was. "Thank you, auntie." Although she didn't know what the gift was, Su Liuli still said thank you several times to the aunt. "Let's go." "Okay." After buying the things they needed, the two were about to leave the mall. It was already late, and there wasn't much time left before the dormitory closed. When they walked out of the mall, it was already dark outside. Since they hadn't eaten yet, the two found a small restaurant near the school and had a simple dinner. During the whole meal, Su Liuli hardly spoke at all, as if she was still immersed in the recommendations of the shopping guide aunt and hadn't recovered. After dinner, it was already 9:40 p.m., and there were still 50 minutes before the dormitory closed. However, they were currently very close to the school, and it would take less than 20 minutes to walk back. Just as the two were walking towards the school, the phone in Gu Feng's pocket rang very inopportunely. He stopped in his tracks and took out his phone. "It's my roommate's phone." "Hello, Jiang Yu." The phone connected, and Jiang Yu's bitter voice immediately sounded on the other end. "Gu Feng, where are you? Are you coming back to the dormitory tonight?" "Yes, why?" "You're coming back?" Hearing that Gu Feng was still going back to the dormitory, Jiang Yu's voice raised several degrees, as if she was very surprised. "Of course I'm going back. Do you want me to sleep on the street?" No, let me ask, are you with Miss Su right now?" "Yes." "Oh dear, well, I fell while taking a shower tonight, so could you bring me some plasters?" Jiang Yu's voice was very weak, as if she would die the next second. "Some plasters? From the sound of your voice, you don't sound very well. Are you sure plasters will help? How about some quick-acting heart pills?" Gu Feng's words made Su Luli, who was standing nearby, laugh. "What quick-acting heart pills? A Band-Aid will do. That's it for now. Remember to bring back the Band-Aid, I'm depending on you to save my life." Jiang Yu hung up the phone directly at the end. By the way, Xiao Kai, is this whole thing going to be useful? There are still more than 40 minutes until lights out. What if this kid Gu Feng really rushes back? Putting down the phone, Jiang Yu looked at Xiao Kai, who was meditating on the bed, with a dumbfounded expression. He looked full of energy, and there was no sign of injury. Ha ha ha, don't worry. Gu Feng and Miss Su want to go back to the dormitory, so they must be near the school right now. I'll bring you a band-aid. 90% of the time, they'll want to buy it from the infirmary. The school infirmary closed early today, and it's definitely not enough time to go from the infirmary to the outside pharmacy, unless this kid Gu Feng is Iron Man. In that case, if this guy Gu Feng first takes Miss Su back, then he can go buy the band-aid. What should I do? Zhang Tini's words were like a bolt from the blue, and they made Xiao Kai jump. No way? The three die-hard roommates were strategizing in the dormitory, and Gu Feng and Su Luli still didn't know what was going on. When the two arrived at the school infirmary, they discovered that it had closed an hour early. It was 20 minutes before lights out, and there was no time to waste. I'll take you back to the dormitory first. Gu Feng checked the time on his phone and was ready to take Su Luli back first. Can you manage on your own? I want to go with you. Looking up, Su Luli's eyes were firm. If she sent her back, Gu Feng would definitely not be able to go back to the dormitory, and she would worry even if she went back. In case you can't go back. It's okay, it's not like I haven't lived outside before. I believe in you. These simple 4 words left Gu Feng stunned for a long time. Good. With a single word, one hand holding the bag, the other holding Su Lili's wrist, the two walked out of the school gate again. Fortunately, there was a pharmacy near the school, and after buying a box of band-aids, the two arrived at the bottom of the boys' dormitory. It was 10:40 p.m., 10 minutes past the dormitory curfew. Gu Feng, you're back? A deliberately low voice came from upstairs. From the second floor, Jiang Yu poked her head out through a gap in the screen door. How am I going to get back? How am I going to give you the band-aid? Here, tie the band-aid to the rope and I'll pull it up. A rope made from shoelaces was thrown out of the window, and what Gu Feng didn't expect was that his ID card was also tied to it. Seeing Jiang Yu and then looking at the ID card on the rope, it was only at this moment that Gu Feng understood. So, the fall in the shower and the purchase of the band-aid were all excuses made by these guys. Their goal was only one, to prevent him from returning to the dormitory. Su Lili did not notice that the rope was also tied to the ID card. After putting the ID card away, Gu Feng did not forget to firmly tie the band-aid and pull it back upstairs. Jiang Yu, this kid, even closed the window directly. This operation was unexpected even by Su Lili, who was not far behind Gu Feng. We can't go back to the dormitory, let's go out first. HM. Upon hearing Gu Feng's words, Su Lili nodded silently. Walking out of the school, despite having had an experience of opening a room before, Su Lili was still a little nervous. After walking out for a few dozen steps, Su Lili stopped. I brought my ID card with me today, did you bring yours? Taking out her ID card from her bag, she had specially brought it with her today as she needed to add some information to it for her part-time job. ID card? I don't think I brought mine. Chapter 28, Sleeping in a Bath Towel. Then we'll have to get another room. Gu Feng didn't have his ID with him, and Su Lili didn't suspect anything. After all, no one would carry their ID with them after military training. Walking on, she arrived outside the hotel where they had stayed the previous time. I'll go check in, you wait here for me. Su Lili said softly to Gu Feng, holding her ID in her hand. Gu Feng nodded immediately when he heard this. In this way, he watched Su Lili enter the hotel, and Gu Feng slowly took out his ID card from his trouser pocket. After a brief glance, he put the ID card back in his pocket. If Su Lili found out, he didn't know what she would think of him. 5 minutes later, Su Lili came out of the hotel and waved at Gu Feng from the doorway. Seeing this gesture from Su Lili, Gu Feng immediately carried his things and walked up to her. The aunt at the door was so engrossed in her work that she didn't seem to see anything. They took the elevator to the upper floors, opened the door to the room, and unlike last time, Su Lili had booked a standard room this time. The room was clean and tidy, with a coffee table placed between the 2 beds. After putting the things in his hands behind the door, Gu Feng walked straight to the bed, and perhaps because he was tired from shopping, Su Lili also came to the bed and sat down. I want to take a shower tonight. Gu Feng was standing by the bed, about to sit down and rest, when he suddenly heard Su Lili's gentle voice in his ear. At this time, Luli had a little embarrassed look in her beautiful eyes. But there was nothing she could do about it. She had worked all afternoon at the kindergarten, and the weather was hot, so she was covered in sweat. If she didn't take a bath in the evening, she simply wouldn't be able to sleep. Do you want to take a bath now? You can take a bath later. The sooner the better, so let's take a bath now. I'll turn off the air conditioning for you. Saying this, she took the initiative to go to the control switch and turn off the air conditioning. At this moment, Luli, with her big, dark, clear eyes, looked at Gufeng blankly. When Gufeng turned around, he noticed that Luli was staring at him blankly. Her black hair was as glossy as lacquer, her beautiful eyes were wandering, and in front of Gufeng's face, Luli slowly got up. She walked past Gufeng, stopped, and her eyelashes flickered. I'm going to take a shower, and you're not allowed to peek. Air. Don't worry, I won't peek. Gufeng raised 3 fingers to give his word. After hearing Gufeng's words, Luli finally felt at ease and entered the bathroom. After a couple of minutes of splashing, Gufeng, standing outside, could clearly hear the sound of running water. Having promised not to peek, he naturally couldn't go back on his word. While Luli was showering, he took the opportunity to tidy up the bed. After about 20 minutes, the sound of water in the bathroom gradually stopped. Immediately afterwards, the bathroom door opened with a bang. Luli, wrapped in a bath towel, tiptoed out, stepping in a pair of disposable slippers, her round calves exposed to the air. If you look closely, the water droplets on her skin are still clearly visible. Luli, who had just stepped out of the bathroom, didn't even look at Gufeng, and ran straight to the bed, lifted the quilt, wrapped the bath towel around her, and got into bed. Li, you sleep wrapped in a bath towel? Gufeng was at a loss for words as he watched Luli slip into bed with a bath towel wrapped around her. My skirt is wet. Crouched on the bed, Luli felt very helpless. Although she had been very careful when taking a bath, she had accidentally wet her skirt. She couldn't wear a wet skirt, so she had no choice but to come out wrapped in a bath towel. The best thing was that her underwear was still in one piece underneath her skirt, otherwise she really would have cried. Okay. You stay in bed, I'll go to the bathroom and use the hairdryer to dry your clothes. After saying this to Luli, Gufeng walked straight into the bathroom. In the bathroom, Luli's white long skirt was hanging on the hanger, and the middle part, including the upper body, was soaked. After 20-odd minutes of unremitting efforts, the white long skirt was finally almost dry. He took the clothes out and prepared to let Luli change into the skirt and go to bed. What Gufeng didn't expect was that Luli on the bed had already fallen asleep. Crouching on the bed, only her head was exposed, which at first glance was less stunning and more endearing. Luli had finally fallen asleep, and Gufeng didn't want to disturb her. He lifted his hand and hung the skirt on the nearby hanger, turned the air conditioning in the room back on, and then went to the other side of the bed to lie down and sleep. There was no word exchanged throughout the night. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Due to its proximity to the window and the fact that the curtains were not closed tightly, a weak light shone through the gap and hit Gufeng's face. He woke up dazedly and immediately picked up the phone next to him to check the time. It was just after 5 o'clock, but because it was summer, it was already bright outside. 5 o'clock. He rubbed his eyes and sat up straight. His gaze fell on the bed next to him, and when he saw Luli sleeping soundly, Gufeng was immediately startled. The bath towel wrapped around her body had been kicked to the ground at some point, and her upper body, with her pair of slender arms placed in front of her, and most of her white underwear exposed. Luckily, the lower body was covered tightly, otherwise he would have had to bleed from the nose. This. Mouth opened, but Gufeng could only smile bitterly. After the last time, he had some experience. Compared to the last time, when the octopus was hugging him and sleeping soundly, this time was nothing. Without disturbing the sleeping Luli, Gufeng quietly walked towards the toilet. When he came out of the toilet, Luli on the bed was still sleeping soundly. Thinking that it was still early, Gufeng went back to the bed and prepared to take a nap. He didn't know how long it had been, but when he opened his eyes again, Luli, who was in the bed next to him, had already gotten up and even changed into a white dress. You're awake. I heard you snoring. With arched eyebrows, she stood tall and graceful by the bed, smiling at Gufeng. Every expression and movement revealed an indescribable beauty. Did I snore? I don't think so. Gufeng sat up dazedly, slightly hesitant. He shouldn't have snored while sleeping. It was probably because he was so tired from military training. It was already 7 o'clock, and we had to go back to school. Oh, good. Upon hearing Su Liuli's words, Gu Feng nodded in agreement, got up, and tidied up a bit. 20 minutes later, the two walked out of the hotel. The morning sun shone brightly in the early morning air of the Magic City, giving a refreshing feeling. After leaving the hotel, the two did not have breakfast and returned to their dormitories separately. Gu Feng returned to the men's dormitory, and Xiao Kai and the others had just woken up. They had to go to the playground for training at 8 a.m., and it was already past 7 a.m. If they didn't get up and get ready, they would be in trouble if they were late. When they saw Gu Feng push the door open, Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai were so excited that they could hardly contain themselves. Jiang Yu put down the towel in her hands, and Zhang Tinio and Xiao Kai, both with toothbrushes in their mouths, quickly galloped up to Gu Feng. Gu Feng, how was last night? We're good friends, right? Ha ha ha. Jiang Yu spoke first, and Xiao Kai and Zhang Tinio also laughed, nearly spilling the toothpaste foam from the corners of their mouths. Jiang Yu, I thought you were dying? What happened? Are you having a last fling? Chapter 29, I'll invest 10 million. Upon hearing Gu Feng's words, Jiang Yu was immediately taken aback. What do you mean by a return of the light? Gu Feng, don't you dare act like a good guy when you've got an advantage. Do you know that last night, we were all racking our brains for you? Jiang Yu, don't talk nonsense. Who came up with this plan? At best, you just played your part well. Yes, Kai Zi is right. The three of them spoke in unison, and Gu Feng stood there, unable to say a word. Okay, I will remember your kindness. I will treat you to dinner someday. If he had to speak, he didn't know how long it would take to keep the three of them talking. Great. This is what I've been waiting to hear. Gu Feng clearly stated that he would treat them to dinner, and Xiao Kai and the others' goal was achieved, so they turned around and quickly continued to clean up. After all three had changed into their military training uniforms, Gu Feng didn't make a single move, and they then remembered that Gu Feng had already taken the morning off. After a few words of small talk, the three left one after the other, and just a minute later, Gu Feng was left alone in the dormitory. He took out his phone to check the time, and it was still not even 8 o'clock. He now had plenty of time to get to Shanghai University. He changed into some decent clothes, walked all the way out of the dormitory, hailed a taxi at the school gate, and set off in the direction of Shanghai University. When he arrived outside Shanghai University, it was just after 8 o'clock. It was still early, so he went to have some breakfast first. It was almost 8 o'clock in the morning, and the first class at Shanghai University had just started. Gu Feng strolled around the campus and walked straight to the nearest restaurant. When he entered the restaurant, there were almost no people left. He bought some breakfast and after eating, he waited quietly until 8:30. Then, Gu Feng took out his phone and dialed Professor Wu's number. During the phone call, Professor Wu told him to go to the basement of the third comprehensive building. After hanging up, Gu Feng walked straight to the third comprehensive building. Entering the basement of the third building, he saw Professor Wu standing outside the nearest classroom waiting. Seeing Professor Wu, Gu Feng couldn't help but quicken his pace. Professor Wu, you've made me wait a long time. When he came up to Professor Wu, Gu Feng gave a faint smile and offered to shake his hand. You're quite mature for a kid. You're the first student to shake my hand when we meet. Professor Wu shook hands with Gu Feng and couldn't help but smile and crack a joke. At this point, Gu Feng also reacted. He was still a student and had momentarily forgotten his identity. Professor, I'm really sorry, I was so excited to see you. Ha ha ha. Okay, the members of the project team for the peak competition are all inside, come in and have a look. Raising his hand and patting Gu Feng on the shoulder, Professor Wu stepped aside to let Gu Feng go in first. Professor, you go ahead. Okay. Facing Gu Feng's politeness, Professor Wu didn't think much of it and turned around to enter the classroom first. Gu Feng followed closely behind, and the two of them came in together from the door. The large, stepped classroom had almost a few hundred seats, and at a glance, there were only people in the front row. There were about 15 or 16 people. Come, let me introduce you, these are the members of the peak competition project team. This is the project leader, Luli. He brought Gu Feng to a chubby boy with heavy black-rimmed glasses and a plump face with some red from the high altitude. Seeing Gu Feng, Luli couldn't help but be stunned. He heard Professor Wu say that someone was preparing to invest in the peak competition, but he didn't expect it to be a young person like himself. Luli, this is the investor I was telling you about. Standing in the middle, Professor Wu introduced them on both sides. After confirming that Gu Feng was the investor Professor Wu had mentioned, not only was Lu Qi dumbfounded, but even the other members of the project team were dumbfounded. But dumbfounded or not, the investor personally identified by Professor Wu must have his reasons. Even if he is skeptical, Lu Qi still greeted him politely. Hello, I'm Lu Qi, the leader of the project team for Pinnacle Competition. Hello, I'm Gu Feng. The investor has also arrived. It's not easy to get investment, so let's talk about the Pinnacle Athletics project first. Okay, Professor Wu. Please sit down. Lu Qi asked Professor Wu and Gu Feng to sit in the front row, and then took his laptop and went to the front of the podium. I will now explain the Pinnacle Athletics game project. Pinnacle Athletics is a fair mobile game based on. Lu Qi stood on the podium, holding a laptop in his hands, and carefully explained the game's planning, development mechanism, and current development progress. It was unexpected that the Pinnacle Athletics project team could develop the game to this stage with such simple equipment as the incubator base of the Magic City University. How do you feel after listening to the investor? As Lu Qi came to the end of his speech, Professor Wu turned his head and smiled at Gu Feng. I feel very good. Gu Feng did not hide his appreciation. As Lu Qi said, development is nearing completion, and now only testing and servers are needed. Gu Feng and Professor Wu spoke in low voices, and Lu Qi put away his laptop and walked off the stage to stand in front of them. Lu Qi, I'm very interested in this game. How much do you estimate it will cost to develop the rest of the game, plus testing and server construction? Seeing Lu Qi come over, Gu Feng took the initiative to ask. Unexpectedly, Gu Feng was so straightforward, and Lu Qi didn't hide it either, and immediately said, preliminary estimate, 5 million. 5 million? Gu Feng shook his head with a smile. Lu Qi thought that was too much and looked at Professor Wu next to him. Subsequent development can continue at Moda University, but in order to go online, testing and server construction are required. Moda University does not have these conditions. When constructing the server, we need to consider the number of users. If we are too conservative, it may cause the server to crash after going online. Lu Qi, don't worry, just let Gu Feng finish. Professor Wu remained calm. He had already discussed this with Gu Feng before. To really run the game, 5 million yuan would definitely not be enough. I will invest 10 million yuan. What? 10 million yuan? Are you serious? Gu Feng asked for 10 million yuan, nearly knocking Lu Qi's jaw off. If he could really get an investment of 10 million, he was confident that he could get Pinnacle Athletics online in the shortest possible time. Really? The project team doesn't need to continue developing at Shanghai University. I'll set up a company that will fully cooperate with you. As for setting up a server for testing, you can do it yourself. I only have one request, Pinnacle Athletics needs to go online as soon as possible. No problem. Lu Qi agreed without hesitation. They had been developing this game for a long time, and now they could finally launch it online, so of course they were excited. Chapter 30 Cloud Top Technology Development. I will take care of this period of time. At the latest, I will take you to the new office area in a week. Good. Lu Qi readily agreed, and the members of the project team in the distance were also eager to get started. It was finally time to get started, and they wanted to seize this opportunity no matter what. Once Lu Qi and the others left, Professor Wu and Gu Feng also walked out of the classroom together. What are your thoughts on forming a company? Professor Wu asked with a smile as he walked. I want to directly acquire a small company and retain most of the current employees, so that we can save the trouble of recruiting new staff. Ha! Ha ha ha! Gu Feng, I really didn't expect that you would be so business-minded. Professor Wu was first shocked, then burst out laughing. The reason he asked was to give such a suggestion, but he didn't expect to be too late. I do know a relatively good company that is having difficulties now. Are you interested in taking it over? Oh, which company? A small technology company called CloudTop, which mainly undertakes outsourced projects. The School of Computer Science has previously cooperated with them, but now it seems that they are having operational problems. If you are interested, I can ask for you. As for whether it can be negotiated, it depends on the wishes of both parties. After Professor Wu finished speaking, Gu Feng nodded, yes, Professor, please contact them. We can meet to discuss the details. Good, when are you usually available? Usually after 6 p.m. If you want to make an appointment, we can meet for dinner. I have to go to military training at school, and I barely got the day off this morning. There are still a few days of training left, so it won't be easy to get another day off. I'll ask about it at lunch today, and I'll give them your phone number. You two can arrange the time. Okay. As soon as Professor Wu said this, Gu Feng immediately nodded in agreement. After walking out of the complex building together and having a brief chat, Professor Wu had to go to an open class, and Gu Feng was also about to return to Fuxing University. He rested in the dormitory for 2 hours, went to eat with Xiao Kai and a few others at noon, and continued military training in the afternoon. The afternoon military training was really boring and dull. When the time came to 6 p.m., Instructor Guo announced that they were dismissed on the spot, and Zhang Yu and the other two came over to Gu Feng. Gu Feng, are you still going to dinner with Senior Su tonight? No. Gu Feng shook his head when he heard Zhang Yu's words. Just now, he received a text message from Su Luli, saying that she was going to have dinner with some of her roommates tonight. You're not eating? Gu Feng, you're not going to be abandoned, are you? With surprised expressions on their faces, Zhang Yu, Xiao Kai, and Zhang Tini all looked at Gu Feng at the same time. No, is that what you guys want? Huh? What are you talking about? We don't want you to be abandoned. That's right, you're the face of our dormitory now. Your roommate is the boyfriend of the campus beauty queen, and it's a source of pride to tell people. Your senior, Su, is going out to dinner with her roommate tonight. Oh, that's right, I promised to invite you guys to dinner. Why not today? I suddenly remembered that I also promised to treat a few people to dinner this morning. While I still have time, I might as well go now. Great. Let's go back and change. As soon as Gu Feng said he was treating them to dinner, Xiao Kai and the others were beside themselves with excitement. They grabbed Gu Feng's arm and hurriedly walked outside the playground. Back in the dormitory, after a brief wash, the four of them changed their clothes again. Just as they were about to go out, the phone next to them vibrated. It was an unfamiliar incoming call. Gu Feng, not knowing what it was, pressed the answer button. A female voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, is this Mr. Gu? Yes, this is Gu Feng. Mr. Gu, after being reborn, this is the first time someone has called him that. This is Cloud Top Technology Development Company, referred by Professor Wu. Our boss Wang would like to meet with you. I'm not sure when you're available. After a second of hesitation, Gu Feng responded, I may not be available today, but I'll have time tomorrow after 6 p.m. How about we meet at Fuxing Hotel on Fuxing Road after 6 p.m. tomorrow? Okay, Mr. Gu, I'll let Boss Wang know. Goodbye. After saying goodbye to Gu Feng, the secretary politely hung up the phone. Gu Feng, whose phone was that? It couldn't have been Miss Su, could it? If it was, you should go with her first, and we can eat together another time. Zhang Yu came over and patted Gu Feng on the shoulder. It didn't matter when their roommates had dinner, they should always put Miss Su first. Since when did you become so generous? Generous? Zhang Yu was taken aback, and then he laughed. Well, generosity depends on the person, doesn't it? In the entire Fuxing University, no, the entire city of Shanghai, only Senior Sister Su can make us be so generous. The key is that we are worried about upsetting Senior Sister Su and getting dumped. He whispered in her ear, and when Zhang Yu heard what the boy said, he wanted to give the boy a good kicking. It's not your Senior Sister Su, it's someone else. But then again, what do you guys want to eat? Have you thought about it? He wanted to treat them to dinner, so naturally he had to listen to what Zhang Yu and the others wanted to eat. There's a good barbecue place outside the university. It's such a nice day, how about we go for a barbecue? Barbecue? Yes. I agree with a barbecue. Xiao Kai expressed his opinion, and Zhang Yu and Zhang Tini raised their hands in support. Since all three had decided to have a barbecue, Gu Feng promptly agreed. The four of them walked all the way from the dormitory to Fuxing University. It was evening, and since it was close to the university, the atmosphere at the barbecue stalls outside was very lively. They walked past 3 or 5 stalls in a row, but they couldn't find an empty seat. Continuing on for hundreds of meters, Zhang Yu spotted an empty table at a barbecue stall on the corner. There's an empty table over there. Hurry! Finding an empty table was even more exciting than discovering a new continent. The four of them crossed the road and hurriedly sat down. Here are the menus, take a look and see what you want to eat. There were more than 10 barbecue stalls, but only 2 waiters, who were busy as bees. They put the menus on the table for the group to look at, and turned to serve the food. Just order whatever you want. Whatever I want? Gu Feng, are you serious? Then we'll just order whatever we want. Upon hearing the words whatever you want, Xiao Kai's eyes glowed with gold as he grabbed the menu in front of him. Tiny, I'll do the talking, you take notes. First, 30 lamb skewers, a vegetarian combo, and then. Xiao Kai took the menu, ordered a few things, and then handed it to Zhang Yu and Zhang Tainyo to look at. After the two had chosen again, they beckoned the waiter over. There were quite a few people eating, but the food was served quickly. Not long after the order was placed, in less than 10 minutes, almost all the skewers were served one after the other. Here, have a drink first. I don't really know how to drink. Zhang Yu was slightly embarrassed as he lifted his glass. Since starting school, he hadn't drunk much. I don't know how to drink either, just drink a little. People usually drink beer with kebabs. Looking around, everyone was indeed drinking beer. There was nothing he could do, so Zhang Yu gave in, and Gu Feng had to follow suit. From 7 p.m. until almost 10 p.m., Zhang Yu had already fallen asleep on the table, and Xiao Kai was also feeling the strain. Even Gu Feng himself was feeling a little dizzy. In contrast, Zhang Tini, who was sitting next to them, was as normal as could be, drinking and eating at the same time. Chapter 31. Gu Feng wants a kiss. Tainyo, your family doesn't happen to own a winery, does it? You can drink so much? Gu Feng is slightly drunk and full of surprise. He thinks he can drink quite well, but compared to Zhang Tainyo, he is just a lightweight. No. I was born in the north, and when I was a child, I often drank goat's milk wine. Drinking beer is no different for me than drinking water. Do you want some more? He picked up the beer bottle next to him and pretended to pour Gu Feng another glass. No, forget it. Who's going to pay the bill if I drink more? He quickly put away the wine glass in front of him. If he drinks more, he'll really fall over and sleep. Feeling that it was about time, Gu Feng got up to pay the bill first. By the time he came back, Zhang Tainyo was almost done as well. Let's go back to school. Zhang Yu, wake up. You've only had 2 beers, and you're passed out on the table like a dead pig. Seeing this, Zhang Tainyo got up directly and went to Zhang Yu's side, reaching out and helping Zhang Yu up. Let's go. Let's go. Walking along the road towards the school, just as they arrived at the school gate, Gu Feng's phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Su Luli calling. It was late at night, and there must be something urgent for her to call at this hour. Gu Feng signaled Zhang Tini to wait and stopped to answer the phone. Hello, is this Gu Feng? This is Su Liuli's roommate. We're at a restaurant near the university. Can you come over? The phone connected, but it wasn't Su Liuli's voice. From the tone of her voice, she sounded very anxious, as if something major had happened. Frowning, Gu Feng immediately asked, "Where are you?" Near the university, at the Qinyuan restaurant. He knew the location of the Qinyuan Bistro, a small restaurant near the school. Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up, Gu Feng didn't say anything yet, and Zhang Tini and Xiao Kai were the first to ask, "What happened? Do you want us to go with you?" No need, Tinio and Kai, you two take Zhang Yu back first. I'll go take a look. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. It's urgent. After saying this briefly to Zhang Tinio and Xiao Kai, he ran outside the school without looking back. Tinio, should we follow and take a look? Forget it, it shouldn't be anything serious. Let's just take Zhang Yu back to the dormitory first, and then give Gu Feng a call and ask. Gu Feng had clearly said that they didn't need to follow, and with Zhang Yu drunk as a skunk, it was best to get him back first. After parting from Zhang Tinyu and the others, Gu Feng almost ran all the way to the Qinyuan Bistro. Fortunately, it was near Fuxing University, not very far. Not far from the bistro, he saw a police car with flashing lights at the entrance. Next to it were several people, Su Luli's roommates, Wang Mani and Dong Jieja. Rushing up to them, Gu Feng immediately asked, "What happened? Where is Su Liuli?" Seeing Gu Feng, Wang Mani hurriedly explained, "Su Liuli is inside, accompanied by Lu Xiaoyu." After hearing Wang Mani's words, Gu Feng quickly entered the restaurant and saw Su Liuli sleeping soundly on the table. Next to her, Lu Xiaoyu, with traces of tears on her face, was sitting in a daze. Su Liuli? What happened? When he came to Su Liuli's side, the other parties seemed to be sleeping soundly, not moving at all. Gu Feng, you're here. Don't worry, Liuli is fine, she just drank a glass of vodka by mistake. Lu Xiaoyu tried to calm herself down and explained softly. She drank a glass of vodka by mistake? Seeing Gu Feng's confusion, Lu Xiaoyu explained again, they were celebrating my birthday, and the vodka that was meant for Jejia was drunk by Luli as if it were just water. It was just a small glass, so it's no big deal. She's never drunk before, that's why. When she heard that Su Luli had only fallen asleep because she had mistakenly drunk a glass of vodka, Gu Feng also slowly let go of his worries. What's going on with the police car outside? I just met a drunk guy who insisted on adding my contact information. I didn't give it to him, so he hit me. Madi got angry and that's why she called the police. Lu Xiaoyu explained like this, and Gu Feng only then noticed that there were 5 clear fingerprints on the other person's face. Are you okay? I'm fine. We're going to the police station later, so could you please look after her? It's not convenient for her to come with us like this. Okay, no problem. Since we've already called the police, we should let them handle it from here. Gu Feng looked down at Su Liuli next to him and reached out to gently help her up. Hey, Gu Feng, why are you here? Su Liuli, who had just gotten up, was overjoyed when she opened her eyes and saw Gu Feng. Since she was drunk, she simply hugged him and wouldn't let go. Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile when she saw this. Liuli was calling out your name just now, she really likes you. You have to treat her well. Lu Xiaoyu said this, and Gu Feng looked down at Su Liuli in his arms. The other person was lying in his arms, once again snoring loudly. Okay. Gu Feng helped Su Liuli walk out of the Qin Yuan bistro. When they saw Wang Mani and Dong Jejia outside, they came up to them together. Gu Feng, this is some glucose I bought for Liuli, give her a little to drink later. Wang Mani handed over a bag containing 2 glucose tablets. Okay, thanks. Liuli. Take care of yourself, and call us if anything happens. Xiaoyu, let's go. After handing Su Liuli over to Gu Feng, the two of them were ready to accompany Lu Xiaoyu to the police station to make a statement. Looking at Su Liuli, who was lying in his arms, Gu Feng couldn't help but laugh. At this time of night, there was no way he could take Su Liuli back to the dormitory. The girls' dormitory was not a place he could go into. Taking the glucose in his hands, he used both hands to lift Su Liuli up. He had already drunk quite a lot of alcohol himself, and now he had to carry someone else as well. He took every step carefully, for fear of stumbling. They passed the school gate and continued walking straight ahead. They arrived at the hotel they had stayed at before, but this time, neither of them had brought their ID cards. Luckily, the receptionist was very nice and offered to look after Su Luli while Gu Feng ran back to the dormitory to get his ID card. He brought the ID card, booked a room again, and then brought Su Luli in. In just a few days, they had already stayed outside 3 times, and no one would believe them if they said nothing had happened. He gently put Su Liuli on the bed and took off the other person's shoes. He was about to get the quilt when Su Liuli slowly opened her eyes. When she saw Gu Feng standing next to the bed, she thought she was dreaming. Gu Feng wanted to kiss. She struggled to get up, put her arms around Gu Feng's neck, pouted, and kissed him. It was so fast that Gu Feng didn't even react. A trace of softness flashed across his lips, and his head was almost blank. It was only after 10 whole seconds that he reached out and put his arms around Su Liuli's waist, making her lie down again obediently. Liuli, if you keep this up, I really won't be able to hold back anymore. He looked at Su Liuli on the bed with a bitter smile. He was a man after all, and coupled with the fact that he had been drinking, his willpower was not strong, so how could he withstand such temptation? Chapter 32, I am a gentleman. It is said that women are like flowers, blooming and delicate. Now, Su Liuli was lying on the bed, her jade-like neck pink and her cheeks flushed, looking more charming than a blooming flower by many times. After staring at her for a long time, Gu Feng suddenly felt dry in his mouth and tongue, and he really couldn't hold back anymore. No! Wash your face, wash your face. A man with full masculine energy, not Lu Xiaoyu, who can resist this temptation? He turned around and entered the bathroom, standing by the sink and washing his face with cold water for a long time. When he came out of the bathroom again, he looked up at Su Luli in bed. This. Su Luli, who was originally lying flat, has now sat up and is looking down and spitting in the trash can. It may be because he didn't eat much, and after vomiting for a long time, he didn't vomit much. He hurriedly went to the bed and helped Su Luli get up. After completely letting Su Li lie down, Gu Feng realized that the vomit from earlier had stained his clothes. Not only his clothes, but Su Li's clothes also had quite a bit of it. The area was not large, but the smell was quite pungent. Is a glass of vodka that powerful? Sigh. With a light sigh, Gu Feng was full of helplessness. It was obvious that Suli definitely was not the type of person to drink alcohol in his usual life, otherwise he would not have gotten drunk like this from just one glass of vodka. Frowning, he looked at himself and then at the filth on Su Liuli's body. Liuli, you have to believe me, I really am a gentleman. I need to wash our clothes, otherwise there's no way we can wear them tomorrow. Mumbling to Su Liuli, and seeing that she didn't react, Gu Feng quickly took off his short-sleeved shirt. He was young, and with regular exercise, his skin was still quite radiant. Holding his shirt in his hands, he put it by the sink and returned to the bed to look at Su Liuli. It was easy to take off his own clothes, but how was he going to take off Su Liuli's? It was a whole dress, and although only the top half was stained, it could only be washed if it was taken off completely. After standing by the bedside for a long time, Gu Feng still didn't dare to do it. A gentleman, I am a gentleman. He silently repeated in his heart, and Gu Feng raised his hand, about to help Su Liuli take off her clothes. Unexpectedly, the other person seemed to feel uncomfortable. In a daze, she unzipped the back of her dress halfway. Her fragrant shoulders were exposed, her skin was as white as snow, her willowy eyebrows curved, and with a slight state of drunkenness, Gu Feng's eyes were fixed. Indecent exposure, indecent exposure. As God is my witness, I didn't take it off, you took it off yourself. Mumbling to himself, he resisted the pounding in his heart and took advantage of the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. He took off the white dress awkwardly. He narrowed his eyes and quickly covered the other person with the quilt. Although his actions were quick, he still saw everything clearly. Before his head got hot, he grabbed Su Liuli's clothes and quickly entered the bathroom. Standing next to the sink, he first washed his short-sleeved shirt clean. Then he cleaned the dirt on the front of Su Liuli's skirt. Worried that it wouldn't dry by tomorrow morning, she only washed the top half of the skirt. After half an hour of busy work, she washed the clothes and hung them in the bathroom. She took out the hair dryer next to her and blew the clothes until they were half dry. Phew! They should be dry by tomorrow morning. After finishing everything, Gu Feng re-entered the bathroom. Looking at Su Liuli sleeping on the bed, her face flushed with a slight wine haze, her complexion even more radiant. Wait! Dextrose! Yes, dextrose. After staring at Su Liuli for a long time, Gu Feng suddenly remembered that before he returned, Su Liuli's roommate Wang Mani had given him 2 dextrose tablets. He took out the 2 dextrose tablets from the bag and found 2 disposable paper cups under the bedside table. He broke the dextrose tablets and poured them all into the paper cups. Luli, get up and drink something. He sat by the bed and reached out to help Su Liuli up. After drinking some glucose, he put Su Liuli back down again. The other person was quietly asleep. Looking at the remaining glucose in the paper cup, Gu Feng hesitated for a moment, then tilted his head and gulped it down. It would be a waste if he didn't drink it. After drinking the glucose, it was already very late after all the tossing and turning. There was only one large bed in the room, and there was not even a large sofa around it. There was only a chair in the corner. There was no choice. It seemed that tonight he would have to make do with Su Liuli in bed for now. Fortunately, the bed was large, and Su Liuli slept closer to the edge. Even when he lay down, there was still a long distance between the two of them. Gu Feng turned off the bedside lamp and fell into a deep sleep. In his sleep, he vaguely felt a warm body intrude into his arms. Perhaps it was because he had drunk too much, Gu Feng did not wake up immediately. I don't know how long it was. Gu Feng, who was still dreaming, suddenly heard a cry of alarm in his ear. Ah! The sudden scream scared Gu Feng straight and he sat up. What's wrong? Looking around, he came back to his senses and realized that in the corner of the bed, Su Liuli was curled up in a ball, hugging the quilt. Looking down at himself, he saw that he was half naked, with only shorts covering his lower body. It's not Liuli, don't get me wrong, let me explain. Judging from Su Liuli's expression, it was obvious that she had misunderstood him. Gu Feng wanted to explain, but before he could, Su Liuli spoke first, hugging the quilt. Can you please put your clothes on first? Oh. Okay. Nodding in agreement, Gu Feng quickly got out of bed. If he didn't explain this matter clearly, he would really be unable to clear his name even if he jumped into the Huanghua River. If he really did it, it wouldn't be too unfair, but the point was that he really hadn't done anything. If he was wronged, then he would be the modern version of Doi. Wait a minute. Can you bring my clothes over too? Su Luli blushed slightly. She was only wearing 2 pieces of underwear, and she couldn't keep hugging the quilt while talking. Promptly agreed, went into the bathroom to put on her short-sleeved shirt first, and then picked up Su Luli's white long skirt. After being blown by the hairdryer, the long skirt finally dried. Holding the long skirt, she came to the bedside. Su Luli looked up silently, her eyebrows raised and her eyes looking at Gu Feng. Her nose was delicate and her skin was as white as snow. The corner of her mouth lifted slightly, and she didn't seem as angry as Gu Feng had imagined. Luli, you're not angry? Gu Feng was full of surprise as he held the white skirt in his hands. In response to Gu Feng's question, Su Luli's red lips curled up into a playful smile and she said, "Why should I be angry?" With just a single sentence, she left Gu Feng speechless. Indeed, when he thought about it, it was true. Nothing had happened, so why should she be angry? Give me the clothes. Turn around, I want to get dressed. He placed the white dress in front of Su Luli, turned his face towards the bathroom, and behind him a rustling sound could be heard. Okay. I waited until Su Luli said she was done getting dressed before turning around. You threw up a lot last night, and you accidentally got it on your clothes, so I wanted to help you take them off and wash them. Of course, the same goes for my clothes. Su Luli put on her shoes and stood in front of him as Gu Feng carefully explained. I know. Although I was groggy, I have some recollection of it. And thank you for last night. Lu Mei raised her eyebrows slightly, her eyes wandering, silently staring at Gu Feng. Gu Feng didn't do anything to her last night, and from this, one could see what kind of person he was. The reason she exclaimed this morning was mainly because she found that she had once again slipped into Gu Feng's arms. Last time, at least she was wearing clothes, but this time was different, she was only wearing underwear, while Gu Feng's upper body was not wearing anything. When their skin touched, she didn't react for a moment, which is why she exclaimed and got up. Chapter 33 Happiness came too suddenly. Thank me? Stared at by Su Luli, Gu Feng was first stunned, then he scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Happiness came so suddenly that it was almost unbelievable. He had thought that there would be misunderstandings, but he never expected the other person to not suspect him at all. To express my gratitude, I'll buy you breakfast. You fold the quilt, and I'll wash up. With her beautiful, watery eyes blinking twice, Su Luli bypassed Gu Feng and walked straight to the bathroom. Gu Feng waited until the other person had completely entered the bathroom before starting to fold the quilt. Normally, no one would take the initiative to fold the quilt when they stay in a hotel. But for some reason, after waking up, Su Luli would fold the quilt neatly every time she stayed in a hotel. Sitting by the bed, she waited quietly for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, Su Luli, who had finished packing, came out of the bathroom, went to the front desk to check out, and the two walked out of the hotel. What do you want to eat? Want some xiaolong bao? I'll buy you some. Following Gu Feng's lead, Su Li turned around. There's a shop outside the school that makes really good xiaolong bao. It's a bit expensive, but the ingredients are of really good quality. Great. No problem. He wasn't picky about food anyway, and since it was the girl buying, he didn't really have a say. Su Li kept walking, and when they were almost at the school gate, the two of them stopped in front of a xiaolong bao shop. It was early in the morning, but there were still quite a few people eating. The room was full of people, and there were even quite a few sitting at the tables outside. Grandma, give us 2 baskets of dumplings. Oh, Su girl, what brings you here today? Outside the dumpling shop, there were only 2 people, a young girl and an old grandmother with silver hair. The grandmother was very surprised to see Su Luli. Grandma, I got up a little early today because I had some things to do. Oh. Okay, you sit down first, I'll bring the dumplings to you myself. Well. The old lady was quite busy, so Su Li didn't bother her too much. Standing not far behind Su Li, and after the other person had turned around, Gu Feng couldn't help but ask curiously, Li, you seem to know this old lady quite well. Did you often come here to eat before? While asking, the two of them walked to an empty table and sat down. I worked part-time here for a year during my freshman year. Just like that girl. Looking at the girl in the shop wearing an apron and bustling about, Su Li felt a lot of emotions. She seemed to see her own reflection in the other person. You worked here to earn money? Gu Feng was slightly surprised. Su Luli was the school beauty queen of Fuxing University, and he really didn't expect the other person to work in a bun shop. Of course. It's just that later, because there were more classes in my sophomore year, I didn't have much time, so I didn't keep doing it. It wasn't until my junior year that I found a part-time job in a kindergarten again. Su Luli whispered, and her grandmother just happened to bring 2 baskets of steamed buns over. Su girl. This is your boyfriend? Grandma Su Luli asked with a kind smile as she set down the steamed buns and looked at Gufong. Facing her grandmother's inquiry, Su Luli nodded slightly, a little embarrassed. Little girl, you have good taste, the young man is very energetic. You two eat first, if there isn't enough to go around for grandma, I'll get you more. Considering that there was still a lot to do in the shop, the elderly woman didn't stay for long. She picked up a steamed bun and ate half of it in one bite. It's not bad, actually. This little bun is quite delicious. It's hard to imagine that such a small bun can have so much juice. Suli, you've been working part-time because... Gu Feng's eyes hesitated, and he wanted to say something but couldn't. He didn't want to ask too many questions about Suli's family situation, but seeing that the other person had been working part-time, he couldn't bear to. My family's situation is quite special. Although I have a scholarship for tuition, I still have to rely on myself for school life. His tone was very calm, and Gu Feng, sitting next to him, could not hear any grievances in Su Lily's tone. So what about your family? My parents divorced before I started elementary school, and my mother went abroad. Not long after that, my father passed away, and I've been living with my grandfather ever since. He's not in good health, and it's already very difficult for him to support me through junior high and high school. I work part-time at school, and sometimes I can even send him some money. Compared to just now, Su Lily's mood was obviously a bit low. He held a bun on a chopstick and looked at Su Lily silently. He didn't know how to comfort her. No wonder she had cried when he had crouched down to help her with her shoes in the shopping mall. Perhaps, since she had started primary school, no one had cared about her like this except her grandfather. It's okay, I've been used to it for a long time. If you don't eat the Xiaolong Bao, it will get cold. Pointing at the Xiaolong Bao in front of Gu Feng, she, a girl, had already eaten half of the buns, while Gu Feng had just finished one. Oh, I'll eat it. In front of Su Lili, Gu Feng quickly finished the Xiaolong Bao in front of him. When it was time to pay, the old lady in the restaurant refused to take the money no matter what. In the end, Su Lili had no choice but to put the cash on the counter and quickly leave with Gu Feng. It was still early when they returned to school, so the two of them decided to go back to the dormitory first. When he pushed open the dormitory door, the scene was exactly as he had imagined. Xiao Kai, Jiang Yu, and Jiang Tini were all fast asleep on their beds. They didn't even react when he pushed the door open. They were really sound asleep. He raised his hand to check the time. It was just after 6 o'clock, and there was still nearly an hour before they had to get up at 7. He took off his shoes and climbed into bed, where he lay down and prepared to catch up on some sleep. Time passed by minute. Before long, it was 8 o'clock. Jiang Tini was the first to wake up. When he saw Gu Feng lying on the bed opposite, he thought he was mistaken and rubbed his eyes hard. Gu Feng? No, didn't you go out to stay last night? When did he come back? Last night, he and Xiao Kai took Jiang Yu back to the dormitory and planned to call and ask later. Before he could start, Gu Feng pushed the door open. He rummaged through the drawer and found his ID card, said hello casually and turned to leave. Ha? Tainyo, you're awake. Gu Feng got up silently. In the distance, Xiao Kai and Jiang Yu also woke up one after the other. Gu Feng? You're back. Xiao Kai asked calmly. Opposite Xiao Kai, Jiang Yu was full of question marks. Gu Feng, weren't you in the dormitory last night? I seem to have blacked out yesterday. Rubbing his head, Jiang Yu muttered to himself. It's true, my head is still a bit fuzzy. Jiang Yu, you'd better stop. With your drinking capacity, you can't even drink as much as my cat. Next time you go out, you'd better bring your own juice. Chapter 34, Overpriced. Damn it, Kai, do you look down on me? Stunned and angered by Xiao Kai's merciless mockery, Jiang Yu stared at him with wide eyes. Ha ha ha. I didn't, you said it yourself. Alright, hurry up and clean up so we can grab some breakfast. After Jiang Tini finished speaking, he was the first to roll out of bed. Seeing this, Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai followed suit. Gu Feng, aren't you going to get up and clean up? I already did. Okay. The three got out of bed and started tidying up. After washing up and getting dressed, it was already too late for breakfast. They sat in the dormitory and waited for 5 or 6 minutes. After 5 or 6 minutes, the four of them hurried to the playground to gather. In the morning, they practiced military posture for the whole morning. After lunch, they continued to practice military posture in formation in the afternoon, running around the playground for an unknown number of laps. They waited until 6 p.m., when it was time to rest, before the instructor announced that they could rest. Fuck. Finally, it's over. I'm really tired today. Yes, I didn't really get any rest today. As soon as the instructor announced the end of the day, murmurs could be heard all around. Everyone felt particularly tired from the military training, and of course, Gufeng and Jiangyu were no exception. No, I can't go on. Tino, who's going to the cafeteria with Xiaokai, can you bring me back a pancake? My body is so weak, if I walk any further I'm going to fall apart. Jiangyu squatted on the ground, her face flushed. Standing in military position is already tiring enough, but I didn't expect to have to run for such a long time. Jiangyu, you are really weak. I'll go to the cafeteria and bring you a pancake. Tino, can you bring me one as well? Xiaokai's mouth twitched twice, and he looked bitter. Okay. Bring them all. Gufeng, do you want me to bring you one as well? He turned his head to look at Gufeng. Compared to Xiaokai and Jiangyu, Gufeng looked slightly better, at least he was still energetic. No, I have something to do later. I have an appointment, I have to go first. It was already past 6 o'clock, and the appointment with Yunding Technology Development Company was after 6 o'clock. Fuxing Road was not very far from here, but it would take more than 20 minutes to walk. They watched as Gufeng left, and Zhang Tini and Jiangyu looked at each other in confusion. Is this kid Gufeng going on a date with Miss Su? It doesn't look like it. Whatever, let's go back first, I need a good night's sleep. Gufeng's gaze shifted away, and Jiangyu struggled to get up, holding on to Xiaokai as they walked out of the playground. Gufeng hurried to the school gate. He scanned the area, then flagged down a taxi. Fuxing Hotel, Fuxing Road, he said. Oh. The taxi driver agreed, put the accelerator down, and in less than 10 minutes, the car came to a stop in front of the Fuxing Hotel. Gufeng got out of the car, took out his phone, found the number that had called him, and redialed. Do. Hello? Mr. Gu. The call connected, but a mature and seductive voice came from the other end. Hearing the voice, Gufeng put down the phone, looked behind him with a puzzled expression. Not far behind, he saw a woman in business attire standing still. She looked no more than 30 years old, and when she saw Gufeng, she gave a charming smile. Holding the phone, the beautiful young woman walked slowly up to Gufeng. Mr. Gu. On the phone, I heard that you sounded very young, and indeed, you are indeed such a young talent. Are you Mr. Wan's secretary? Yes, Mr. Gu. Introduce yourself, my name is Annie, you can call me Shaoan. With a smile on her face, Annie offered her hand. She could only be described as pretty, but with a devilishly hot body, she was a deadly temptation to the average man. But for him, she was obviously not quite hot enough. Putting aside Su Luli's peerless beauty, even before his rebirth, the secretaries around him were almost all of this caliber. After a brief handshake, Gufeng immediately asked, Secretarian, where is President Wang? Mr. Wang is waiting for you inside. I'll take you in. Gufeng spoke without changing his expression, and a flash of disbelief flashed in Annie's eyes. Gufeng was so young, and he had an unruffled manner of dealing with things. Gufeng was taken into the Lucky Star Hotel, and under the guidance of a waiter, the two arrived outside the private room. Pushing open the door to the private room, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline was sitting in the main seat. He was plump and not very tall. Seeing Annie bring Gufeng in, Wang Li immediately got up. Mr. Wang, this is Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu, this is our technical development manager, Mr. Wang. As Wang Li stood up, Annie took the initiative to introduce the two of them. Ha ha ha. Mr. Gu. I have long admired your name. I heard from Professor Wu that you are young and accomplished. I never imagined that I would meet you today, and you are truly extraordinary. At your age, to have achieved so much is truly humbling. As soon as he saw Gufeng, Wang Li began to flatter him. He was never really interested in flattery, so he simply shook Wang's hand and got straight to the point. Mr. Wang, you're very kind. Let's sit down and talk. Yes. Let's sit down and talk. Annie, go tell the waiter to bring the food, and Mr. Gu and I will talk while we eat. Annie immediately went outside to tell the waiter to bring the food. Mr. Wang, since you were introduced by Professor Wu, I won't hide anything. I plan to buy your Yunding technology development. What price do you think is appropriate? Gu Feng calmly took a sip from the glass in front of him. It seemed that he did not expect Gu Feng to be so direct. Wang Li was stunned for a second, and then smiled awkwardly. If Mr. Gu is so willing, I am not a person who is slow to act. Although it is claimed that the business is not doing well, in reality, it is just that we do not have the strength to do anything. Those of us in technology have been seriously overworked for a long time. You can see from my hair. Wang Li pointed at his forehead with a bitter smile. These are a few projects that our company is currently working on. Each project has a profit point. If you are interested, I can sell Yunding technology for 600,000 yuan, excluding working capital. Wang Li handed the prepared materials to Gu Feng and stated the price in his mind. Gu Feng carefully read the documents handed over by the other party. President Wang, in my opinion, these projects are all small projects, and even if they are profitable, they will only make a few tens of thousands of dollars. The price of 600,000 is a bit high. Don't look at him as young now, but before his rebirth, he was the president in charge of the Kyushu Group. If he doesn't even have this level of insight, how can he control the huge Kyushu Group? President Wang, President Gu, the food is ready. Annie brought in the waiter and served all the dishes that had been prepared in one go. According to President Gu, how much are you prepared to offer? Chapter 35, Confessing Tonight? Sitting leisurely in his chair, Wang Li looked at him calmly, and Gu Feng silently raised his palm. 500,000. Including these items. At 500,000, the price is not high, but not too low either, given the scale of Yunding's technology development. It's well within Wang Li's affordability. 500,000. President Gu, 500,000 is a bit low. Can you raise the price a bit? How about 550,000? Wang Li wanted to continue the discussion, but Gu Feng was very firm in his attitude and shook his head slightly. The price cannot be increased. President Wang should also know that the price of 500,000 yuan is not a loss for you. I can offer this price, and this price is my upper limit. I hope President Wang can think about it carefully. Gu Feng was so firm, and Wang Li's face looked slightly unpleasant. After a long silence, he finally nodded. If this opportunity is not properly seized, it will be unknown when someone else can take over next time. Mr. Gu, when will the contract be signed? When will Mr. Wang have time? Although the company is to be sold, it will definitely not be sold immediately. At the very least, there must be a buffer period of a few days. Mr. Gu, how about a week from now? I will handle the remaining matters during this time, and a week from now, Yunding will officially be in your hands. No problem. Gu Feng agreed without hesitation. After a few bites of food, he was seen off by Annie and Wang Li before leaving the restaurant. The following week was spent in military training every day, including Saturdays and Sundays. The final day of training ended with a closing ceremony, and the 10-day training period came to a perfect end. Oh my god, it's finally over. Jian Yu let out a wail of relief. Yes, the 10-day training period is finally over. We're lucky. My classmates from the school next door had to do military training for a whole month. Xiao Kai muttered to himself. Military training started on September 1st and lasted a whole month. It didn't end until the October 1st National Day holiday. Compared to them, we're really lucky. Guys, should we celebrate tonight? Celebrate? Forget it. With your drinking ability, I don't want to drag you home again. Xiao Kai shook his head and went out to drink with Jiang Yu. That was just asking for trouble. Jiang Yu, I'm really not doing well today. I have a date, some other time. Tainyo, you've got a girlfriend, haven't you? Xiao Kai cheerfully walked up to Zhang Tainyo. During this time, he and Jiang Yu had been eating dinner together a lot, and as for Zhang Tainyo and Gu Feng, they disappeared as soon as dinner time came. Gu Feng is still normal, he has to accompany his girlfriend Su Shui, but who is Zhang Tainyo going to accompany? This awkward smile and scratching of the head. Seeing Zhang Tainyo in this state, Gu Feng couldn't help but wonder, Tainyo, have you really got a girlfriend? In the last life, when they graduated from college, all four of them were single. Unexpectedly, in this life, Zhang Tainyo has also found a girlfriend. Gu Feng, Jiang Yu, and Xiao Kai have not actually found girlfriends either. Maybe they just have a good impression of me. As he spoke, Zhang Tini's face actually flushed with a blush. The rough, northern man was now blushing. My goodness. Tini, you really are a fool. How can you let a girl take the initiative in this kind of thing? What's under your nose for? Sweet talk, sugar-coated words, you have to go for it. Although Xiao Kai has never had a girlfriend, he is full of theoretical experience. Feeling that Xiao Kai's words make a lot of sense, Zhang Tinio pauses slightly, scratches his head and smiles awkwardly. So what should I do? Confess tonight? Confess tonight? Wait and see. Gu Feng quickly raises his hand to stop him. Tinio, although it is not recommended to drag this kind of thing out for too long, you can't rush things. You still have to think about it for a long time. Why don't you ask around tonight to see if the girl really has a crush on you? Yes, Gu Feng is right. Find out first, and talk about confessing in the next 2 days. As the saying goes, 2 heads are better than 1. Zhang Tinio listened very carefully to the ideas that Gu Feng and the others came up with. The others on the playground left one after another, and only Gu Feng and the others were still standing in the same place, discussing heatedly. Why don't we just do this for now, and let's talk about it tonight when we get back? Yes. Jiang Yu suggested discussing the situation again tonight, and Gu Feng and the others had no objections. They left the playground together, Zhang Tinio heading to the school cafeteria, Xiao Kai and Jiang Yu returning to the dormitory, and only Gu Feng standing still and waiting quietly. 5 or 6 minutes later, an elegant girl appeared behind Gu Feng. She was wearing a long, light yellow dress, and the shoes she was wearing were the same ones Gu Feng had bought from the mall. The long dress and high heels showed off her perfect figure. She quietly came up behind Gu Feng, raised her hands and gently covered her eyes. Guess who I am? Her eyes were suddenly covered, and behind her came the voice of Su Luli, muffled. Lioli? How did you know it was me? Hearing Gu Feng call out her name, Su Luli immediately let go of her hands, her soft lips pursed up slightly, and her eyes were clear and watery, which was very cute. The voice seems a bit different. But I'm familiar with the smell on you. Gu Feng explained seriously. Upon hearing this, Su Luli lowered her head and sniffed lightly. Is it the smell of shampoo? She never wears perfume, so the only possibility is the smell of shampoo. I don't know, it could also be body odor. Ha! Gu Feng said it was body odor, and Su Lili was slightly taken aback, but then she smiled and said with sparkling eyes, what body odor? Are you being improper? She spoke with a hint of embarrassment. No. I'm very proper. Gu Feng spread his hands and gave an innocent expression. Okay, today's military training is over, shall we go out for a walk? Have you been to the center of the city? Su Lioli looked at Gu Feng with longing. It had only been a dozen days since the start of the semester, and if he hadn't been to the city before, Gu Feng definitely hadn't explored the city center. As an international metropolis, the city's prosperity was comparable to that of the imperial capital, but it was still one of the top major cities. Sure. I've been to the city center a few times. Before I was reborn, I went to the center of the Demon City more than once, and I even stayed at the Oriental Pearl Hotel in the Demon City for a whole month. Then let's set off now. Okay. Gu Feng and Su Lili paired up and walked together towards the outside of the school. From here to the center of the Demon City, Gu Feng originally wanted to take a taxi, but before he could even lift his hand, Su Lili dragged him towards a bus stop on the side. A bus is 2 yuan, a taxi is 100 yuan. The bus is more appropriate. Chapter 36, Top Client. Gu Feng couldn't help but ask, a taxi costs 100 yuan? Is it that expensive? Of course, this is Shanghai. It's normal to pay dozens of yuan to get from here to the city center. What if there's traffic? Taking the bus is better and more economical. Su Lioli stood there and explained seriously. Once she said it, Gu Feng himself felt that it made a lot of sense. They waited for the bus at the roadside stop. As it was the first stop for Fuxing University, there were quite a few people waiting here. Of course, 99% of them were students from Fuxing University. In less than 5 minutes, the bus slowly approached the stop. One after the other, everyone lined up to get on the bus. Thankfully, the 2 of them happened to find an empty seat. Sit here. Su Lili took Gu Feng's hand and asked him to sit quietly. The bus started moving. It takes about 50 minutes to travel from Fuxing University to the city center in non-traffic conditions, but if there is traffic, it is hard to estimate the exact time. Along the way, the bus did not travel slowly. In less than an hour, Gu Feng and Su Luli got off the bus together. The pedestrian street in front of them was very lively, so they went over to have a look. Standing next to Gufeng, Luli pointed her finger forward. This pedestrian street in front of them can definitely be called the busiest pedestrian street in the center of the metropolis. There are shops all around, and I don't know how many people there are every day. Well, following Luli, I entered the pedestrian street with her. I have to say, Shanghai is Shanghai, and the pedestrian street here is quite prosperous. There are all kinds of big brand shops, and there are also snack shops everywhere. Are you hungry? Pausing, Luli's big, watery eyes looked at Gufeng. Dressed in a long, pale yellow dress, she stood tall and graceful in front of Gufeng. Every gesture she made had an air of elegance about her. Luli turned to ask Gufeng a question, and the people passing by, both men and women, couldn't help but stare. Beautiful women were common, but a beauty like Luli, who could enchant the world, was hard to come by. I'm fine, I'm not hungry. It's noon, let's go buy something to eat. Let's go. Took the initiative to hold Gufeng's hand, feeling the temperature of Luli's delicate hands. Gufeng was a little embarrassed instead. Luli's temperament was like a fairy, and it would be difficult for anyone to remain calm when a girl like this took the initiative to hold their hand. Following Luli's pace, the two arrived in front of a dim sum shop. Hello, what can I get for you? Seeing that there were customers, the waiter inside immediately greeted them warmly. Please weigh some dim sum for us. I want this and this, a little bit of everything. Okay. The waiter nodded and agreed, and then began to pack the dim sum in a box. From Luli's skilled movements, it can be seen that she must often come here to buy dim sum. Hello, how much is it? When going out shopping with a girlfriend, you can't let the girl pay the bill. Gufeng took a step forward, but before he could take out his phone, Luli already took the lead and handed over a membership card. I'll treat you, there's still money on the card. She had applied for this card when she went out with some roommates before, and there was still more than 100 yuan in it. The snacks you just chose cost almost exactly 100 yuan. Just swipe your card. Yes, ma'am. After receiving the membership card with both hands, she did not forget to hand the receipt and the membership card to Luli together after the transaction. Welcome back next time. Thank you. Carrying the snacks, Luli opened the bag in front of Gufeng. Although the snacks here are very expensive, they taste delicious. Try some. In public, she took a piece of dim sum from the bag and gently held it to Gufeng's mouth. Luli's face was beaming with a smile, as if she hadn't realized how intimate this action seemed to others. She opened her mouth and took a large bite of the dim sum. After tasting it carefully, a flash of light passed through Gufeng's eyes. He nodded while chewing and said, it's good. It's really delicious. It smells very fragrant, but it's not too sweet, and you can faintly sense a floral aroma. Hee. I'm hungry too. In front of Gufeng, she took the remaining half of the snack in her hand and brought it to her mouth, taking a small bite. Holding the snack in her hand, Luli walked and ate all the while. From time to time, she would feed Gufeng a few bites. In about 10 minutes, both boxes of snacks were gone, one of them completely. Luli, I suddenly have a strange feeling. Gufeng said with a smile as he followed Luli. Upon hearing this, Luli was taken aback, and curiosity flashed across her pure and flawless face. What delusion! I feel like I'm being kept. During this period of time, whenever they went out to eat, he never had the chance to pay the bill almost every time. It was Luli who paid. Everyone else spends money on their girlfriends, but in his case, it's the girlfriend spending money on him. Keep me if you want, I can afford it. Luli's eyes narrowed slightly, and she gave a playful smile. Hearing this, Gufeng was at a loss for words for a moment, and could only shake his head with a smile. The two of them continued to stroll side by side for 20 minutes, and after 20 minutes, Gufeng stopped in his tracks. Luli, do you want to go in and have a look? Century jewelry? Yes. It's very crowded inside, and it seems quite lively. Let's go in and have a look. The Century Jewelry chain store, Gufeng has seen it in the imperial capital before. Last time, when my mother bought a birthday present for my grandmother, it seemed to be custom made by Century Jewelry. He took Luli's wrist and walked straight into the jewelry store. The signboard at the entrance was very large, and after entering, they realized that the interior was even larger. It was divided into several areas: gold and silver jewelry, jade and jadeite, and top-notch gemstones. In each area, there were several salespeople at the counter, and everyone was very busy. After wandering around the gold and silver jewelry area, Gufeng took Su Luli to the jade and jadeite area. Looking inside through the glass case, any jade pendant was worth tens of thousands of dollars, and the most beautiful jade bracelet was even worth several $100,000. Everything here is so expensive. Su Luli couldn't help but murmur as she stood next to Gufeng and looked at the prices of the jadeite inside the counter. A few 100,000 yuan casually, who can afford it in general? It is indeed very expensive. Let's go to the gemstone area and have a look, it should be even more expensive there. Gufeng brought Su Luli to the gemstone area, and he was right. The price of all the gemstone necklaces and bracelets here was no less than 100,000 yuan. What's more, there were even several limited edition models not far away, with a price tag of 1 million yuan. There were many customers looking around, but very few actually dared to ask the salesperson to take out the jewelry and try it on. Su Luli, does this necklace look good? Gufeng walked up to the counter and pointed at the $1 million necklace in the glass case with one finger. The necklace was very exquisite. It was an emerald and agate pendant in the shape of a peace button, with a 5-pointed star hanging inside and various red and blue sapphires inlaid around it. It sparkled under the light. Su Luli looked at the necklace carefully. It really was very beautiful, but when she saw the price tag, she shook her head. With a necklace costing over 1 million yuan, she didn't think many of the people in the store could afford it. Hello, can we try on this necklace? Su Luli didn't answer, and Gufeng pointed at the necklace inside the counter with his finger. The salesperson, who had been standing there doing nothing, thought his ears were playing tricks on him when he heard Gufeng. Sir, you want to try on this necklace, right? Not quite sure, the saleswoman was slightly embarrassed and hurriedly confirmed again with Gufeng. Yes. This is the Star of Peace. Sorry sir, this Star of Peace is a member's item, and you need to provide your membership account to try it on. Membership account? What is that? Gufeng himself didn't know what the saleswoman meant by membership account, as he had never bought anything here before. There were quite a few people shopping nearby, and when they heard that Gufeng wanted to try on a $1 million necklace, they couldn't help but stare over. The membership account is the mobile phone number you use to register as a member. Oh, the mobile phone number. I'll provide the membership account, and you can verify it. 156. My mother has shopped here before, so she must have a membership account here. Gufeng immediately read out his mother's mobile phone number. The salesperson took out a tablet and entered the mobile phone number on it. When he saw the membership level, the salesperson was stunned. The lowest level receptionist registered with the membership reception was none other than the chairman himself. After refreshing several times in a row, the chairman himself still appeared. I'm sorry, sir, there may be a problem with our system. Please wait a moment, I'll go ask our store manager. The salesperson was also very confused. She had never encountered such a situation before, and had only seen the lowest level receptionist being the store manager 2 or 3 times at most in the 10-odd years she had worked here. Holding the tablet, the salesperson quickly left. It was only now that Su Luli, who had been standing next to Gufeng, slowly came to her senses. Gufeng, this necklace is too expensive, I don't want to try it on. Her hands tightly grasped the hem of Gufeng's clothes, and Su Lili's eyes were filled with a little nervousness. It's okay, just try it on. Reassuringly, he gently grasped Su Lili's hand while giving her a reassuring look. Gufeng said this, so Su Lili had no choice but to obediently nod her head in agreement. Century Jewelry, Manager's Office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. After saving the sorted monthly report, the manager looked up and looked at the door. Manager, please take a look. Is there a problem with this membership account? Sales came up to the manager quickly with a tablet in his hands. A problem with the membership account? Doubtful, he slowly got up and looked where Sales was pointing. He was shocked when he saw that the lowest level of reception was the chairman of the board. Where is this guest? Outside. You, go serve the guest first. Satisfy all the guest's needs, and I'll call headquarters right away. As store managers, they often go to headquarters for training. One of the most important parts of the training is big clients. What is a big client? The lowest level person you receive is the store manager, and they are all top level big clients. But there is also a very small minority of people, and the lowest level person they receive is the chairman of the board. When these types of clients appear, you must report to headquarters immediately and meet all of the client's needs. Chapter 37, Likes Children. Once a VIP customer has a service problem, not only the store manager, but also the vice president in charge of the Shanghai area will be held accountable. Gu Feng and Su Luli stood outside for less than 2 minutes, and the salesperson came out in a panic with a tablet in his hands. "Sorry sir, I kept you waiting. I'll help you take the necklace out." As he spoke, he picked up the key at his waist and opened the glass case without hesitation. The salesperson was also scared when he took the necklace, which was worth millions. He was afraid of knocking it over or bumping it, for even the slightest damage would be unaffordable. After taking out the necklace, he carefully placed the Star of Peace on the tray. "Madam, this Star of Peace was designed by 3 designers and symbolizes peace and prosperity. The entire body is designed as a peace charm, with a 5-pointed star carved from a gem in the center and a 6-character motto on the back of the charm. The chain is hollowed out and engraved in platinum. If you don't feel comfortable with it later, you can exchange it for a necklace string, which we can provide for free. Let me help you put it on and you can see how it looks." The salesperson opened the small door next to him and walked out slowly. He came to Su Li's side, picked up the necklace and gently put it around her goosebumps. It's not bad. Su Li's temperament is inherently cold and noble, and the necklace on her simply takes her whole person to the next level. "Wow! It's so pretty. This girl is the most beautiful I've ever seen." There were quite a few guests nearby, and they couldn't help but marvel at Su Lili as she tried on the peace star. Gu Feng stood nearby, silently watching Su Lili, and even he was amazed. "Does it look good?" With bashful eyes, Su Lili asked Gu Feng in a low voice. She didn't care what the people around her thought, she only cared about Gu Feng. As long as Gu Feng thought it looked good, she would be happy. "It looks good. It looks very good. It's even better than those models." Without any hesitation, he took Su Lili's hand and led her to the mirror. "Doesn't it look good?" "Mm." She nodded silently, and then turned to the salesperson next to her. "Please take it off for me." "Wait. Since it looks good, just keep wearing it. We've been together for so long, and I've never given you a gift before. This necklace is the first gift. Please wrap it up for us." The moment Su Lili tried it on, he was already prepared to buy it. The salesperson's face lit up with joy at the news. $1 million necklace, if it really sold, her commission would definitely not be small. "Okay, sir, I'll issue the invoice right away." Before Su Lili could react, the salesperson had already returned to the counter to prepare the invoice. "Gu Feng, this necklace is too valuable, I can't accept it." Clutching Gu Feng's arm tightly, Su Lili looked nervous, her eyes misty, and she was on the verge of tears. "Just take what I give you with peace of mind. You've treated me to dinner so many times, it's only natural that I buy you a gift." She looked at Su Lili with firm eyes, feeling the tenderness in his words. Her nervousness slowly subsided. The salesperson was still writing the invoice when the store manager strode over from behind. "Hello sir, I'm the store manager here. You've already taken a fancy to this necklace, haven't you?" "Yes." "That's right sir, as you're one of our major clients, it's our pleasure to serve you. This is a small gift from me on behalf of the Shanghai branch. I hope you will accept it." The store manager, with a humble attitude, raised his hand and handed 2 gift boxes to Gu Feng. "Oh, thank you." Gu Feng said thank you to the store manager, who gave a slight smile and helped the salesperson register and issue the invoice. In less than 3 minutes, all the invoices were issued, and the bank card in his hand was handed to the cashier, and the 1.2 million Ping and Star necklace was paid for by credit card. "Sir, madam, you two take your time. And welcome back next time." The store manager led the way, escorting Gu Feng and Su Lili to the door, and only after seeing them leave did the store manager and salesperson return. "Store manager, is there really such a big client that requires the chairman to receive them personally?" The saleswoman was very excited after successfully completing a sale. The indication that the chairman received them does not necessarily mean that the chairman had to receive them personally, it is just a formality for membership levels. This level of VIP status cannot be achieved just by being rich. I will hold a small meeting tonight to explain this to you, and you all need to pay attention in the future. But overall, the service was good this time, and I will apply with headquarters to give you a bonus." "Really? Thank you, manager." In addition to the commission for the necklace itself, she will also receive a generous bonus. She really hopes to meet a few more such big clients. Gu Feng and Su Li left the jewelry store together, with Su Li following close behind, her jade hands clutching the necklace in front of her. "Li, what's wrong with you? Why are you so nice to me?" Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly as Suli looked tenderly at Gufeng. Why else, I like you. Like. A straightforward and outspoken sentence, a warm current flashed through Suli's heart. Gufeng likes her, and she doesn't like Gufeng. Then can you promise me that you won't buy such expensive gifts in the future? I'm really afraid that if I lose a necklace worth more than 1,000,000 yuan, I really don't know what to do if I lose it. Okay, I promise. You asked me to go shopping, don't you have anything you want to buy? Luli volunteered to go shopping, and so far, apart from the necklace, there have only been snacks to eat at the beginning. In fact, I asked you to come shopping because I wanted you to help me pick out some gifts. I want to buy some gifts for my aunt. Last time, I bought myself so many clothes, and she has been thinking about what to buy for my aunt for a while. Since I have some time today, I asked Gufeng to go out with me, and while we are shopping, we can see what to buy. Buy a gift for my mom. Well, let me think. Raise his hand and touch his chin, he really can't think of what his own mother likes for a while. You, as a son, don't even know what your aunt likes? A knowing smile, Suli's full lips slightly pouted. Bringing Gufeng out shopping was just to get his ideas, but I didn't expect him to not know what to get either. Cough cough. Of course I know. It's just that the things she likes, we can't give them to her. Gufeng laughed awkwardly, with a slight cough and a strange look in his eyes. You can't? Is it very expensive? No. It's either very expensive or hard to get. Gufeng stuttered, and Suli's big eyes were full of confusion. She didn't understand what Gufeng was trying to say. From what I've observed since I was a child, her elderly person is particularly fond of children. Especially grandchildren. Why don't you smile wickedly and look at Luli next to you? She was originally full of doubts, but after hearing Gufeng's words, Luli's pretty face flushed red. She never would have thought that Gufeng would actually play such a joke on her. You're so naughty. You rascal. She muttered softly, and while Gufeng wasn't paying attention, she raised her hand and grabbed directly at Gufeng's soft belly. I was wrong. Seeing that things were not good, Gufeng quickly admitted his mistake and took a few steps back. Luli, calm down first. You told me to say what my mother likes, and I'm not lying, she does like children. Really? Speaking seriously, while doing so, he glanced at Luli's stomach. Subconsciously, he muttered, but it seems like it's too late now. You still dare to say that? Blushing, Luli was full of shame and anger, stamping her feet in anger. Fortunately, not many people around heard that, otherwise she would have to find a crack to hide in. Chapter 38, Choosing a Gift. Luli stood in front of him, her face flushed with shame. At first glance, her delicate, fair face still carried a hint of loveliness. In this situation, she couldn't continue to make fun of someone. After thinking for a long time, she finally said slowly, "Why don't we go to the mall first?" Her black hair fell over her shoulders like a waterfall, and her face was slightly flushed. Well, let's go to the mall. Since I don't know what to give, let's go to the mall and have a look. Without thinking about the child's problem anymore, Luli took the lead, and Gufeng followed, as they walked towards the nearest shopping mall. Right, what does my uncle like? Apart from mom and dad, are there any other elders in the family? As they walked, Luli asked in a low voice. There's also grandma. But it's easier to buy a gift for my dad and grandma, so I'll help you prepare it. No, I'd rather prepare it myself. It's a gift from the heart. Gufeng offered to help prepare the gift, and Luli immediately shook her head and refused. When it comes to gifts for the elderly, it's the thought that counts, so how can I let someone else help me prepare it? Fine, you prepare it. Gufeng had no choice but to agree, as he followed Luli around. They entered the mall and wandered around the first floor, but couldn't find a suitable gift. After taking the escalator to the second floor, after about 10 minutes, Gufeng stopped in his tracks and looked over at the women's clothing store next to them. How about a scarf? Let's go in and have a look. Mumbling to himself, he took Luli's wrist and entered the women's clothing store. In the middle, on the left, hung a pale red scarf with a striped pattern that looked very nice. What a beautiful scarf. But isn't a scarf a bit too simple a gift? Standing elegantly next to Gufeng, Luli said softly. Simple? I don't think it's simple at all. Didn't you just say that the most important thing about a gift is the thought behind it? A scarf may be small, but it's full of thought. Standing next to Gufeng, Luli was dignified and graceful in her words and actions, and she stared at the scarf for a long time. Fine, then I'll give her a scarf. Hello, how much is this scarf? She lifted her delicate hand to beckon the saleswoman over. Hello, madam. This scarf originally cost over 1,000 yuan, but now it's on sale for only 690. The saleswoman smiled as she introduced it, and when she heard the price of the scarf, not only Luli but even Gufeng himself was taken aback. A pure cotton scarf, and it cost 690. After all, this is a place where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold, and the price of just about any commodity is outrageously high. Never mind, just wrap it up for us. Her cheeks glowed with an ivory radiance as she faced such an exorbitantly priced scarf, but Luli did not hesitate for a moment. Good lady. Upon hearing Luli's words, the salesperson immediately took off the scarf and went to the cash register to wrap it up. Paying 690 yuan, Gufeng walked out of the store with a scarf that cost more than 690 yuan in his hands. Luli, why don't we go back first, and pick out gifts for Dad and Grandma in a few days when we have time? Luli's money was all earned from hard part-time work, and this place was really expensive. If they continued shopping, they didn't know how much money they would spend. After Gufeng finished speaking, Luli did not respond immediately, and looked down to take her phone out of her bag. It turned out to be a phone call. Hello, Jia? I'm outside, what's wrong? Tonight? Okay, I got it, I'll go back now. In a few simple words, Luli hung up the phone. Then let's go back. Okay. They walked all the way out of the shopping mall and took the bus back towards Fuxing University. I'm having dinner with my roommate tonight, so you might have to eat alone. After getting off the bus and arriving at the school gate, Luli stopped walking, holding the shopping bag in her hands, and looked at Gufeng with her big, dark, clear eyes. Okay, so you're going back now? She nodded lightly. I'll walk you back to the dormitory. He walked Luli from the school gate to the dormitory. After the other person had entered the girls' dormitory building, Gufeng turned around and left. It wasn't very late, so he could just contact Li and go through the contract with Yunding. After leaving the school, he took a taxi to Yunding Technology Development. It took nearly half an hour for Gufeng to arrive at the Hongfeng building, where Yunding Technology Development was located. Standing in place, he looked up at the building in front of him. A preliminary estimate was that the building was definitely quite old. The surrounding buildings are all very new, and only the Hongfeng building in front of him looks dilapidated. But then again, it's true. Cloudtop is just a small company worth only a few 100,000 yuan. How could it have a decent office area in such a high-end city as Shanghai? Enter the lobby and take the elevator to the top floor. Li and his secretary were already waiting at the elevator entrance. They hurriedly greeted Gufeng when they saw him. Mr. Gu, I'm really sorry to make you come in person. When they came up to each other, they shook hands. It's fine. Mr. Wang, let's sign the rest of the contract. Sure. Mr. Gu, this way please. The contract was ready early in the morning, and Li personally showed the way, quickly arriving at the office area of Yunding Technology Development. It was said to be an office area, but it was less than 200 square meters in area, and there were only a dozen employees. Seeing Li and Gufeng walk straight to the office, the employees sitting at their workstations couldn't help but cast curious glances. Is this Mr. Gu? My goodness, so young? I heard that Mr. Gu bought our company to invest in a large game. I don't know if we will be fired. Alas, the future is dark. Generally speaking, once a company is sold, 99% of the previous employees will be fired. This time, I guess they are also in a precarious situation. Mr. Gu, please take a look at the contract. Li placed the contract on the table, and Gufeng sat down and carefully reviewed it, finally determining that there were no problems. No problem. He picked up the pen next to him and signed both contracts. Mr. Gu, there is something else I want to tell you. The employees outside are all my technical backbones, and each of them is very capable. If you are willing to keep them, I believe they will not let you down. Li spoke to Gufeng with some embarrassment. In theory, he shouldn't have said this, but thinking about the employees outside having followed him for such a long time, he suddenly felt bad about making everyone lose their jobs. Okay, I will consider it. Thank you, Mr. Gu. I have already packed up my things, and this office is now yours. He got up, nodded to Gu Feng, looked around, and finally took a big step away. He had already held a meeting with all the employees before, and the decision on whether to stay or go could only be made by Gu Feng, the current boss. Chapter 39, Second Bloom. Secretarian, how many employees does the company have now? Wang Li left, and Annie, as the president's secretary, naturally stayed in the office. As for whether she can continue to work as a secretary in the company, it depends on Gu Feng's mood. There are a total of 18 people, 6 of whom have recently left. Including me, there are only 12 people left. Wang Li announced that he was going to sell the company, and 6 people had already found a new company to work for, so they left the company en masse yesterday. Does the company have a meeting room? Yes, there is a small meeting room. Let's all go to the meeting room, I have something to say. Okay, Mr. Gu. Since you are still the president's secretary, you naturally have to do your job well. Gu Feng entered the meeting room early. As notified by Secretarian, 11 people, excluding the 2 of them, entered one after the other. Everyone, please sit down. I will briefly talk about a few things. Today, I officially took over Yunding from President Wang. In the future, Yunding will be renamed Yunding Technology. Everyone here is a key member and veteran of the company. You can choose to stay with the company or resign. Those who can stay with the company will follow the new salary system. I have looked into your current salary structure, and I can guarantee that the salary I offer will not be lower than your current salary level. What do you all think? Mr. Gu, you really won't dismiss us? Everyone was very surprised. They didn't expect the boss to say such a thing. Why would I dismiss you? Next, the game Peak Rush will become our main project. You are all experienced technical developers. Is it necessary for me to dismiss you and then recruit you again? After Gu Feng finished speaking, everyone in the room glanced at each other, all willing to stay. The finance staff came for a visit. After the meeting, Gu Feng returned to his office. Secretarian, contact Professor Wu and ask the Peak Rush team to move to the company as soon as possible. In addition, I see that there is a lot of unused office space on this floor. Contact them and rent all the vacant spaces. Okay, Mr. Gu. Hearing Gu Feng's words, Annie hurriedly nodded in agreement. After instructing the office space, the next most important thing was to inject capital into Yunding Technology. How do you do? Hello, Mr. Gu, I'm finance, my name is Du Jingjing. Du Jingjing is about 30 years old, about the same age as Annie. Okay, Jingjie, in my personal capacity, I will inject 10 million yuan in working capital into Yunding Technology. You do the accounting. For every subsequent development expense, ask Secretarian to sign. 10 million yuan. Although she had guessed that the funds were huge, she was still shocked when she heard Gu Feng say 10 million yuan. She was the only one in charge of accounting, and the most money she had handled before was never more than 1 million yuan. This time, it was a 10 million yuan deposit. Okay, Mr. Gu, I will prepare the report as soon as possible. The finance manager promised and then left. Gu Feng got up and before leaving, he did not forget to drink the water on the coffee table in one gulp. It was almost 6 p.m. when they returned from Yunding Technology to the university. Under the leadership of Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai, the 3 went to the cafeteria for dinner together. As for Zhang Tiniu, he had a date. After dinner, it was 7 p.m. Su Luli went out to dinner with a few roommates, and he didn't want to bother them, so he just lay in bed, bored, playing with his phone. Time passed by minute. In the blink of an eye, it was 9:30 p.m. Just as Gu Feng was about to take a hot shower and go to bed, his phone vibrated. It was a call from Su Luli. Worried that something had happened so late at night, Gu Feng immediately pressed the answer button. What surprised him was that the situation was almost exactly the same as the last time. The caller was no one else but Wang Mani. Gu Feng, can you come over? We're at the east gate of Fuxing University, by the cafeteria. Su Luli seems to be drunk again. Wang Mani's tone was very awkward. She really didn't expect that a glass of wine would make Su Luli drunk. What? That's good, I'll be right there. Gu Feng was also dumbfounded at this time, and had no idea what was going on. Last time, she mistakenly drank vodka, but this time, she couldn't have mistakenly drunk it again, could she? Hey, where are you going, Gu Feng? Seeing Gu Feng rush to get out of bed, Jiang Yu couldn't help but ask as she stood by the bed. Something's up. Oh, something's up. Wait, take your ID with you. You won't be able to come back at this hour. Jiang Yu reminded him, and Gu Feng suddenly remembered that he had to take his ID with him. He hurriedly turned around again to get his ID, and ran all the way to the cafeteria at the east gate of the school. When he arrived at the cafeteria, he looked around and finally found Su Luli and the others in the corner. When they saw Gu Feng coming over, Wang Mani and Dong Jieji got up awkwardly, while Su Luli, leaning on Lu Xiaoyu's shoulder, had a slight blush on her face, her long eyelashes fluttering gently as she slept soundly. Gu Feng, we really didn't mean to do it. Look, this is the wine I stored here, with an alcohol content of less than 13%. The four of us drank half a bottle together. Dong Jieji was full of embarrassment. She just wanted everyone to try something new. If she had known, she would have definitely asked the waiter to bring some juice. Gu Feng was also a little confused when he heard this. Only a little wine? Well, just a little wine. Dong Jieji was sure of her tone. She had stored the wine here half a year ago, and today she was in a good mood, thinking of calling some roommates over to taste it. She didn't expect that after just a few sips, Su Luli would become a little tipsy. So much so that in less than 2 minutes, she had leaned against Lu Xiaoyu and fallen asleep. Well, shall I take Luli away first? That's fine. We didn't want to call you, but Lily said she missed you, so I did. She fell asleep while we were waiting for you to come over. Mani Wang explained with a wry smile. Gu Feng, don't worry, I swear, I will never let Lily drink again. This little girl is practically a penicillin allergic, she can't even touch a drop of alcohol. Dong Jieji raised 3 fingers and swore in front of Gu Feng, her attitude sincere. There was no way. They had just made a mistake last time, and they didn't expect it to happen again. The 3 of them, including Lu Xiaoyu, were mortified. It's not your fault, I wouldn't have thought of it either. With the help of Dong Jieji and Lu Xiaoyu, they helped Su to her feet. Reaching out, he took Su Luli's willowy waist and half-hugged her in his arms. The soft, boneless willow waist carried a faint fragrance, and Su Lili was extremely charming at this moment. Walking out of the Western restaurant, Gu Feng looked down at Su Lili in his arms, and raised his hands to embrace her like a princess. All the way, he carried Su Lili to the hotel where they often stayed. When they saw the 2 of them, the aunt's smile was very intriguing. She quickly checked them into a room and watched them enter the elevator. Alas! Being young is great. Chapter 40, Blame Me. I couldn't hold back. Guiding Su Lili into the room, the 2 of them came to the bed. I'm so thirsty, I want some water. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's chirp, and she grabbed Gu Feng's arm with one hand. Okay, I'll get you some water, just lie down. He raised his hand to intimately stroke Su Lili's head, putting the other person's hand to the side, and Gu Feng got up and walked over to the water dispenser next to the bed. After getting Su Lili a cup of warm water, he came to the bed and slowly helped her up with his hands. Here, drink some water. Oh. Responded subconsciously, and Su Lili picked up the glass of water and drank it all in a few gulps. Gu Feng hugged her. After finishing the water, she looked at Gu Feng with a dazed expression, and the next second, opened her arms wide and hugged him directly. The sudden appearance of this delicate body made Gu Feng flinch. He was holding the glass in his hand and stood there, dumbfounded. He couldn't move, and if he didn't move, it was just as bad. Su Lili, can I go put the glass down first? Gu Feng hugged her. And wrapped his arms around her tightly, unwilling to let go no matter what. There was really no other way, so he had to first put the glass on the bedside table, and then stand there while Su Lili held onto him. He stood silently for 10 minutes, and after 10 minutes, Su Lili still didn't want to let go. Lioli? He called out softly, but it seemed that the other person had already fallen asleep. Gu Feng had no choice but to gently lift up her arm and slowly let her lie down again. He looked around the room, let Su Lili sleep quietly in bed, and then went to the coffee table and sat down. While holding his phone, he constantly kept an eye on Su Lili in bed. It was late at night. It was close to dawn, and it was time to rest. Gu Feng got up and went to the bed. He looked down at Su Lili in bed. She was sleeping soundly, her delicate, fair face flushed with a light blush, her long eyelashes almost too beautiful to behold. Phew! I should sleep too. There was only one bed in the room, so if nothing unexpected happened, he would have to make do with Su Lili again tonight. He lifted the quilt and got in, and before closing his eyes, he didn't forget to take a look at Su Lili beside him. Phew! He was able to sit still and not get distracted, comparable to Lu Xiaohui from ancient times. He muttered to himself, I lie next to such a stunning beauty, and yet I can remain calm. I admire myself for my composure. Without thinking too much, he withdrew his gaze and slowly closed his eyes. He calmed down and fell asleep. I don't know how long it took, but in his sleep, Gufeng suddenly felt a warmth in his body. In a daze, a warm breath was pressed against his face. Ha! His eyes slowly opened, and when he looked in front of him, Gufeng was suddenly startled. With a small cherry mouth and a face like frozen cream, Luli had actually snuggled into his arms. What was even more unexpected was that the other person tilted her head, and her small cherry mouth was just less than half an inch away from his own. At this moment, Gufeng felt like his mind was blank. He tried hard to avert his gaze and looked elsewhere, while mumbling under his breath. Gufeng kissed. Who knows, the next second, after Luli muttered 2 sentences in her sleep, her body slightly straightened, and she kissed directly at the corner of Gufeng's mouth. Warm, sweet, soft. Faced with such temptation, as long as he was a normal man, he would definitely be unable to hold back. Luli, you are forcing me to commit a crime. With a bitter expression, Gufeng lay stiffly on the bed, not even knowing where to put his hands. The next second after the kiss, Luli's soft and delicate lips actually puckered up. Luli, this is you kissing me. Adjusting his position, Gufeng kissed Luli directly on the mouth. The warm and soft feeling was accompanied by a hint of sweetness. Perhaps it was because she had little experience, Luli was very awkward and extended a hand, gently resting it on Gufeng's shoulder. Her clothes faded away, and her beauty gradually revealed itself. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. As the first ray of sunshine entered the room, Luli gradually opened her eyes. In the hazy light, she felt her body being tightly embraced by an arm, and her body felt very warm. When she looked up, she saw Gufeng in front of her. Her innocent and quiet face was shocked, and when she looked down at herself, she was actually naked. Even Gufeng, who was lying next to her, was the same. Ah! She exclaimed, hugging the quilt and sitting up, curling up into a ball. Gufeng, who was originally sleeping, was also awakened by this sudden cry. The first thing he noticed when he woke up was that Luli was sitting next to him, hugging the quilt and curled up into a ball. Luli, I'm sorry, I looked at Luli with worried eyes, and Gufeng didn't know what to say for a moment. It wasn't until now that Luli, in a daze, remembered what happened last night. I wasn't dreaming last night. Her eyes were tearful, and she muttered to herself. She still vaguely had some impression of what happened last night. She didn't know if it was because she had drunk alcohol, but she had actually thought it was a dream. Hugging the quilt, Luli's tears fell patteringly. Gufeng saw this and was extremely anxious in his heart. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. After all, he was to blame for this incident for not being able to hold back. After almost 5 minutes, Luli's emotions eased slightly. Looking at Gufeng beside her with tearful eyes, in her opinion, Gufeng could not be blamed for this incident entirely. If she had not thought she was dreaming, she would not have been so unrestrained. Gufeng, I want to get dressed, can you turn around first? Clear tear tracks were hanging on her beautiful face. Her pitiful appearance was heartbreaking. Okay. I'll wait for you in the bathroom. Promising immediately, Gufeng quickly got dressed and walked into the bathroom. After seeing Gufeng leave, Luli lifted the quilt and picked up the underwear next to her. In the bathroom, Gufeng stood in front of the sink, turned on the faucet, and without hesitation, poured cold water on his face. Gufeng, after being reborn for a second time, have you been reborn as a dog? Recalling the little things that Luli had done for him before, Gufeng now felt immense remorse in his heart. In doing so, he had undoubtedly deeply hurt Luli. After more than 10 minutes in the toilet, there was no movement from Luli outside. Luli, are you done? As she spoke, she raised her hand and opened the toilet door. Luli was sitting by the bed wearing a yellow dress, and the quilt had been folded. When she saw Gufeng come out, Luli's blushing face turned red, and she hurriedly pulled the pillow to her side, as if to hide something. I'm not done yet. Her eyes avoided his, and she didn't dare to look him in the eye. Gufeng was taken aback by Luli's actions, and then he smiled bitterly. I saw it when I got out of bed. Ah. You saw it. Her expression was tense, and her beautiful, smooth cheeks puffed up. The quilt had been folded, but there was a clear pool of blood on the sheet. She had tried to wipe it away with water, but it had been useless. She walked over to Luli and, in the other person's puzzled eyes, Gufeng crouched down. Luli, I'm sorry. Last night was my fault. I shouldn't have. If you want to apologize, then just pay for the sheet. Looking tenderly at Gufeng, Su Luli lifted her slender finger and pointed at the bloodstain on the sheet. Pay for the sheet? Chapter 41, Confession on the Playground. Luli, are you not angry with me? Su Luli's words left Gufeng a little confused. He crouched on the ground, looking confused. Humph, did I say I was angry? She snorted, her neck turning red. You put the sheets away, I'll go wash up. Gently running her hands through her black hair, Su Luli slowly got up, her cute little nose poking up, and she turned towards the toilet. Perhaps it was because of last night, Su Luli's footsteps were slightly frivolous, as if she was a little uncomfortable. Her girlfriend wasn't angry, and Gufeng leisurely got up. Happiness came too suddenly. Quickly, he took down the sheets, folded them neatly, and put them in a bag. By the time Su Luli came out of the bathroom, Gufeng had already finished tidying up. When he arrived at the front desk, after learning that Gufeng was going to buy the sheets, the aunt agreed without hesitation. She casually charged a cost price and let Gufeng leave. After breakfast, he took Su Luli back to the bottom of the girls' dormitory. He had a class this morning, so after dropping off Su Luli, he had to go to the teaching building for class. When they arrived downstairs together, Su Luli stopped in her tracks, clasping her hands together tightly, looking very cute as she looked at Gufeng. What's wrong? You mustn't tell anyone about what happened last night. Otherwise, I really won't talk to you anymore. She looked like a pale orchid, her cheeks flushed as she spoke. Okay, I definitely won't tell anyone else. I swear. Gufeng raised his hand and made a move as if he was going to get up, but Su Luli quickly stopped him and said, I believe you. After saying these simple 4 words, Su Luli walked towards the door of the girls' dormitory. Halfway there, she didn't forget to turn around and wave at Gufeng. Gufeng didn't turn around and leave until Su Luli had entered the dormitory. The class started at 8 o'clock, and it was just after 7 o'clock, so it wasn't very late. When they arrived at the classroom, there were still 20 minutes before the start of the class. There were almost no people in the large classroom, which was no surprise. As time passed, there were still 2 or 3 minutes before the start of the class, and Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai hurriedly entered the classroom. After seeing Gufeng, the 3 of them quickly came over. Freshmen are really serious about punctuality, and there were actually students who were being named and registered as late. Luckily, we all ran all the way here, or else we would have had to be on the honor roll. They sat down, and before they even took out their books, Xiao Kai started complaining. Yes, I heard from a sophomore that freshmen are like this all year, and they will loosen up a lot in their sophomore year. The 3 of them chattered on, and in the midst of their conversation, Jiang Yu looked curiously at Gufeng. Gufeng, what's wrong with you? You haven't said a word, what are you spacing out for? In the past, when they discussed things like this, Gufeng would definitely chime in with a few words. Today is really strange, why are you so quiet? It's nothing, I wasn't daydreaming. No, is there something going on with you? Tell me, is it because of Miss Su? Jiang Yu spoke, and Xiao Kai and Zhang Tini looked over curiously. Gufeng, you and Miss Su didn't have a fight, did you? Don't be stupid, you little brat, such a pretty schoolmate, you must seize the day. Xiao Kai finished speaking, and Zhang Tini nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I'm really fine. As soon as he finished speaking, the white-haired old professor entered the classroom with a laptop in his arms. Seeing the teacher enter, the 3 of them stopped questioning. They were in the classroom all morning, and at noon, they deliberately called Su Luli to ask her out to dinner, but they didn't realize that Su Luli still had a part-time job in the afternoon and had already gone to the kindergarten. They had no choice but to eat with Xiao Kai and the others in the school cafeteria. Tiny, how did it go? Did the girl agree? While eating the chicken leg, Jiang Yu suddenly thought of something and looked at Zhang Tini with a smile. It was better not to ask, but by asking, he directly made the old cow feel shy. He lowered his head and remained silent. After a moment, he nodded slightly. It seems that there is a meaning in that regard, but I haven't figured out how to express it. The voice was very small, and Gufeng, sitting next to him, couldn't hear it very clearly. Tini, what did you say? Can you speak louder? Jiang Yu, sitting across from him, didn't catch a word, and decisively put the half of the chicken leg she was eating on the plate, looking at Zhang Tini with curiosity. I said, it seems like the girl has a crush on me, but I don't know how to confess yet. The voice instantly raised several degrees. Gufeng and the others heard this and looked at each other, then burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. If it's interesting, it'll be easy. Confess? We'll help you out. How about tonight? Since the girl is interested, Tini must act quickly. If he waits any longer, someone else might get her, and then there'll be nowhere to cry. Tonight? Isn't that a bit too hasty? As soon as he heard that he had to confess tonight, Tini's voice trembled. He had never had a girlfriend before, so he had no idea what to do. Not only was he nervous about confessing that night, but just thinking about it made his heart race. Ahem. We don't have much experience with this kind of thing. Gu Feng, among us, you are the only one with a little experience, so can you give Tiny some advice? In Zhang Yu's opinion, Gu Feng was a Casanova who had managed to woo the school beauty, so if he gave Zhang Taiyo a little advice, the confession would be a success. Me? Gu Feng smiled awkwardly. I don't have much experience. Didn't I say before that it was your classmate Su who took the initiative to confess to me? You're really cheeky. You're not the Monkey King with 3 heads and 6 arms, so how could you make Miss Su confess her love for you? Zhang Yu and Xiao Kai didn't believe a word of Gu Feng's, and it was normal for them not to believe him. In my opinion, there's no time to waste. How about 7 o'clock tonight at the school playground? Tainyo, you get dressed up and ask her out. We'll set up the scene for you. After Zhang Yu finished speaking, Gu Feng and Xiao Kai both turned to Zhang Tiniu. As long as the other person nodded, they would prepare well this afternoon. There was a long silence. Good. I'm going for it. Confess. Their roommates were right. You can't put off confessing forever. Ha ha ha. Let's hurry up and eat, and then go back to the dormitory to discuss the details. Zhang Tinia's confession was a big event for their entire dormitory, and the details had to be discussed carefully. After a hurried lunch, Gu Feng and the others returned to the dormitory. They discussed the matter from 12:30 to 2:30 in the afternoon, a total of more than 2 hours. Gu Feng, I'll take Tainyo out to buy clothes first, and you and Xiao Kai go to the playground to check out the venue. Yes, get the flowers ready, and remember to buy roses, don't get the wrong ones. After the discussion was over, Zhang Yu took Zhang Tainyo's arm and got up. Before leaving the dormitory, she did not forget to give Gu Feng and Xiao Kai a few words of advice. Don't worry, we'll take care of the playground. Xiao Kai assured him with a pat on his chest. The next second, Gu Feng got up. Tainyo, you have to tell us the name of the girl first. Right, we were just talking about other things, you have to tell us the name. It's Lu Junying. Lu Junying. Wait, you'd better write down the name for us, which June and which Ing. Quickly finding paper and pen, he asked Zhang Tainyo to write down the name of his future girlfriend. Chapter 42, Confession Intercepted. Feeling that there were no problems, Zhang Yu took Zhang Tiniu out to buy clothes, while Gu Feng and Xiao Kai went to the flower shop to order flowers. After ordering a bouquet of roses at the flower shop, the two of them stopped by an advertising shop and got a large LED display. After getting everything ready, they hurried to the playground to claim the spot. Xiao Kai, what do you think of this place? Gu Feng pointed directly at his feet. The spot he was currently standing in was right in the middle of the playground. The lawn was neat and clean, and it was the perfect place to make a declaration of love. Great! This is the place. As soon as he had finished speaking, 3 girls walked over from nearby. Judging by their attire, they were also freshmen. Hello, 2 seniors, excuse me. Can we have this place? We have an event tonight and may need to use it. One of the 3 girls came up to Gu Feng and Xiao Kai and asked apologetically. This. Gu Feng heard and turned to Xiao Kai next to him. He wanted to discuss it with Xiao Kai, but he never expected the boy to agree so decisively. No problem, we can be next to you. You're really generous, boy. He whispered in Xiao Kai's ear. Since Xiao Kai had already agreed, Gu Feng didn't know what to say. There was still a lot of space around them, so they had to move over a little. To avoid being occupied again, before leaving, the two of them did not forget to pull out a ribbon and surround the required area directly with the ribbon, while also leaving some notes and candy. Tonight, I will declare my love, and I will take up a position first. Please bear with me, and I will treat you to candy in advance. Leaving the notes and candy, the two turned around and returned to the dormitory. The time for declaring love was set for 7 p.m., and Zhang Tinio had already made an appointment. When they returned to the dormitory, Zhang Yu and Zhang Tinia had not yet returned. Gu Feng received a call from Su Luli, who had already returned to school. After hearing that Gu Feng would confess on the playground that night, Su Luli immediately said that she also wanted to join the fun. They waited until 6 o'clock, when Zhang Yu returned with Zhang Tiniu. The brand new clothes he was wearing could not be described as handsome, but at least he looked full of energy. At 6:30, Tinia, you go pick up the girl and meet us at the playground. Good. He agreed readily, full of excitement, and everyone began to make their move. When they arrived outside the playground, they happened to meet Su Luli. After seeing Gu Feng, Su Luli held the hem of her skirt and trotted over to him. With her fair skin and delicate nose, she was very happy to see Gu Feng. You're here. When will you confess your love? With a spring-like smile on her face, Su Luli subconsciously took hold of Gu Feng's arm and asked. Seeing this, Zhang Yu and Xiao Kai hurriedly greeted with smiles. Hello, Miss Su. Hello. I'm free, and I want to join the fun with you. Is that okay? Miss Su, what are you talking about? It's our honor to have you here. Zhang Yu laughed, while nudging Gu Feng's shoulder. Gu Feng, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take Miss Su in first. Upon hearing this, Su Luli stood quietly in front of him, her big, clear eyes smiling as she looked at Gu Feng. Your roommate must have agreed, right? Why don't you take me in? Okay, let's go in. Seeing Su Luli looking so cute, Gu Feng couldn't help but laugh. Entering the playground, they saw that there were already quite a few people gathered around the setup. Because of the note left, most people were there to see the fun. So many people. My goodness. A large crowd had gathered around, and Zhang Yu's little heart couldn't help but tremble a little. Zhang Yu, what if today's scene doesn't work out? Xiao Kai muttered to himself, completely surprised by the crowd that had gathered at the location where he was going to confess. Bah! What kind of depressing words are those? With today's scene, it's a 100% success. I bet if Tiny fails to confess, I'll be eating grass all around the playground. Zhang Yu's tone was firm, but her eyes couldn't help but glance to the side. What was going on over there? Was he going to confess too? I don't know. A few girls came over and said that there would be an activity in the evening. Xiao Kai explained briefly, and Zhang Yu didn't think much about it. The prepared roses were placed to the side, along with the LED sign and the small hanging lights. There was always something missing. Candles? Other people had candles next to them, why didn't we have any here? Where are the candles? Xiao Kai glanced over at the others, who had prepared heart-shaped candles in addition to the flowers. Shit. I forgot. Zhang Yu raised her hand and slapped her forehead. When buying clothes, he had thought about buying some candles, but he had been in such a hurry when he returned that he had forgotten. Phew. It seems like they still have quite a few left. I'll go ask if I can borrow some. Noticing that the three girls next to him had quite a few candles left behind, Xiao Kai gathered his courage and strode over to the girls. Hello, classmate. Senior. No, not a senior. I'm also a freshman. Can I talk to you about something? You have quite a few candles left over, so can I buy some? Xiao Kai stood awkwardly, nervously rubbing his palms together. Of course you can. We don't need these leftovers anymore, you can have them all. Xiao Kai had given up his seat before, and they still didn't know how to thank him, so giving away some candles was no big deal. Really? Wow, thank you so much. Smiling, Xiao Kai agreed, and as time was running out, he quickly walked over to the grass with the candles and arranged them. A few minutes later, Zhang Tiniu arrived at the playground with Lu Junying. Here they come. Zhang Yu whispered, about to wave to Zhang Tiniu, but unexpectedly, the latter followed Lu Junying to the adjacent open space. The next second, the music started. Tainyo, I like you. Lu Junying, holding flowers in her hands and wearing a beige skirt, suddenly confessed to Zhang Tainyo. Holy shit! Is this what the script says? Her mouth was wide open, and not only Zhang Yu, but also Gu Feng and Su Luli were shocked. They had worked so hard to prepare the scene for the confession, but they never expected someone from the other team to steal the show. Ghoul! Xiao Kai swallowed his saliva silently. Zhang Yu, what should we do? The confession has already started next door, and everyone's attention is on it. But they have also prepared hard for this, so they can't just waste it. After thinking about it, Zhang Yu and Xiao Kai looked at each other, and their gaze fell on Gu Feng together. What are you two looking at me like that for? Gu Feng felt uncomfortable when he was looked at by the two men's burning gaze. Xiao Kai, change the names on the LED lights. Chapter 43, The Goddess Has Been Wooed? Change the name? Change it to whose name? Xiao Kai was dumbfounded. It had happened so suddenly that he still hadn't reacted yet. Nonsense, of course it's changed to Gu Feng and Miss Su's names. Hurry and change it. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, Su Liuli's pretty face turned white, and she hurriedly grabbed Gu Feng's arm. She just wanted to come and watch the fun, but didn't want Gu Feng to profess his love for her in public. Jiang Yu, what's the point of changing our names? You brat. Okay, it's hard to set up the scene, so you brat got off easy. Now's a good opportunity, you go confess to Miss Su, let us learn from you, ha ha. While Jiang Yu was smiling and talking, Xiaokai quickly took out his phone and quickly changed the names on the LED sign to Gu Feng and Su Liuli. After changing the LED sign, Xiaokai didn't forget to force the flowers in his hand into Gu Feng's hands. Take it and behave well. He winked at Gu Feng and then laughed. Next to them, Lu Junying had already handed the flowers she was holding to Zhang Tiniu. Looking at the girl in front of him, Zhang Tiniu's mind was a blank. Didn't he say that he would confess to her tonight? In the end, it was the girl who confessed to him. Say yes. Say yes. Marry her, marry her. It's not often that a girl confesses her love to a guy, and the surrounding students were all excited as if they had just been given a shot of adrenaline. Facing this situation, Zhang Tiniu's face flushed, and he really couldn't handle it. Junying, I don't need to say anything, I know your feelings, and you know mine. If you don't take the initiative, then I will. Do you want to be with me? Holding flowers in her arms, Lu Junying looked at Zhang Tiniu earnestly. Tainyo, what are you doing? Take the flowers. Jiang Yu and Gu Feng were standing nearby, looking at Zhang Tainyo standing there blankly, and they were very anxious inside. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, he reacted, quickly reaching out his hand to take the flowers from Lu Junying. Bang bang bang. After all, the girl had prepared everything, and after the declaration of love was successful, there were even fireworks. Ha ha, it worked. He laughed loudly, and at the moment Zhang Tainyo took the flowers, thunderous applause sounded all around. Tainyo is a success, Gu Feng, it's up to you and Miss Su next. Jiang Yu raised her hand and half pushed, half pulled Gu Feng into the middle of the streamers. Wow! There's another confession. What day is it, confession day? I just watched one, I didn't expect there to be another. The crowd, which had originally gathered around one side, all looked at Gu Feng again. Miss Su, Gu Feng is going over there. I flushed with embarrassment. Su Luli's neck was covered in blushes, and she had never dreamed of such a high-profile confession. Looking up, her gaze fell on Gu Feng in the distance. Su Luli hesitated for a long time, but finally took a step forward. Wait. Senior Su. The school flower. Wow, did I see it right, isn't that Senior Su? My goddess. Everyone around was happily watching the commotion, but when they saw Su Li appear, they were all dumbfounded, their words full of disbelief. The school flower of Fuxing University, the dream goddess of all the boys, was publicly professing her love on the playground. If they had known in advance, I'm afraid the playground would have been packed. This Jiang Yu kid, he's got a lot of nerve. Don't mind him. To be honest, I haven't confessed to you yet, so this is a good opportunity to make up for it. Holding the flowers Xiaokai handed him, Gu Feng looked at Su Liuli in front of him with a calm expression. The scene at the school gate on the first day of school was still vivid in his mind. That was the first time Su Liuli had seen him. So how are you going to confess? I'm looking forward to it. She winked at Gu Feng playfully, and the sound of her words could only be heard by the two of them. Gu Feng, what are you doing? Handing over flowers is a sign. Xiaokai and Jiang Yu stood not far away. Seeing that Gu Feng had not moved for a long time, the two of them, who were anxious, stamped their feet. Liuli, will you marry me? Slowly handing the flowers in his hand to Su Liuli, Gu Feng asked seriously. Just one sentence, and everyone present directly widened their eyes. Even Zhang Tiniu and Lu Junying couldn't help but look over here. Marry him? I'm going, wasn't this a confession? When did it escalate to a marriage proposal? Is there something wrong with my ears? Gu Feng's words caused the surrounding students to start talking wildly. Su Luli's beautiful eyes were dull, and she stood there stupidly. She didn't expect Gu Feng to ask such a thing either. Luli? Su Luli was stunned for a long time, and Gu Feng couldn't help but remind her in a low voice. I'm here. I'm willing. The voice was as faint as a mosquito's chirp, but Gu Feng still heard it clearly. In front of everyone, Luli reached out and took the flowers into her arms. Then, in front of everyone, she stood on tiptoe and gave Fong a kiss on the left side of his face. That kiss almost broke the hearts of all the boys present. Oh my god. She said yes? How could she say yes? My goddess, she's just been won over? No way. Oh my god, you're killing me. The boys who are reviewing for college, your house has been burgled. Luli agreed, and the surrounding students were talking about it wildly, and some of them had even started taking pictures with their phones. This incident tonight will definitely spread throughout Fuxing University in no time. Wow, Jiang Yu, this venue was not prepared in vain. Xiao Kai looked at Jiang Yu next to him with excitement in his eyes. The latter stood in the same place, basking in her confidence, and was obviously very happy as well. Jiang Yu, Xiao Kai, what is going on? Zhang Tini couldn't help but ask curiously as he sneaked up to Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai with Lu Junying. This. Tini, let me explain. This venue was originally not prepared for you, but who knew that you suddenly got dragged over there? I didn't want to waste the hard work that went into preparing the venue, so I asked Gu Feng and Miss Su to go up there instead. Jiang Yu explained seriously, and Zhang Tini was stunned. He laughed awkwardly and said, so that's what happened. What can I say? How could Gu Feng suddenly think of going up to confess? It turns out to be your doing. However, with Su Xuejie's status at Fuxing University, Gu Feng's name will be all over Fuxing University tomorrow. Su Liuli took the flowers from Gu Feng's hands, and the two of them silently stayed in the same place for a moment. Then, under everyone's gaze, they left the venue and came to Jiang Yu and the others. Tiny, congratulations on your successful confession. Same congratulations to you. Let's put away all these things on the playground together. The confession is over, and these things on the playground should be put away quickly. There are also lit candles. If we continue to delay, it will be bad if the security guard comes over. Gu Feng, you and Tiny go first, and Xiao Kai and I will just clean up a little. Yes, Jiang Yu is right, you two go on your date first, we'll take care of things here. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Kai walked up to Gu Feng and Zhang Tini, took their arms, and led them aside, some other time. You must invite Jiang Yu and me to dinner. Chapter 44, The Power of Love. No problem. Order whatever you want, this meal, Tiny is definitely buying. Gu Feng readily agreed, but the last sentence left Zhang Tiny a little confused. What did he mean by this meal? I'll definitely buy. After some whispering, Xiao Kai and Jiang Yu waved their hands to indicate that the two of them should leave. In this way, Zhang Tiny took Lu Junying, and Gu Feng took Su Luli, and the four of them walked out of the playground together. Sigh, when will I find a girlfriend? As he watched the group leave, Xiao Kai let out a small sigh. Jiang Yu, who was standing nearby, came up to him at the right moment. Don't even think about it, with your looks, you'll never find a girlfriend. What? Jiang Yu, what do you mean? No, don't get mad, I was just joking, ha ha ha. Xiao Kai was furious, and Jiang Yu quickly changed the subject. Outside the playground, Gu Feng simply greeted Zhang Tini, and then led Su Luli in the direction of the school's teaching area. From the moment she was confessed to, Su Luli had been quiet, following Gu Feng without saying a word. When they arrived at the bench under the teaching building, Su Luli shyly said with a beautiful gaze, "Don't be late again tonight." "No, it's still early. Let's sit here and rest for a while." He took Su Luli's wrist and let her sit first. He had just looked at his phone, and it was only a little after 8 o'clock. There was still plenty of time before the dormitory closed, so there was no need to rush. He still hadn't bought gifts for his uncle and grandmother. When should he go shopping? You can take them back with you when you go back. Su Lili spoke softly, and Gu Feng hesitated in response, saying, "When I go back? Aren't you going back with me?" One on the left, one on the right, the two sat on the bench chatting quietly. Almost an hour later, it was past 9 o'clock. Feeling that it was getting late, Su Lili got up and prepared to return to the dormitory. I need to prepare my thesis in the next few days, so I probably won't have much time. I have to go out for an internship in the second half of my senior year, and some of my classmates have already finished writing their theses. Because of her part-time job, she hasn't written a single word of hers yet. In the time to come, she will have to devote herself to her thesis. With the serious teaching style of Fuxing University, it is not impossible to extend the deadline or even fail if the thesis is not completed. Okay, that's fine, you go ahead with your thesis. If you miss me, just call me, I'll be there for you. I won't miss you. With a huff and a pout, Luli immediately turned around, leaving only a stunning back view for Gu Feng. After taking a few steps, she noticed that Gu Feng had not followed, so she stopped and turned around again. Hurry up and go. Okay. Gu Feng quickly walked a few steps to Luli's side at the call of his girlfriend. He escorted her all the way to the bottom of the girls' dormitory building, and just as he was about to return to the dormitory, he suddenly received a call from his mother. His father, Gu Jinghua, and his mother, Song Huilan, were going to go abroad for about a month. He had originally wanted to take Luli back home soon, but now it seemed that it was not going to happen, at least not until his mother and father returned from abroad. When he returned to the dormitory, there were only Xiaokai and Jiangyu. Their Zhang Tinia had not yet returned. I said, Tinia won't be back tonight, will he? Jiangyu sat cross-legged on the bed. It was already 9:30, and there wasn't much time left before the dormitory closed. I don't know. What they say, a spring night is worth 1,000 in gold, so it's normal for Tinio not to come back, ha ha ha. Xiaokai was still laughing heartily when, before he could finish, the dormitory door was pushed open and Zhang Tinio came in happily. Holy shit! Speak of the devil and he doth appear. Tinio, why did you come back? The smile on his face instantly froze, and Xiaokai looked at Zhang Tinio in disbelief. He had just said that he might not come back tonight, and he didn't expect such a swift slap in the face. Ha? What's wrong? Am I not allowed to come back? He came before Xiaokai, confused, with a happy look on his face, almost happier than if he had won the lottery. Gu Feng, Jiangyu, and Xiaokai all stared silently at Zhang Tinio, who was smiling happily. Indeed, the power of love is great. In front of the others, Zhang Tinio rolled onto the bed and started chatting seriously on his phone. As for Gu Feng and the others, they were really bored and could only lie down and go to sleep. In the following time, Zhang Tinio and Lu Junying were completely in a period of intense love, and they would not return to the dormitory until almost 9 o'clock every night. On the Yinding technology side, Annie reported by phone that Lu Qi had brought the development team in, and the project for the peak competition was progressing steadily. According to estimates, the development would be completed in a short period of time, and the first round of testing would begin immediately afterwards. As for the official launch time, the preliminary estimate was that it would not take more than 2 months. The first 2 months of a new semester are quite busy with classes, and with Luli preparing her graduation thesis, the two of them could only meet every 3 or 5 days. During this period, Gu Feng's name spread almost throughout Fuxing University. The main reason was because of the confession on the playground last time. As the boyfriend of the school flower of Fuxing University, Gu Feng also became a celebrity at school, and even the instructor, his venerable old self, sometimes couldn't help but ask 2 words of gossip. Senior year, in the girls' dormitory. Finally finished editing. This time, I think I've finally got it right. Sitting at her computer desk, Dong Jia looked at the paper she had finally finished revising. She was satisfied with the result and stretched her arms out dramatically. Behind her, Luli was wearing a pair of pure white pajamas and staring blankly at the computer screen. Luli, how's your paper coming along? It's just the formatting that's wrong, so it should be easy to fix, right? Dong Jia got up, pulled her chair over to Luli's side, and the two of them were the only ones in the dormitory. Wang Mani and Lu Xiaoyu had gone shopping and hadn't returned yet. Well, I've finished correcting it. I'll submit it to the teacher later for her to look at. Lily, what's wrong? You don't seem to be in the right mood. Are you missing Gu Feng? Dong Jia asked cheerfully, placing her hands on Lily's soft, round shoulders. During this period of time, they have been busy with their graduation thesis, and their lives have been very boring, as they have been eating and writing and revising their thesis. Upon being asked by Dong Jia, Lily's fair and delicate jade-like neck turned slightly red. I miss Gu Feng? I think you miss your boyfriend, don't you? Humph, of course I do, so I'm going out now. Do you want to come with me? Well, I'll call first. Picking up the mobile phone next to her, Luli found Gu Feng's phone number and dialed it. Chapter 45. Huh? It sounds like stockings. Do. At this time, Gu Feng, who was sitting in the dormitory and feeling bored, suddenly heard the phone vibrate. He picked it up and saw that it was Liuli's phone. Hello? Liuli. Do you have time right now? Let's go out to eat. I've finished writing my thesis. Eat? Sure. I'll clean up a bit and wait for you downstairs at your dormitory. He hadn't seen her the day before or the day before that, and today, finally, Luli had taken the initiative to call him, so he had to agree happily. He rolled over and got out of bed, quickly tidying up in his dorm room. Luli, on the other hand, after finishing the phone call with Gufeng, cheerfully came to the closet and carefully selected clothes. Dong Jia stood dumbfounded. Just now, she felt that Luli's mood was a bit off, but after just one phone call, he seemed like a different person now. Sure enough, your boyfriend Gufeng is amazing. My beautiful school flower, what are you going to wear? Do you want me to help you choose something that's guaranteed to be sexy and charming? With our Liuli's figure and looks, if we go out later, we'll definitely charm him to death. Liuli, what do you think of this? Bouncing over to Liuli, she took out a short skirt and suspenders from her wardrobe. The style was very exaggerated. Looking back, she saw the short skirt and suspenders in Dong Jiajia's hands, and Liuli decisively shook her head. She simply couldn't wear this kind of clothing out, let alone go on a date with Gufeng, or even go swimming at the beach. Wearing this kind of clothing would be a bit exaggerated. This one doesn't work? How about this one? A tube skirt with stockings. I remember you also have a pair of very nice crystal high heels. Match them up, and you'll be the perfect queen. She rummaged through her own wardrobe to find a set of hip-hugging skirts, and went over to Liuli to start trying them on. Jia, you should wear this one yourself. I'll wear this one instead. After searching her wardrobe for a long time, she finally took out a white and yellow dress. The dress was very slender in design and completely covered her calves. If it weren't for Luli's tall figure, an ordinary girl wouldn't be able to wear it. This dress was also given to her by Gufeng's mother before, and she hadn't worn it once since then. Such a long dress. Okay, then you wear this one and I'll wear the denim skirt. While talking, she took out the denim skirt from the closet. Dong Jia was about to turn around to change when she suddenly noticed a strange box in the middle of Liuli's closet. Liuli, what's that box? Underwear? Looking in the direction of Dong Jiajia's finger, Liuli paused slightly. This box was given to her by the saleswoman when she bought underwear last time. She threw it in the closet after returning home and forgot to open it afterwards. Maybe it is, I'll open it and take a look. She didn't know what was inside, but since she remembered, she might as well open it and take a look. Liuli was about to open the box, and Dong Jia was also watching curiously. She lifted the lid and inside was a sheer black piece of fabric. Huh, it looks like a pair of stockings. Liuli, you don't usually wear stockings, do you? In front of Dong Jia, Liuli took out the contents of the box. When she saw what it was, her pupils shrank and she stood there dumbfounded. Even Dong Jia, who was usually so carefree, couldn't help blushing. Liuli's face was flushed as she raised her trembling hand, her words stuck in her throat. After regaining her senses, Liuli hurriedly stuffed the object back into the box. As she panicked, her pretty face, including her earlobes, turned a bright red. Jia, I didn't buy this, it was a gift from the saleswoman. I really didn't know it was in there. She put the box back in the closet, but it didn't feel quite right, so she took it out again. Seeing Luli so embarrassed, Dong Jiajia's playful spirit was aroused. She narrowed her eyes and beamed, Lily, I believe you. But since you've brought it back anyway, why don't you try it on? With your figure, you'll look absolutely stunning in this dress. He. She looked Luli up and down, and Dong Jiajia's behavior was that of a real tomboy. Jia, are you laughing at me on purpose? If you think it looks good, then I'll give it to you. With her face flushed, Luli directly placed the box in Dong Jiajia's hands. Your gift is too valuable, I dare not accept it. Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. What are you going to do with this? Just throw it away? Facing Dong Jiajia's inquiry, Luli nodded without hesitation. If this thing is seen by a few roommates, it's okay, but if it's really seen by others, she can't wash it away even if she jumps into the Yellow River. Alas, such a good thing, a pity. Luli, are you really not considering it? Jia, are you deliberately teasing me? Her pretty face flushed slightly as she changed her clothes and turned her head to the side. Seeing this, Dong Jia smiled happily, put the item down next to Luli, and ran over to the side to change her clothes as well. As she watched Luli change her clothes, a flash of brilliance crossed Dong Jiajia's eyes. Wow! This dress, it's really pretty. Luli, if you wear this out, you'll get 100% of the attention. It's just a simple skirt when you put it in the closet, but when Luli wears it, it's like a fairy has descended to earth. Her perfect figure, combined with her delicate and fair face, makes her stunning even for a girl, let alone the guys. It's not as exaggerated as you say. I'm in a hurry, I won't wait for you. Gu Feng may have already packed up, picked up her bag from the bed, and stuffed the box next to it into the bag, before turning and walking out of the dormitory. When she arrived outside the girls' dormitory, Gu Feng had not yet come over. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, she decisively threw the stuff into the trash can. Phew! She let out a sigh of relief, relieved that Gu Feng had not seen the stuff, otherwise, she would not know how to explain it. Standing in the same place, after a minute or two, Gu Feng walked over from afar. Seeing Su Luli standing downstairs, she could not help but quicken her pace. Luli, didn't I tell you to wait until I got here before coming out? How long have you been waiting here? Gu Feng couldn't help but ask softly as he quickly walked up to Su Luli. While speaking, his gaze kept fixed on Su Luli in front of him, and a flash of astonishment flashed in his eyes. She was wearing a long dress in yellow and white, her hair casually draped over her shoulders, and she was wearing canvas shoes. Her exquisite and beautiful face was bare, and she was simply extremely beautiful. It hasn't been long, I just got here. Do you like the way I'm dressed? Feeling Gu Feng's slightly surprised gaze, Su Luli's pretty face turned slightly red as she glanced down at what she was wearing. It looks good. It looks especially good. You're beautiful in your own right, and you look good in any clothes. Without holding back his praise, Gu Feng spoke his mind, and these words fell into Su Luli's heart, making her very happy. A woman adorns herself for the pleasure of her beloved, and to be praised as good-looking by someone you like is definitely something to be happy about. Chapter 46, The Scumbag Who Abandoned His Wife and Child. Where are we going to eat? I've been busy lately, so to make up for it, I'll treat you today. Her crystal-clear snow-white skin glowed with an ivory radiance as she gave Gu Feng a sweet smile. Gazing at his adorable and beautiful girlfriend, Gu Feng gave a wry smile, a little overwhelmed. Well, to make up for it. Is dinner really too simple? The neglect I've received during this time cannot be made up for with just one dinner. Pretending to be aggrieved, Gu Feng stared at Su Liuli's big, lake-like eyes. So, what do you think would make up for it? Gu Feng brushed back his hair and looked curiously at Su Liuli. Facing Su Liuli's query, Gu Feng's face broke into an intriguing smile, and then he raised his hand and pointed at his mouth. Reward me. Huh? What reward? She naturally understood what Gu Feng meant, but in order to tease him, Su Liuli still chose to pretend to be stupid on purpose. What reward? After ignoring me for so long, a kiss as a reward is not too much, is it? Oomph, a kiss? Over the top. Snorting lightly, she ignored Gu Feng and walked on ahead on her own. Wait. There can be no discussion about kissing, but can I kiss your cheek? Quickly catching up to Su Liuli, Gu Feng continued to ask with a smile. Originally, he had been holding back his laughter, but when Gu Feng asked him this, Su Liuli could hold back no longer and burst out laughing. He tried hard to control his smile and turned his head to the side. Liuli, is that okay? If you go any further, there will be a lot of people. The current location was near the dormitory of the senior girls. There had been very few people along the way, but if they continued to walk, they would get closer and closer to the school gate, and there would be a lot more people. With Su Liuli's easily shy personality, she definitely would not dare to kiss herself in that place. Sure enough, Gu Feng's words were quite useful. As soon as she heard that there were a lot of people in front of them, Su Liuli slowly stopped walking. The shy and adorable girl silently gazed at Gu Feng, and the next second, her lips parted slightly. Close your eyes. Good. His girlfriend wants to kiss him, so Gu Feng laughed and quickly closed his eyes. Noticing that there was no one around, Su Liuli's heart pounded with excitement. She came up to Gu Feng, stood on tiptoe, and closed her eyes, her long, dark eyelashes fluttering gently. The next second, a soft breath hit her, and Gu Feng shuddered. His arms subconsciously wrapped around Su Liuli's waist, and she felt warm and soft in his embrace. I just wanted a simple kiss, but I didn't expect Gu Feng to just hug her into his arms. Feeling Gu Feng's breath on her body, coupled with the warmth of his mouth, Su Liuli couldn't muster up the slightest strength in her body. After about 10 seconds, Su Liuli mustered up a little courage and quickly broke free from Gu Feng's embrace. Her cheeks were blushing, her hands clasped tightly together, and she simply didn't dare to look Gu Feng in the eyes. Fortunately, there was no one around, otherwise I don't know how embarrassed Su Liuli would have become. You said that it was only going to be a peck, but you were very quiet. It was obvious that Su Luli was complaining with her lips, but she didn't really want to blame Gu Feng. Gu Feng was also a little embarrassed standing in front of Su Luli. He didn't know what had come over him. He had just pecked her, but then he had reached out and embraced her in his arms. Luli, I'm sorry, I'm ignoring you. He muttered softly, and Su Luli turned around in front of Gu Feng's face. A few seconds later, she couldn't help but look behind her. Are you hungry? If we don't go eat, it'll be dark. Let's go. We're going. He came to Su Liuli's side, grabbed the other person's wrist, and quickly ran towards the outside of the school. Along the way, everyone they met, whether male or female, couldn't help but take a few extra glances in their direction. Naturally, Gu Feng could not attract the attention of so many classmates, and the main reason was still Su Liuli by his side. Liuli, I've almost become the focus of attention along the way. Gu Feng couldn't help but mutter as he followed Su Liuli around. I'm already pretty, and now with this outfit, it's no wonder I attract so much attention. After finally making it out of school, they found a small restaurant and sat down. They ordered some food, and Su Liuli rested her chin in one hand as she stared at Gu Feng in silence. Liuli? What's wrong? Are you thinking about something? Sitting across from her, he clearly noticed that something was wrong with Su Liuli, and her mood was fluctuating. I want to tell you something, but I don't know how to start. His eyes revealed a complex, as if there was something he wanted to say, but it was hard to say. He raised his hand and gently placed it on the back of Su Liuli's hand, and Gu Feng said seriously, You say it, I'll listen. Gu Feng's words gave Su Liuli great courage. After hesitating for a moment, she whispered, I didn't get my period last month. And it's almost over this month, but I still haven't gotten it. Am I? While talking, a sudden mist rose in her beautiful eyes. Her soft, delicate hands pulled away from Gu Feng's, and the two grasped hands together, the whole person both nervous and scared. She had thought it was just a few days late, but it was already the second month, and there was still no sign of it coming. It was inevitable that she would think about it more. No period? Gu Feng couldn't help but feel a tightening in his heart upon hearing this. He wasn't worried about himself, but about Su Liuli. The other person was a girl, and if it really happened to be the case, what should she do next? Luli, don't cry. I have time tomorrow, I'll take you to the hospital. Don't be afraid. He tried hard to comfort her, but found that it had no real effect. I'm fine, maybe I'm just being too worried. She wiped the mist in her eyes with her hand and pretended to be strong. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything, let's go to the hospital tomorrow morning. Looking at Su Luli, Gu Feng felt very guilty. If it wasn't for last time, Su Luli wouldn't be so scared and nervous. Thinking back to what he had done, he really felt like dying. Perhaps because they had to prepare to go to the hospital in the morning, the two of them hardly ate anything. They had planned to just wander around, but Su Lili said she wanted to go back to the dormitory to rest. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. At 7 a.m., he arrived at the bottom of Su Lili's dormitory building. Almost 10 minutes later, a familiar figure appeared in front of the dormitory door. Seeing Gu Feng, Su Lili trotted over. Compared to before, this time Su Lili had even drawn on a simple, natural makeup look. Despite the makeup, one could clearly see a hint of fatigue in the other person's eyes. Did you not get a good night's rest last night? Raising his hand, he intimately ran his fingers through Su Liuli's hair, and Gu Feng felt a pang of heartache. A little insomnia. Looking at Gu Feng with a serious expression, Su Liuli suddenly whispered, If I really got pregnant, would you still want me? Don't want you? Silly girl, why would you think that? Su Liuli's sudden words left Gu Feng confused. Isn't that how it's always played out on TV? TV drama? Gu Feng's expression was shocked, and for a moment, he didn't know how to refute it. Liuli, you should watch less TV dramas in the future. Your boyfriend, me, is not the kind of scumbag who abandons his wife and child. Don't think about it too much, let's go to the hospital first. Chapter 47, Really Pregnant. Pulling up Su Liuli's slender jade hands, he cast a reassuring look. Gu Feng led the way, and the two walked out of the school together. Standing on the side of the road, they hailed a taxi to the nearest maternal and child hospital in Shanghai. The total journey was less than 5 kilometers, but due to the morning rush hour, it took more than 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Gu Feng brought Su Luli to the front of the hospital. Pausing, Su Luli's eyes were full of worry. Liuli, you go in and rest first, I'll go register. Don't be afraid. After saying this to Su Luli, Gu Feng took her arm and entered the hospital lobby. As the #1 women's and children's hospital in the city, the lobby was very luxurious. He took Su Luli to the waiting area, told her to sit down and wait obediently, and ran to register. Holding the specialist number, he returned to Su Luli's side. It's 8 o'clock, there are still a few minutes, let's wait a little. Nodding obediently, they waited until 8:10, when the call number began to be called. According to the content on the registration form, the two of them went to wait outside the specialist's office. The first patient finished the consultation, and then it was the turn of Gu Feng and Su Luli. Bringing Su Luli in, the attending physician was a grandmother with gray hair and a very kind face. Little girl, sit first. Where does it hurt? Greeting Su Luli to sit down, the grandmother asked very kindly. Doctor, we want to check to see if we are pregnant. Suli was blushing and embarrassed to speak, so Gu Feng, who was standing next to her, spoke for her. Well, how long has your period been late? It hasn't been late last month, and it hasn't come this month either. When was the last time you had sex? After asking almost 3 minutes, the doctor took the medical questionnaire and started writing down the test items on the machine. Young lady, don't be nervous. I'll prescribe an examination to confirm whether you are really pregnant. Urine pregnancy test. Young man, you take her and go for the examination first. The examination department is on the 2nd floor of the hospital. Remove the consultation card and hand it to Gu Feng. Okay, thank you, doctor. Luli, let's go for the examination first. After receiving the consultation card, he took Su Luli out of the consultation room and took the elevator to the 2nd floor. The urine pregnancy test was very quick. After half an hour, Gu Feng already had the test results. With the results in hand, he returned to the consultation room. After reading the results, the doctor pushed his reading glasses up and nodded. Well, you are indeed pregnant. At the doctor's words, Su Luli's heart suddenly tightened. She bit her red lips lightly and tried hard to control her emotions. Young lady, have you felt any discomfort in the past month? In the face of the doctor's inquiry, Su Luli just shook her head lightly. It was only the early stages of pregnancy, and it was normal for there to be no obvious changes in the body. Next, I need to check your progesterone level to rule out an ectopic pregnancy. I also recommend a blood test and an ultrasound. Okay, could you please write out a prescription? For the sake of Su Luli and the baby in her womb, she must follow the doctor's advice. After taking back the medical questionnaire, Gu Feng escorted Su Luli out of the consultation room. Su Luli could no longer hold back her tears, which fell patteringly down her face. Gu Feng stood nearby and held out his hand for her to lean on. After about a minute or two, Su Lili's emotions eased slightly. Gu Feng, are you prepared to have a child? With tear-stained eyes, she looked up, her face serious. Yes. Definitely yes. Lily, don't worry, I'll take care of everything from here. Let's go get checked up first. Gu Feng's tone was very firm as he helped Su Lili wipe away the tears on her cheeks. Su Lili hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, and then nodded. When the doctor said she was pregnant, she was really afraid that Gu Feng would want to abort the baby. If that was really the case, she simply didn't know what she would do. She could never hurt her own child. They then had a blood test and an ultrasound. The ultrasound results were quick, but the blood test would take about 3 hours. During that time, he stayed by Su Luli's side. Luli, I won't hide anything from you. In fact, I also had trouble sleeping last night. Do you know what I was thinking about? What? Suli's emotions eased slightly, and she asked softly. I was thinking, if I get pregnant, will it be a boy or a girl? What should I call a boy? What should I call a girl? Will the child look more like me or more like you? I don't know why I'm thinking about these things, I can't control it at all. After Gu Feng finished speaking, a flash of surprise crossed Suli's eyes, and then she whispered softly, I was like this last night, too, thinking all sorts of nonsense. I was afraid that you wouldn't want me. I'm even more afraid that you'll ask me to get rid of the baby. His tone was gentle, and he unconsciously placed one hand on his own belly, as if he could feel the little baby inside that had not yet taken shape. Gu Feng heard this and smiled faintly. Even a tiger is not so cruel as to eat its own cubs. In your eyes, am I even more terrible than a tiger? It so happens that when we go home these few days, we still have to notify our families of such a big matter as pregnancy. As for Grandpa, I will go to him to beg forgiveness, and I will accept whatever punishment he wants to inflict on me. As long as he can calm down. It's easy to talk to my own family, but Su Luli's grandfather is not someone who will take lightly the fact that his granddaughter is pregnant. If he really gets angry, I think he deserves a good beating. What should I say when I go to see my aunt and uncle and grandmother? Before, when I went to see them, it was just as a boyfriend and girlfriend, but now it's different. I'm carrying Gu Feng's baby. What should I do after I see them? Most importantly, she's worried that her future in-laws will be angry. Don't worry, with the personality of my parents, if they really know you're pregnant, they will treat you like a precious jewel. As for my grandmother, she would be willing to break both of my legs just to make you feel better. Although she said that, when she thought about her own grandmother, Gu Feng felt a chill down his back. With her temper, she might really break his legs. Of course, it all depends on the attitude of the future granddaughter-in-law. Chapter 48, Maybe the baby is hungry. And broke both your legs? Humph, I don't believe it. Speaking in a low voice, Su Luli didn't believe it at all. In response, Gu Feng could only smile wryly. What he said was the truth. Her grandmother was really like that. According to my mom's description, because of being pregnant with me, my dad got beaten up a lot back then. The grandson was so nervous, and I don't know how exaggerated it will be when it comes to the great-grandson. The two of them chatted in between words, and before long half an hour had passed. I'll take you home this Saturday and Sunday, and I've really prepared a big gift this time. I had previously joked that my parents liked children, and now, wish granted, they're really taking a child back with them. It's just that right now, I don't know if it's a boy or a girl, let alone if it's one or two. Lioli? I kept talking to myself, never hearing a response from Su Lioli. When Gu Feng looked down, he saw that Su Lioli had fallen asleep on his shoulder. She was leaning peacefully on his shoulder, her profile soft and beautiful, her snow-white skin like a lotus flower emerging from the water, her small cherry lips flushed with a rosy hue, and her breathing audible. Sleep well. He hadn't had a good night's rest last night, and now that she had finally fallen asleep, he didn't want to wake her. He sat silently in his chair, motionless, trying to make Su Lioli sleep more comfortably. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. Perhaps he wasn't sleeping comfortably, because under Gu Feng's watchful gaze, Su Lioli slowly opened his eyes. Did I fall asleep? Rubbing his eyes, Su Lioli was still in a daze. I slept for a while. What time is it? 11 a.m. It's already 11 a.m.? I slept for so long? In a daze, I only felt like I closed my eyes for a while, but I didn't realize I slept for over an hour. It wasn't that long. The test report won't be ready until the afternoon, so let's go out for lunch first. We've already checked everything that needs to be checked, and since Su Lili is pregnant and hasn't eaten anything this morning, she won't be able to hold out until lunchtime. Rumbling. As soon as Gu Feng finished speaking, there was a rumbling sound coming from Su Lili's lower abdomen. The sudden sound made Su Lili look embarrassed, and she didn't expect it to happen so coincidentally. I'm not very hungry, but maybe the baby is. The baby is hungry? Well, I think both babies are hungry. Let's go eat. Gu Feng got up with a smile, helped Su Lili up, and walked together towards the outside of the hospital. It was nearing noon, and the restaurants outside the hospital were very popular. Even though many people chose to take out their food, the restaurants were still very crowded. They passed by several restaurants in a row, and they were all the same. Where should they eat? It seemed like everything was the same in the neighborhood. The two stood on the roadside, and Su Lili glanced at Gu Feng beside her. If they weren't in a hurry, they could wait outside the restaurant for a while. But I don't know how long we'll have to wait. Let's go, find a restaurant with fewer people and wait. There was no choice, and Gu Feng finally decided to take Su Lili to a nearby restaurant. When they arrived at the restaurant, they sat at the innermost table. After a full 10 minutes, the waiter finally brought the menu. After ordering, it took about half an hour before the food was served. The pace was slow enough, but the taste of the food left the two of them at a loss for words. Gu Feng, do you think it's delicious? Su Luli looked over with a worried expression on her pretty face, holding her chopsticks. Since she was young, she had eaten many difficult dishes, but none of them could compare to the ones in front of her. The shredded potatoes had no taste at all, the sweet and sour pork was horribly sour, and there was even a layer of oil floating on top of the vegetable and radish soup, which made it look unappetizing at first glance. It's terrible. It's especially terrible, 100 times worse than the food they made in high school. Gu Feng spoke seriously, and he had wanted to take Su Luli out for a simple lunch, but he never imagined it would turn out like this. Forget it, let's go. Not even a little bit of it was edible, so Su Luli took the initiative to put down her chopsticks, and when Gu Feng saw this, he got up as well. He couldn't even eat, let alone Su Luli, who was pregnant. As they were leaving the restaurant, Gu Feng glanced around and suddenly saw a mobile pancake stand. Luli, how about some pancakes? Let's go. We can't go without eating. Gu Feng took Su Lili's wrist and walked straight to the pancake stall. The woman who made the pancakes was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, wearing white gloves and with a face full of vicissitudes. Seeing a customer, the woman immediately greeted her warmly. Hello, would you like a pancake? Yes, please give us 2 pancakes with eggs. Okay. Hearing Gu Feng's words, the woman began to make the pancakes very skillfully. Next to the pancake stand, there was also a bicycle with a lot of sugar-coated hawthorn on it. Is the sugar-coated hawthorn over there also yours? Yes, the sugar-coated hawthorn is also mine. Please give me another string of sugar-coated hawthorn. Okay. While the pancakes were still heating up, the woman quickly walked over to the bicycle and took down a very large sugar-coated hawthorn. After receiving the sugar-coated hawthorn from the other person, Gu Feng immediately handed it to Su Luli. Luli, eat the sugar-coated hawthorn first. Oh. Gu Feng handed the sugar-coated hawthorn to her, and Su Lili didn't refuse, taking it directly. She took a small bite, and the sweet and sour hawthorn was simply too delicious. A hint of sugar paper hung from the corner of her mouth, and Su Lili's beautiful eyes slightly curved, her pretty face showing a hint of satisfaction. Little girl, how does the sugar-coated hawthorn taste? These were just made this morning, and each hawthorn was washed more than 3 times, so it's very clean. Seeing Su Lili eating so contentedly, the middle-aged woman who was frying pancakes beamed. The taste is really good, very delicious. Gu Feng, you try it. While nodding in reply, she did not forget to let the nearby Gu Feng have a bite too. He lowered his head and took a small bite of the sugar-coated hawthorn in Su Lili's hand, savoring the taste. Gu Feng could not help but nod as well. Delicious. The taste of this sugar-coated hawthorn almost completely outshines the food from the restaurant just now. It is no exaggeration to say that one is in heaven and the other is in hell. In less than 5 minutes, the 2 pancakes were ready. The 2 pancakes and a sugar-coated hawthorn on a stick cost less than 20 yuan in total, which was definitely affordable in this kind of place. They took their food back to the hospital and sat in the waiting area to wait some more. It wasn't until 2 p.m. that Gu Feng took out the test results with the consultation card and brought Su Lili back to the doctor's office. After carefully reviewing the test results, the doctor's face broke into a smile. So far, the baby is very healthy and everything is normal. Next time you go back, you too should pay attention as well, especially with regard to diet. Avoid cold and raw foods, pickled and smoked foods, and spicy foods. Also, be especially careful, as crabs and soft-shelled turtles are cold in nature, and you should never give them to pregnant women as a tonic. The doctor specifically instructed about soft-shelled turtles and crabs. Before, there were family members of pregnant women who wanted to nourish the body of the pregnant woman, and they had soft-shelled turtle soup and steamed crabs every day. In the end, due to the food they ate, the pregnant woman had a miscarriage, which was very dangerous. Chapter 49 Sponsor 80 million. Okay, thank you, doctor. Gu Feng listened carefully, as it concerned Su Lili and the child in her womb. He had to be on his best behavior. The pregnant woman's body is normal, eat more vegetables and fruits every day, don't do strenuous exercise, you can take a walk or go for a stroll. For now, there is no need to take folic acid, just maintain a normal diet. Doctor, when do we come back for the next pregnancy checkup? This checkup is just a basic one, and there will definitely be many more to come. This checkup is just a basic one. Around the 16th week, you will need to come back for a midterm checkup, which will mainly be used to screen for Down syndrome and assess whether the fetus has any chromosomal abnormalities. A second ultrasound will be performed at the 20th week to observe the baby's growth and development, the amniotic fluid and the position of the fetus. Now it's a little over a month, you just need to come back in 2 months for another checkup. The doctor glanced at the examination report and then registered the date of the next examination on it. Okay, we'll come back in 2 months for another checkup, thank you, doctor. After speaking to the doctor, Gu Feng looked down at Su Lili, who was sitting, and prepared to leave with her. Wait. There's one more thing, it's the early stages of pregnancy, try not to have sex. Especially young men, who are strong and vigorous, should endure it as long as they can. It's not too late to have proper sex after the second trimester when the baby is a little more stable. Seeing that Gu Feng and Su Luli are so young, the gray-haired grandmother can't help but give them a few more pieces of advice. After all, they don't have much experience, and if something were to happen, that wouldn't be good. Gu Feng felt slightly embarrassed when he heard the doctor's words, and Su Luli next to him was also full of embarrassment, but she still nodded lightly. "Thank you, doctor, we understand." With a simple response, the two walked out of the consultation room, one after the other. Quietly following by Gu Feng's side, Su Liuli's mind was full of the doctor's instructions just now, and her cheeks were flushed with 2 lumps of flying clouds. Her exquisite and beautiful face was as red as fire, and she was so beautiful that she was beyond description. "Lioli?" Gu Feng suddenly stopped in his tracks, and Su Liuli, who was still thinking about everything, didn't pay attention and directly threw herself into Gu Feng's arms. "Ah. I'm sorry. When she came back to her senses, she hurriedly lowered her head and kept saying sorry to Gu Feng. "What were you thinking about? You were so engrossed." "I wasn't thinking about anything. But I dare not tell Gu Feng that I was thinking about the doctor's instructions. If he finds out, I'll be so embarrassed. It's still early. Shall we go back to the dormitory or go shopping?" According to him, he wanted to take Su Lioli for a casual stroll, but then he thought, the other party didn't get a good night's rest last night, so shouldn't they go back to the dormitory as soon as possible to rest? "I'm a little tired, so let's go back to the dormitory today." "Good. I'll walk you back to the dormitory." After leaving the hospital, they hailed a cab and went straight back to Fu Hsan University. After walking Su Lioli to the bottom of the girls' dormitory building, Gu Feng stopped. "I'll call you at 6 o'clock tonight and we'll have dinner together. Go back and get a good night's sleep." Very affectionate, he patted Su Lioli's head, her pretty face like snow lotus, and nodded gently at Gu Feng. Promised, and in Gu Feng's surprised gaze, Su Lioli took the initiative to tiptoe and pecked Gu Feng's face like a dragonfly. "Bye." For the first time, she was so proactive. Su Lioli's face was flushed, her eyes full of charm, and without giving Gu Feng a chance to speak, she turned around and quickly ran towards the dormitory. While walking, her heart was pounding with excitement. "Su Luli, you're really not shy," she thought to herself, not knowing why she had taken the initiative to give Gu Feng a kiss on the tip of her toes. Su Luli was blushing inside, but Gu Feng was extremely happy. He had wanted to tease her, but she had taken the initiative this time. When Su Luli returned to the dormitory, Gu Feng got up and left. He had some time in the afternoon, so he was going to go to Yunding Technology. In addition to seeing the progress of the Pinnacle athletic events, there is also one very important thing. When he arrived at the school gate again, he waited outside for 5 or 6 minutes, but never saw a taxi. Phew! Looks like it's time to get a car. Su Lioli was pregnant, and it was inevitable that she would need a car urgently from time to time. It was really inconvenient to keep standing on the roadside waiting for a taxi. After another 5 or 6 minutes, he finally saw a taxi driving over. He waved to hail a taxi and set off in the direction of Yunding Technology. Soon, they arrived at the company building. Gu Feng did not rush upstairs, but took out his phone and hesitantly dialed his mother Song Huilan's number. Ring ring ring. At this time, in the conference room of the chairman of the Daido Jojo Group, Song Huilan's face was cold as she was in the middle of a meeting, surrounded by a group of senior executives, all of them looking serious. Buzz buzz buzz. In the quiet conference room, the phone in front of the desk suddenly vibrated, and the clear ringing sound immediately attracted everyone's attention. Song Huilan's expression of indifference eased slightly when she heard the sound. When she saw that the call was from her son Gu Feng, she picked up the phone and got up straight away. All the overseas projects are to be suspended, and the main person in charge is to be suspended temporarily. With these simple words, the faces of everyone present suddenly changed. After saying this coldly, Song Huilan took the phone and turned to walk out of the meeting room, followed closely by her assistant. Once she had walked out of the meeting room, Song Huilan immediately pressed the answer button. "Rascal, what's the matter?" On the other end of the line was the familiar voice of his mother. Gu Feng's calm face suddenly beamed with a smile. "Mom, you and Dad are back from abroad?" "We are." "Oh, you didn't even tell me you were back." Gu Feng couldn't help but mutter under his breath as he held the phone up to his ear. Song Huilan's mouth curled up slightly at the sound. "You didn't even bother to ask, and you expect me and your father to take the initiative to call you? Tell me, what's the matter this time?" From what she knew about her son, he definitely didn't just call out of the blue to ask if they had returned from abroad. Hey, you're my mother, there's nothing you can't find out about me. Your son wants to start a business, but he lacks the capital. Can you help him out? She spoke with a smile, but Song Huilan on the other end of the line fell silent. Ha? You want money? Tell me, how much do you need? As she spoke, she arrived outside her office, and her assistant Wang Xiaoye took the lead and opened the door for her. Cough cough, it's not really that much, just about 80 million. After the words fell, there was no response from the other end of the line for a long time, so Gu Feng couldn't help but continue. Mom, are you still there? He continued to ask, but there was still no response. He took the phone away from his ear, and his expression froze. No way. You hung up on me? You really are my real mother. Standing there with the phone in his hand, he had no choice but to redial his mother. As soon as the call was connected, her angry voice came over the line. 80 million, you little brat, do you think your mother runs a bank? You don't have 80 million, go ask your father for it. Chapter 50. 120 million. No, my father is very busy every day, I dare not trouble him with such trivial matters. If 80 million is really too much, you can give me less. How about 70 million? If not, 60 million is fine. Gu Feng took out his phone and started bargaining without any further ado. Song Huilan on the other end of the line rolled her eyes at this, feeling speechless. They both raised their sons, but why is his so outstanding that asking for money is like bargaining at the market? 40 million. This is your mother's bottom line, no more. Too lazy to continue arguing with Gu Feng, she simply gave him 40 million to get it over with. Okay. 40 million it is. Mom, when are you going to call me back? 40 million is a relatively large sum, and he dares not ask for more. If he upsets his mother, he'll lose the money. I'll have Xiaoye transfer the money to you later, tomorrow morning at the latest. You'd better do something practical with it. If I find out you're squandering the money, I'll make your father beat you. Don't worry, I promise I won't waste it. I'll be home this Saturday and Sunday, and I'll bring you a big present. Don't worry, you won't have spent the 40 million for nothing. You go ahead and do your work, I'm hanging up now. After a brief exchange, without giving his mother a chance to say anything else, Gu Feng hung up the phone directly. Ha! Putting the phone aside, Song Huilan's face revealed a wry smile. This brat really doesn't do anything for nothing. She muttered to herself, then looked up at her assistant, who was standing not far away. Xiaoye, go to the bank later and transfer 40 million from my personal account to Gu Feng. Yes, Chairman. She replied softly, and Xiaoye Wang stood still, as if she wanted to say something but was afraid to. What is it? Is there something else? Chairman, are you really going to suspend President Bai? She shouldn't have asked, but since it concerned Bai Yufeng, she wasn't sure if the chairman had been speaking out of anger in the meeting room, so she had to ask again. Well, she'll be suspended for the time being. This matter is not that simple, and suspending her for the time being is also a way to protect her. Suspending President Bai will make the people behind this mess show their faces. I want to see who dares to stir up trouble under my nose. You don't need to tell her my intentions. Issue the document as soon as possible and announce it to the entire group. Upon hearing Song Huilan's words, Wang Xiaoye immediately understood and, after giving a promise, quickly walked out of the chairman's office. At this time, outside Yunding Technology, Gu Feng still didn't hurry upstairs. Holding his mobile phone, he dialed his father's number step by step. On the top floor of the international building in the imperial capital, Gu Xingguo was sipping tea with a few gray-haired old men. Xingguo, do you have any good ideas for the domestic economic development going forward? We old folks really can't think of any countermeasures. Leaning on his walking stick, the old man sitting opposite Gu Xingguo asked with a smile, a twinkle in his eye. If you watch the news regularly, you will definitely recognize the old man. Every time he appears on the news, it is a sure sign that the domestic financial sector is about to undergo earth-shattering changes. Old Long, you all can't think of a solution, so what can a junior like me do? If you want to stimulate the economy, you must have excellent capital support. The real estate industry is now coming to an end, so it's not realistic to use real estate to boost the economy. Sipping on a cup of tea, Gu Xingguo said leisurely. Upon hearing this, the other elderly men nodded in unison. Just in this period of time, the real estate industry may still seem to be booming, but in reality it has already reached its peak. Old Long was about to continue, but Gu Feng's phone just rang. Sorry, Old Long, I need to take this. With that, Gu Jinghua picked up his phone and walked straight to the window. From here, you can see almost half of the imperial capital at a glance. Feng, what brings you to call me today? Gu Jinghua asked with a smile. It had been a few hundred days since he had last heard from his son, so he was a little surprised to suddenly receive a call from him today. Dad, are you busy? Not really. If it's important, just say it. Well, it's not really important, but I want to start a business. Can you provide some startup capital? He spoke very quietly, as if he were embarrassed. Start a business? That's great. Wait, no, you didn't ask your mother for money? Judging from his character, if he wanted money, he would normally just ask Song Huilan directly. Why did he call his father this time? My mother won't give it to me, so I'm asking you. Since I'm so motivated, would you like to sponsor me? He acted pitifully, but he wasn't lying. His mother had indeed told him to ask his father for money. Ha ha ha. Okay, I'll sponsor you. How much do you need? Since his son had finally made a request, the father had to comply. It's not really that much. How about 80 million? What? 80 million? He had expected him to ask for a few million at most, but Gu Feng had just asked for 80 million. No wonder your mother won't give it to you. Why do you want so much money all at once? Have you gotten into trouble? Gu Jinghua looked suspicious, and Gu Feng hurriedly said, No, absolutely not. I promise. Besides, Dad, think about it, what kind of trouble could I get into that would cost 80 million? Thinking about it, Gu Feng did have a point. Asking for 80 million all at once could not be because of getting into trouble. Okay, 80 million it is. I'll have someone call you later. Is there anything else? No, there's nothing else. Dad, you're busy, I won't disturb you anymore. Having secured the sponsorship, Gu Feng hurriedly hung up the phone. 40 million for mum and 80 million for dad, which adds up to 120 million. With such a large sum of money, not to mention promoting the pinnacle of competition, it would definitely be more than enough for a few more major projects. Phew. Dad, please don't call Mum. He silently prayed, put the phone back in his pocket, and walked straight into the office building, taking the elevator to Cloud Top Technology. President Gu stepped out of the elevator, and Annie had been waiting in the elevator for a long time. Take me to the meeting room. Okay, President Gu. Annie had called in advance, and Lu Qi and the others were already waiting in the meeting room as he had instructed. Compared to before, the current Cloud Top Technology was not just a little better. The entire first floor is the office area of Yunding Technology, of which the technology department occupies 1/3. The company environment is good. Has everything been normal during this period of time? Everything is fine. Some new employees have been recruited, and everyone has integrated well. In addition to the peak competition project, the technology department has also developed several mini-games. Later, Director Lu Qi will introduce them to you one by one. Chapter 51 Girlfriend? Fiancé. Good. Under Annie's guidance, they arrived at the door of the meeting room. Annie, I have a favor to ask. Gu Feng, just tell me what you want. Annie was a little taken aback when Gu Feng suddenly asked for a favor. It's not a big deal. If you have time, find out about the villas around Fuxing University for me. I want to buy one. Su Liuli is pregnant and it's inconvenient for her to continue living in the dormitory. An ordinary residential area may not be particularly quiet, but if you buy a single-family villa, you can hire a few maids to help take care of it together. Mr. Gu, you want to buy a villa in this neighborhood? Although this is not the city center, it is close to the higher education district, so prices may be slightly higher. I don't know how much you have budgeted. Shanghai is a place where every inch of land is precious, and coupled with the fact that there are several universities here, the supporting facilities for education, commerce and medical care are very complete, so prices have always been high. Even if it is not as expensive as the city center, it is not much cheaper. Budget is not a problem, I want a location that is as quiet as possible. Okay, Mr. Gu, I will go check it out in the next few days. Thank you. After saying this to Annie, Gu Feng strode into the meeting room. There were 5 or 6 people sitting in the large meeting room. In addition to Lu Qi and 2 key members of the technical department, there were also 2 people from finance and human resources. When they saw Gu Feng come in, they all stood up together. Mr. Gu. Don't be polite, just sit down. Annie, you sit too. He pointed to the chair next to the main seat, indicating that Annie should sit down too. I have no other business today, mainly to find out the progress of the peak competition test. Annie reported to me on the phone before that the test is almost over and the server has almost been set up, right? Luli heard this and got up to reply, yes. Mr. Gu, the server has been set up and the peak competition can go online in a short time. However, there are still two problems. His tone was a bit low and he was very conflicted. What are the problems? The game will definitely need a series of promotions when it goes online, and the company's funds may not be enough. There is also a second problem. The server can only handle a small number of users, and I'm worried that if too many users log in at the same time, the server may not be able to handle it. If it crashes just a few days after going online, it will cause a large loss of users. He poured out his innermost thoughts, and frankly, the main reason was still insufficient funds. If there were enough funds, the server could be expanded, and then a large investment could be made in promotion. The pinnacle of competition would definitely become an instant hit. Expanding the server and promoting the game are not problems as long as the funds are in place. Annie, you should have talked about this before. How much funding is still needed for the plan? Luli must have discussed this with Annie and the others before he could say these words, and there is no doubt about it. Facing Gu Feng's question, Annie didn't hide anything either. Mr. Gu, according to the requirements proposed by Director Luli, my finance department and I have calculated that at least 10 million yuan is needed. This includes the construction and promotion of the server. If large-scale promotion is to be carried out, 10 million yuan may not be enough. The company account only has 10 million yuan, and after this period of operation, there is less than 3 million yuan left. There is no problem maintaining the launch of peak competition, but it is far from enough to quickly bring it to the market. Before preparing to invest in peak competition, he had already thought about the current dilemma. Back then, he spent nearly 100 million yuan in a single push to promote it, and within a week, it shot straight to the top 10 of the domestic game charts. In less than 3 months, it even dominated the top spot. Nowadays, with such limited funds, such a large-scale promotion is no longer realistic, but it shouldn't be too much worse. 10 million is too little, I'm budgeting around 30 million for promotion. In addition, the server needs to be strengthened, there's no doubt about that. Jingjie, by tomorrow morning at the latest, I will personally inject 50 million in working capital. Annie, Luli, you two come up with a promotion plan as soon as possible, and stick to the 30 million budget. Gu Feng's simple words stunned everyone present. According to Luqi's estimate, if the company cannot increase its promotion budget, it is not impossible to directly launch the game. He really didn't expect Gu Feng to be so generous, not only increasing the promotion budget to 30 million in one go, but also setting aside 20 million to build the server. President Gu. You're not joking, are you? You want to invest an additional 50 million? I don't like jokes personally. That's enough about the promotion and the server. Luli, is there anything else we need to prepare before going live? All the source codes have been tested, the only thing that's missing is the music. Music design is expensive, so I was thinking of asking some students from the music college at Shanghai University to design some simple in-store music. When it came to music, a beautiful figure unconsciously came to mind in Gu Feng's mind. President Gu? In fact, the students at the Conservatory of Music are very capable, and I don't think they are much worse than those professionals. Gu Feng did not respond for a long time, and Luqi's heart paused slightly, thinking that he had something to say about what he had just said. You're right, students at the Conservatory of Music are indeed very suitable. I do have the right candidate here, Annie, I'll give you the contact information later, and you can personally connect with him. Understood. After being in the conference room for almost 2 hours, in addition to reporting on the peak competition, Luli also prepared 3 educational mini-games. Each is novel in terms of design theme, and with Gu Feng's approval, the 3 mini-games will be launched simultaneously with the pinnacle competition. After leaving the meeting room, Gu Feng returned to his office. President Gu, regarding the designer of the pinnacle competition music, you. Yes, I'll give you the contact information. After giving Annie Su Luli's name and contact information, and seeing that it was a girl, Annie looked at Gu Feng with a puzzled expression. President Gu, is this Miss Su related to you? She's my girlfriend. Oh, no, it's more appropriate to say fiancé. Su Luli is pregnant, so it's obviously not quite right to say girlfriend, and it seems wrong to say wife, so it's more appropriate to say fiancé. When you get in touch, don't mention me, do it in the company's name. If she's willing, carry on as normal, but if not, don't push it. Also, offer a higher salary. The reason I want her to help design the music is mainly to avoid the other person having to work hard at another part-time job. Designing music is undoubtedly a lot easier than working part-time at a kindergarten. Okay, Mr. Gu, I understand what you mean. Well, if there's nothing else, I should go too. Take care of things here at the company, and call me anytime if there's anything. With these words, Gu Feng slowly walked out of the office, took the elevator to the outside, looked at the time, and there was still a while before 6 p.m., so he could go back to the dormitory and rest for a while. Chapter 52, Preparing to Go Home. At this time of day, Jiang Yu and the others should all be in the dormitory. Taking a taxi back to Fuxing University, he pushed open the dormitory door and, as expected, Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai were both in the dormitory. As for Zhang Tinia, there was no need to think, he must have gone to keep his girlfriend company. Hey! Gu Feng, why are you back? Didn't you go out on a date with Miss Su this afternoon? Seeing Gu Feng suddenly come in, Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai were both surprised. Since Gu Feng and Zhang Tinia found girlfriends, the two of them were often not in the dormitory. No, it's not time for a date yet. I came back to rest for a while. You two have been in the dormitory the whole time? Not going out for a stroll? Coming to a stop by the bed, Gu Feng directed his gaze at Jiang Yu. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Yu glanced at Xiao Kai and gave a bitter smile. The two of us go out for a stroll? I'd rather sleep in the dorm than go out for a stroll with him. Ha? Jiang Yu, what do you mean? Do you find it hard to go out for a stroll with me? Xiao Kai was taken aback, not expecting Jiang Yu to say such things. No, that's not what I meant. What I meant was that it's no fun for the two of us to go out for a stroll, and it's more comfortable to sleep in the dorm. That's more like it. The two men exchanged a few words, and Gu Feng could only smile without saying anything. He rolled over onto his back, lay quietly on his pillow, and thought that he would just rest for a while. But he didn't expect that after closing his eyes, he fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock? Shit, I'm running late. He hurriedly got out of bed. The time he had agreed with Su Luli was 6 o'clock, but he had overslept after waking up. Gu Feng, are you coming back tonight? Seeing that Gu Feng was about to rush out the door, Jiang Yu, who was lying on the bed, asked with a smile. I'll be back. I'll definitely be back. After saying that, he pulled open the dormitory door and ran outside without looking back. In just a few minutes, Gu Feng arrived near the girls' dormitory. He was about to take out his phone to call Su Luli when he suddenly saw a familiar figure in the distance. Su Luli was dressed in casual clothes, looking tall and slender, and her figure was even more perfect against the backdrop of her jeans. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and when she saw Gu Feng, her eyes twinkled with charm as she quickly trotted over to him. You're here. Her nose was straight and her cheeks were slightly flushed. Su Luli looked both beautiful and cute in this state. Didn't you say you'd call me before coming down? How long have you been waiting here? Well, it wasn't that long. I came down at 6, but it's only been 2 or 3 minutes. With a faint smile, Su Luli looked up at Gu Feng. What are we having for dinner? Let's go out and take a look first. Okay. He. Without the slightest regard for whether there were people around, Su Luli very intimately put her arm around Gu Feng's arm. This sudden action made Gu Feng a little confused. Did something happen? Why do you look so happy? Gu Feng wondered as they walked along. In response to Gu Feng's inquiry, Su Luli nodded immediately. Something's up. Someone contacted me today and asked me to help design the music for a game. The pay is very good. Starlight twinkled in Su Lili's eyes. As a top student at the Conservatory of Music, Su Lili knew that it wasn't too difficult to design the music for a game as long as she had enough time. Really? That's something to be happy about. You said the pay is good, how much is it exactly? Gu Feng asked with a smile, but Su Lili shook her head and said, I'm not telling you. She stuck out her tongue, made a super cute little face, and let go of Gu Feng's arm, so Su Lili couldn't help but quicken her pace. Still not telling me? He shrugged his shoulders. Since Su Lili wouldn't say, he didn't want to ask. He had already told Annie, so he didn't think she would give too little. He walked around outside the school with Su Lili, and eventually arrived at a noodle shop. They each ordered a dish of green onion oil noodles. Feeling that it was about time, he sent Su Lili back to the dormitory and returned to the boys' dormitory himself. The next day arrived. In the morning, 2 consecutive phone calls came, and his mother's 40 million and his father's 80 million arrived one after the other. With 120 million in his hands, he contacted Du Jingjing first and transferred 50 million to the public account of Yunding Technology. Almost at the same time, Annie sent the promotion plan to his email. Promotion is nothing more than advertising. In today's society, advertising is generally invested in television and movies, or some variety shows with higher popularity. Annie's promotion plan selected the currently popular television and variety shows, and most of the budget was put on them. For the promotion plan, he himself thought it was quite good. With the promotion plan finalized, Luli is currently rebuilding the server, and Luli is preparing the background music, so the pinnacle competition is about to go live. 2 days later, it was Friday. There were no classes in the afternoon, so he bought a 1 o'clock flight and was ready to take Luli home. In the imperial capital, when she heard that Sun Zi was about to bring his future daughter-in-law back, her grandmother had hardly slept all night. She sat on the sofa in the living room, leaning on her walking stick, and asked the time numerous times. "Mom, Jinghua just called, he'll be back in a while. The kids haven't even boarded the plane yet, so it's no good just waiting like this. Why don't you go back and take a nap for a while? The flight from Shanghai to home takes at least 3 or 4 hours. You can't just sit here the whole time." Song Huilan held a cup of warm water in her hand, trying hard to persuade the elderly woman to go back and rest. However, her heart was worried about her grandson and granddaughter-in-law, and no matter what she said, the elderly woman just didn't want to go back to sleep. There was really nothing she could do, so she had to sit on the sofa with the elderly woman and wait. Shanghai. Outside Fuxing University, Gu Feng took Luli and took a taxi to the airport. Along the way, Luli didn't say a word, her delicate hands tightly grasping Gu Feng's, as if she were very nervous. "Luli, are you a little nervous?" Recalling her gaze from the window, Luli nodded lightly. Before, she had been nervous going as a girlfriend, and now, with a baby growing inside her, the nervousness was directly pulling at her. "My parents are very easygoing, and my grandmother is even better, so you don't need to be nervous. You'll know when you meet them." Subconsciously, she raised her hand and gently pinched Luli's blushing face. The driver in front was still driving, and when he was disturbed by Gu Feng's intimate action, Luli's pretty face suddenly turned red. After glancing at Gu Feng, she turned her head and continued to look out the window. "Right, didn't you say you wanted to design game music? How's it going?" She picked a random topic to chat about to distract Luli and make her less nervous. Chapter 53, completely ignored. It's almost done. Jia and Mani will make a few minor revisions and send it to the person for testing today. There shouldn't be any problems. Although the person they contacted was herself, the other party's time requirements were relatively urgent, so she asked Dong Jia and Wang Mani to help with the production. After 4 people continuously tested the design, the draft version sent to the other party last night was approved this morning, so they can continue to fine-tune it. Sitting in the car, they chatted in between words. Half an hour later, the taxi pulled up steadily outside the airport. Pulling Luli out of the car, they entered the airport through security control. At 12:40, before boarding the plane, they sent a text message to Luli's mother, Song Huilan. At 1 o'clock, the plane took off on time. "It's still early, you go to sleep for a while." Sitting next to Luli, Gu Feng gently took Luli's delicate hand and said, Nodding silently, Luli slowly closed her eyes. Leaning back in her chair, her stunning profile and long eyelashes were simply breathtaking. Luli slept peacefully, and Gu Feng withdrew his gaze, promptly following her lead and closing his eyes. At this moment, inside the Gu Manor in the imperial capital. "Mom, Lon and I will go pick her up, you're too old to come with us. Just wait at home with peace of mind." Gu Jinghua and Song Huilan sat together, while Grandma Gu Feng, leaning on her walking stick, shook her head and refused to budge when she heard this. "My 2 children are back for the first time, and I must go to pick them up. The reason I have been waiting in the living room is so that I can meet my future granddaughter-in-law as soon as possible." "Forget it, Jinghua, let me come with you. You know how stubborn she is." The old lady was so determined, and Song Huilan, standing next to Gu Jinghua, couldn't help but persuade her in a low voice. "All right. I'll have the driver bring the car over." As the time passed, it was approaching 4 p.m., and the plane began broadcasting the information about landing early. After hearing the broadcast, Luli's heart began to beat faster uncontrollably. She was about to meet her future in-laws, and it was impossible to say that she wasn't nervous. 10 minutes passed, and the plane landed steadily. She got off the plane with Su Luli, took the suitcase, and walked towards the outside of the airport. At this time, outside the airport, two brand new and consecutive number stretch limousines were parked on the roadside. An old grandmother with white hair was leaning on a cane, followed by two middle-aged people, a man and a woman. Gufeng, I'm scared. Just as she took her first step out of the airport, Su Luli suddenly stopped, her pretty face looking nervously at Gufeng. It was fine while on the plane, but as soon as they got off, she suddenly felt her legs go out of control. Scared? Ha ha ha, Luli, we're almost home, isn't it a bit late to be scared now? Don't worry, my parents aren't some kind of monsters, they're not going to eat you. With a light laugh, he took one hand to hold onto his suitcase and the other to tightly grasp Su Luli's wrist, striding towards the roadside outside the airport. Mom, look, isn't that Gufeng? Suddenly noticing a familiar figure in the distance, Song Huilan raised her hand and pointed to the left front. Grandma Song, upon hearing this, looked in the direction her daughter-in-law was pointing, and after looking hard for a while, she finally determined, it's Feng. It's that brat. And next to him is that girl, Luli? Oh, when I look at them, they really do make a good-looking couple. Grandma Song's face, which had been lined with age, was now beaming with a smile, and she leaned on her walking stick as she prepared to go forward to greet them. Mom, you stay here, I'll go greet them. After saying this, Gu Jinghua strode towards Gufeng, followed by two chauffeurs, one of whom was right behind him. My father is here. These simple 4 words made Su Luli's face freeze for a moment, and she hurriedly gathered her wits. Dad. Hello, Uncle. Gufeng called out Dad, and Su Luli hurriedly followed suit and called out Uncle. Hey. Luli girl, you finally arrived. Let's go, let's get in the car first. Your aunt and grandmother came especially to pick you up, and they're still waiting over there. He glanced at his son Gufeng, decisively leaving him aside, and Gu Jinghua warmly greeted Su Luli and walked forward. After taking a dozen steps forward, when he arrived in front of Song Huilan and his grandmother, Su Luli blushed and quickly called out, Auntie, Grandma. Luli, come over here quickly. Grandma, leaning on her walking stick, beckoned Su Luli to come over. Girl, you finally arrived. Were you tired from the plane ride? Are you hungry now? You really look good. Grandma was just saying that you and Xiaofeng look good together. Now that I see you, I really think she was praising you. Grandma said with a smile, holding Su Luli's hand. Hearing this, Gufeng, who had been completely ignored, suddenly felt a dark line across his face. After all, he is a grandchild, so there is no need to be so sarcastic. Luli. We have prepared a lot of delicious food for you at home, let's go home first. Come, you and your grandma get in the car first. Song Huilan stood by the car door. Grandma, let me help you. Grandma was so enthusiastic, and Su Luli's nervousness immediately dissipated a lot. She raised her arm and helped her grandma get on the bus first. Luli, you go up too. Your grandma heard that you were coming and didn't sleep much last night. You can see how happy the old lady is when you meet. Song Huilan said with a smile, helping Su Luli get on the bus by the arm. After the three got on the bus, Gu Jinghua followed suit, and finally, when the door was about to close, they realized that their son, Gufeng, was still standing outside. Feng, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and get in the car. You must be exhausted after a long car ride, so let Luli go back and rest for a while. Song Huilan waved at Gufeng, and the latter's mouth trembled slightly at the sound. Fortunately, you all still remember me. For a moment, he thought he was going to be left here, but fortunately his mother noticed him in time. If it weren't for Luli, do you think we would have come here to pick you up? Luli, do you like anything to eat? Tell your auntie, and I'll go home and cook it for you. Auntie, Su Luli hadn't answered yet, but Gu Jinghua took the lead and picked up the conversation. Luli, don't let your auntie cook, no one will eat her food. What? Say that again? His gaze shifted away from his future daughter-in-law and Song Huilan looked across at Gu Jinghua, her eyes instantly cold. Air. It's not really that bad, you can still eat it when you're really hungry. Ha 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 ha. Along the way, Grandma Gufeng and her mother Song Huilan kept chatting with Su Luli. When the car slowly entered the Gu Manor, Gufeng took Su Luli off the car. Seeing the surroundings, Su Luli's mouth opened slightly, and she was shocked. This is your home? The tone was soft, close to Gufeng's side. The huge single-family villa in front of her, with lawns and greenery in the distance, and pine trees planted on the lawn to welcome guests. There were rockeries behind the villa, and from here, you couldn't even see the gate. Chapter 54, Soft-Shelled Turtle Soup? Hairy Crab? What really dumbfounded Luli was that not far away there were actually a few ants pruning the greenery. Luli, come, go in with Grandma. HM. With a cane, Grandma waved her hand, and Luli hurriedly came to the old lady's side when she heard her. Luli, does Xiaofeng bully you on weekdays? If he dares to bully you, you tell Grandma, and Grandma will break his legs for you. With her walking stick, Grandma walked slowly forward. After hearing the domineering words of the elderly, Luli's mouth immediately opened wide. Before, she thought that Gufeng was exaggerating, but she never expected the elderly to actually say such things. No. Grandma, Gufeng is very good to me. Luli blushed as she finished speaking, and an amiable smile immediately appeared on Grandma's face. So you're defending him already? Ha ha ha. Although Feng is naughty and mischievous most of the time, he is very serious about his relationships. As she spoke, Luli helped her grandmother into the living room. Seeing the interior decoration, Luli was once again taken aback. Someone who didn't know would never imagine that this was a home. The magnificent decoration was not inferior to a palace. Grandma, I bought you a dress, I'm not sure if it fits. Wait here, I'll go get it. Before coming here, she bought a few more gifts for her grandmother and uncle. Although they were not very expensive, they were all carefully selected by her. Girl, you also brought gifts for your grandmother? Show them to her quickly. Grandma hasn't received a gift in many years. Upon hearing that her future granddaughter-in-law had prepared gifts for her, the old lady's face was full of smiles and she was extremely happy. After asking her to sit down, Luli quickly walked over to the suitcase. Gufeng saw this and volunteered to help. After opening the suitcase, he found, in addition to 2 sets of clothes for Luli to change, there were also several gift bags, all containing gifts. Grandma, these are the clothes I brought you. I'm not sure if they fit. Try them on. He took out a blouse from the bag. The red blouse was embellished with golden lace, which looked very festive. The elderly generally prefer festive colors, and Grandma Gufeng was no exception. When she saw the clothes her granddaughter had brought over, the old lady was overjoyed and got up with the help of her walking stick. They look great. Girl, you have such a good eye. Let me try them on. She put down her walking stick, picked up the clothes in Luli's hands, and tried them on immediately. It turned out that the clothes, which had been bought according to her height and weight, fit her perfectly. They were just like clothes made to measure. Xinghua, Huilan, come and take a look. This is the clothes girl bought for me. It looks good, doesn't it? Ha ha ha. The old lady didn't just look at it herself, she also asked Song Huilan and Gu Xinghua to come and have a look together. Mom, I really can't say no, you really look good in this dress. Song Huilan walked over and helped her mother-in-law tidy up her blouse, then nodded with a smile. Mom, Luli has a present for you. As Gufeng finished speaking, and in the surprised gaze of Song Huilan, Luli took out the scarf. Seeing that she had a present as well, Song Huilan's smile grew even wider. She took the scarf with both hands and tied it around her neck. Luli, is this really a gift for your aunt? Silly girl, you're already making your aunt very happy by coming here, and you even brought a gift for her. Tomorrow morning, when I have some time, I'll take you out shopping. She would cancel a meeting at work tomorrow just to spend time with her daughter-in-law. She really liked her daughter-in-law, who was so sensible and pretty. Gu Xinghua, as the head of the family, couldn't help but show a wry smile as he watched his mother and wife both receive gifts. Dad, what's that look on your face? I didn't say I didn't get you a gift. This is a pen that Luli picked out for you. Do you like it? He took out a gift box and handed it to his father. Before the box was even opened, the blank expression on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a happy smile. I like it. I like it. Air. You like it before you even open it? Ha ha ha, I like it even before I open it. This is a token of my daughter's affection. While talking, he opened the pen case, took out the pen inside, and hung it on the front pocket of his shirt without hesitation. Grandma was wearing a red top, Mom was wearing a scarf, and Dad was hanging the pen in front of him, all of them beaming with smiles. Girl, wait here, Grandma has a present for you too. Wearing a festive red top, Grandma walked towards her room with her walking stick. A few minutes later, to the surprised looks of Luli and Gufeng, the elderly person came out with a box. My dear, this is a bracelet I have prepared for you. try it on. When she opened the box, a bright green jade bracelet caught her eye. Without a doubt, a jade bracelet of this quality was worth a fortune. Even Su Li, who knew nothing about jade, knew the bracelet was very valuable and quickly refused in front of her grandmother. "Grandma, it's too valuable, I can't accept this gift." "It doesn't matter if it's valuable or not. The bracelet is a gift from your grandmother to you, and that makes all the difference. Come on, Gufeng, you help the girl put it on." She took out the bracelet and handed it directly to Gufeng. "Good. Luli, let me help you put it on." She picked up the bracelet and put it on in the dazed gaze of Su Luli. "It's a good thing, the size just fits." "Mom, when did you prepare a gift for Luli?" "You didn't tell us either, I forgot to prepare it." Song Huilan came to her mother-in-law's side with embarrassment. It was embarrassing for the elderly to give a gift to her future granddaughter-in-law, and for her, the mother-in-law, to have prepared nothing. "Mom, Huilan, dinner is ready, let's come over and have dinner first." Yes, let's eat first." "Su Lioli, you must be hungry after such a long flight." "Auntie will take you to dinner." She took Su Lioli's hand and walked towards the dining room, while Gufeng took the initiative to support his grandmother. "You're a lucky guy, you found a beautiful and sensible girl like Luli. You must treat her well, do you hear me?" Smiling at Gufeng, Song Huilian was, deep down, 10,000% satisfied with Su Luli. "Don't worry, I promise I'll treat her well." They arrived at the restaurant chatting and laughing. After everyone had taken their seats, the aunts quickly brought out the prepared dinner. "Luli, this is soft-shelled turtle soup, I'll ladle some for you first." The soup was served first, and Song Huilan pretended to take the spoon and ladle some for Su Lioli. "Wait. Mom, Lioli doesn't like soft-shelled turtle, so you don't need to ladle her any." "Doesn't like soft-shelled turtle? Okay, then we'll start with a hairy crab. The aunts bought these live crabs this morning, they're very delicious." No soft-shelled turtle soup, and Song Huilan was about to hand Su Lioli a hairy crab. "Wait." Gufeng saw this and hurriedly spoke up to stop him. "What's wrong now?" Song Huilan looked at Gufeng with a puzzled expression in her hands holding the hairy crab. "Mom, actually, Luli doesn't like seafood, so why don't you just give me the hairy crab?" "Are you kidding me? First the soft-shelled turtle soup, and now the hairy crab. Mom, this is clearly an attempt to murder your grandson." He clearly remembered that the doctor had specifically instructed that soft-shelled turtle soup and crabs, which are cold in nature, should not be eaten. Chapter 55, I really can't eat anymore. Don't like seafood? Lioli, is this true? With a hairy crab on the chopsticks, Song Huilan didn't know if what her son said was true. Concerning the health of the baby in her stomach, under Gufeng's gaze, Su Lioli nodded lightly. "It's fine, if we don't like it, we won't eat it. There are still a lot of dishes on the table, which one do you like to eat? Tell Auntie, and I'll give you a helping." "It's all Gufeng's fault. I called him and he said you didn't have any food restrictions." While speaking, she didn't forget to complain about Gufeng a little. Facing his mother's complaints, Gufeng didn't have the mood. He did say on the phone that Su Lioli didn't have any food restrictions, but at that time, he didn't know about the pregnancy yet. "Auntie, I'll just eat some vegetables." "How can you just eat vegetables? If you don't like anything else, you always like chicken legs, right? Here, let me give you a chicken leg." Song Huilan picked up the male serving chopsticks next to her and picked up the biggest chicken leg and put it on Su Luli's plate. "After eating this big chicken leg, I guess I don't need to eat any other dishes." "Huilan, Luli likes to eat vegetables, so you pick some of those over there." These vegetables were all grown in Grandma's backyard, so they are guaranteed to be fresh and pollution-free. Not only did Song Huilan pick vegetables, but her grandmother, who was sitting in the main seat, followed her lead. As a result, throughout the meal, Su Lioli's plate was full to overflowing. "Auntie, I'm really full." The future mother-in-law kept on serving food, and Su Lioli, sitting next to her, looked nervous and at a loss for what to do. Her stomach was so full that just looking at the food on her plate made her feel scared and she couldn't eat a thing. Okay, Auntie won't serve you any more food. Then you can help yourself to whatever you like. If you can't reach it, I'll move it over a bit for you." Under the table, Su Luli kicked Gufeng's calf gently with her toes, her big, innocent eyes blinking as she looked at the food on her plate that her aunt had just served. With just one look, Gufeng instantly understood what Su Luli meant. He coughed lightly to ease the awkwardness, and while his mother wasn't looking, he picked up the food on Su Luli's plate and put it in his own bowl. One after the other, the dishes piled high, and finally disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su Lioli, it's still early today, are you tired? After eating, Song Huilan put down her chopsticks. Not tired. If not tired, do you want to go out shopping with your aunt? The shopping malls in the imperial capital are very lively at night, and your aunt will take you out for a stroll. Today, I was supposed to prepare a gift, but I was so busy that I forgot. If we go shopping tonight, we can pick some up. Great, thank you, Auntie. Auntie said she wanted to go shopping, and Su Luli agreed without thinking. Gu Feng, do you want to go together? Swallowing the food in his mouth, Gu Feng pointed at himself, me? Yes, let's go together. After all, this was Su Luli's first time here, and he wasn't very familiar with his own mother. If he didn't go, the other party would definitely be nervous. Feng, I didn't know when you became such a good eater. Everyone else had eaten almost everything, and only Gu Feng was still eating voraciously. Since we're going together, you should hurry up and eat. I'll give Aunt Bai a call. Aunt Bai? Mom, you're bringing Aunt Bai along too? Gu Feng couldn't help but show a bitter expression on his face when he heard this. Aunt Bai, as Song Huilan called her, was Bai Yufeng, one of the deputy CEOs of the Kyushu Group. She was in her early 40s and had a quirky personality. When he was little, he had been bullied a lot. Right, she's been trying to go shopping with me for a while now, but I haven't had the time. Today is a good day to go shopping together. And she knows that Lioli is coming over, and has been pestering me to let her meet her. Lioli, your Aunt Bai is my best friend. Can we take her shopping with us later? Gu Feng's opinion was not important. Whether they could take Bai Yufeng along would depend on the future daughter-in-law's wishes. Yes, we can. I have no objection. Su Lioli stood next to Gu Feng and responded as soon as she heard Song Huilan's question. Good, then I'll call her now. You're a very interesting Auntie Bai, you'll see when we meet later. She took the phone and put it to her ear, smiling as she explained. While Song Huilan was making the call, Su Lioli turned to her grandmother. Grandma, my auntie and I want to go out and play, do you want to come with us? My dear, I'm old, I'm worried that I'll affect you, so you young people go ahead. Sitting in her chair, Grandma shook her head. Deep down, she really wanted to go out for a walk, as she hadn't been out in a long time. Grandma listened to Luli and said, you go out and have a look around with us. Let Luli keep you company, it's fine. Knowing her very well, she said no, but deep down she really wanted to go out with them. My dear, are you really willing to let Grandma go with you? Well, I can hold on to you. Okay, then Grandma will shamelessly go with you. It's been a long time since I went out, and this is a good chance to get some fresh air. It'll only take a minute or two. After Song Huilan finished her phone call, Bai Yufeng rushed to the Gu residence as soon as she got the call. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, the maids tidied up the dining room. Song Huilan led the way, and Su Lioli helped her grandmother to the sofa and sat her down. Lioli, sit down and rest for a while. I'll ask the maid to get you some fruit. What would you like to eat? She motioned for Su Lioli to sit with Gu Feng's grandmother, and Song Huilan picked up the fruit plate on the coffee table. Auntie, I don't want anything. I really can't eat anymore. She looked down at her stomach, which had gone from flat to a little bulge. Huilan, just cut some fruit and bring it over. Oh, I know, Mom. Song Huilan turned with the fruit tray, while Grandma took Su Luli's hand and happily chatted. Luli, do your parents know you're here? Are they happy with this phone boy? Grandma, Suli has been living with her grandfather, and he doesn't know about the two of us being together. Gu Feng spoke up in time. Upon hearing this, Grandma's kind eyes momentarily lost focus, and even her sitting father, Gu Jinghua, couldn't help but slowly sit up straight. My girl, Grandma didn't mean it. Grandma didn't know in advance what she just said, so you shouldn't take it to heart. Trembling, Grandma took Su Li's small hand, her eyes filled with pain. Such a pretty and obedient child, but she has such a background. She grew up with her grandfather and has suffered so much. It's okay, Grandma, I've been used to it for so many years. My grandfather was very good to me. About me being with Gu Feng, I want to tell him in person. Mom, Lioli is right. It's better to let this kid Gu Feng accompany Lioli back home and tell the elders in person. Chapter 56 Morning Sickness? After my father, Gu Jinghua, said so, Grandma didn't ask anymore. After about 10 minutes, Song Huilan came out with fruit, and at the same time, a middle-aged woman in trendy clothes, wearing a fragrant wind jacket, entered the living room. She wasn't very tall, and she was dressed very exquisitely, but the most conspicuous thing was her blonde curly hair. It sparkled in the sunlight, and if you didn't look at her face, you would definitely mistake her for a foreigner. Huilan. Oh, Gufeng, you're back. Seeing Gufeng sitting on the sofa, Bai Yufeng came up behind him and patted him on the shoulder. Before Gufeng could turn around, his eyes noticed Su Luli on the other side. Her skin was as white as snow, her figure was light, and her exquisite and beautiful facial features made her stand out. Luli? My goodness, Luli, you're so pretty. With one hand covering her mouth, she made a very exaggerated expression. In the midst of everyone's shocked gazes, Bai Yufeng quickly walked up to Su Lioli. Lioli, seriously, Auntie Bai has traveled all over the world for so many years, and I've never seen a girl as pretty as you. This guy Gufeng is just too lucky, how could he find such a pretty girl? A pair of hands tightly grasped Su Lioli's wrist, and Bai Yufeng's mouth was watering at the sight. Song Huilan had said that Aunt Bai was very funny, but she never imagined that she would be so exaggerated. Su Lioli sat dazedly on the sofa, not knowing what to say for a while. Yufeng. Be quiet for a while. Can you behave normally and not scare Lioli? After placing the 2 plates of fruit on the coffee table, Song Huilan scolded a little, took Bai Yufeng's hand, and asked her to sit on the other side of Gufeng's grandmother. Lioli, don't be afraid, your Aunt Bai is just like this, eccentric and exaggerated. Here, Auntie has washed some fruit for you, have some. Do you want some jackfruit? This jackfruit was just peeled by Auntie, it's very fresh. Song Huilan lifted the plate with the jackfruit on it and handed it to Su Lioli. She had been in the kitchen for so long because she had to peel the jackfruit, and it took her 10 minutes of hard work to peel just a small plateful. Thank you, Auntie. I was still halfway through my sentence when, probably due to the smell of the jackfruit, a wave of nausea washed over Su Luli's lower abdomen. Luli. Seeing that Su Luli was going to vomit, Gufeng hurriedly got up, took Su Luli's arm, and led her quickly towards the living room bathroom. What's going on? Does Luli not like jackfruit? He quickly put down the plate and watched as Gufeng led Su Lioli to the bathroom. Song Huilan and the others looked confused, sitting next to her grandmother. Bai Yufeng's eyes narrowed slightly, and she suddenly thought of something. Su Lioli's dry heaving was very similar to that of a pregnant woman. When she was pregnant, about 6 weeks in, she would always have dry heaves for no reason, and she wouldn't dare smell anything with the slightest bit of stimulation. Wang Ma, take this plate of jackfruit to the kitchen first. Yes, ma'am. Obeying Song Huilan's orders, Wang Ma quickly took the jackfruit on the coffee table to the kitchen. In the bathroom, Su Lioli was lying on her stomach on the sink, dry heaving. Gufeng stood silently behind her, holding a bottle of mineral water in his hand. After about 5 minutes, the feeling of nausea gradually dissipated, and Su Lioli slowly stood up straight. I'm sorry, I don't know what's wrong, I suddenly feel like throwing up. Standing in front of Gufeng, Su Lioli's beautiful eyebrows were lightly furrowed, and a light worry swept across her delicate face. Her originally extraordinarily beautiful appearance added a sense of pity that made my heart flutter. What's there to be sorry about? Drink some water first. Do you feel better now? The mineral water was handed to Su Lili, and Gufeng's eyes were full of concern. Much better. You don't feel well, so I'll tell my mom and we'll go shopping tomorrow morning. No, I'm fine now. Outside, Auntie Bai, and Grandma are waiting to go out together, and besides, she really doesn't feel anything now, and the nausea just lasted a short while. Let's go out. Su Luli said, taking Gufeng's hand and walking out of the bathroom. Upon seeing Gufeng and Su Luli return, Song Huilan hurriedly came forward. Luli, are you okay? Are you not feeling well? Why don't you go to bed early tonight, and I'll take you out shopping tomorrow morning. It's okay, Auntie. I was probably just too full from dinner. I'm fine now. Are you sure? Song Huilan frowned slightly, still a little worried. Are you sure? Okay, that's good. Then let's clean up and go out shopping. After Song Huilan finished speaking, Su Luli came over to her grandmother on her own initiative. Grandma, let me help you. Good. Seeing Su Luli by her side, the old lady was very happy in her heart. Bai Yufeng saw this and happily came over to Song Huilan and Gufeng. Aunt Bai, haven't you always been abroad? Why do you have time to come back this time? As they walked out, Gufeng asked Bai Yufeng beside his mother in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Bai Yufeng looked at Song Huilan speechlessly, and upon hearing her son's words, Song Huilan's face also turned a little embarrassed. I have time to come back, and this is thanks to your mother. Thanks to my mother? She transferred you back from abroad? With a face full of surprise, she herself, although Aunt Bai is not very reliable in her daily life, she is a good manager of the company. Having helped the Kyushu group manage it abroad for so many years, for no reason at all, how could my mother transfer her back? What transfer? Your mother has suspended me. I am now free from responsibilities. Gu Feng glanced at her, and Bai Yufeng followed Su Luli and her grandmother cheerfully into the car. Suspended? This is a long story, and I can't explain it to you in a short time. Leaving behind a sentence, Song Huilan followed Bai Yufeng into the car. Gu Feng saw this and simply didn't think about it anymore. His mother must have her reasons for doing this. Before his rebirth, he heard that Aunt Bai had returned when he was at school, and he thought that must have been when his mother was suspended. However, in the following 6 months, there was a major reshuffle of the senior management within the Kyushu group, especially in the overseas branches, where almost the entire middle and senior management was replaced. Now that he thinks about it, it may be directly related to this time when Aunt Bai was suspended. Everyone got into the car, and Gu Feng instructed the driver to drive. There are not many high-end shopping malls near the Gu Manor, and the nearest one is also more than 5 kilometers away. After driving for 10 minutes, they arrived at a larger comprehensive commercial area. Su Luli helped her grandmother get off the car first, and then Bai Yufeng and Song Huilan followed. Luli, let's go this way. The shopping mall here is lively. Song Huilan pointed to the side with her finger. The shopping mall in front of them was called the International Trade Building and was wholly owned by the Kyushu Group. To put it bluntly, the shopping mall in front of them was their family's property. Chapter 57, I'm really pregnant. Great. Su Luli supported her grandmother, while Song Huilan and Bai Yufeng led the way. As for Gu Feng, he silently followed behind his grandmother and Su Luli with the driver. Entering the International Trade Building, the interior was luxuriously decorated, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as resplendent. Luli, the first floor is a variety of clothing areas, and I will take you to buy some clothes first. Take a look, do you like any of them? The aisles are lined with luxury brand boutiques, with luxurious decorations and attentive service. The quality is very high, and the prices are quite expensive. Auntie, the clothes you gave me last time, I still have a lot of them and I haven't worn them once, so I can't buy any more. Su Luli was serious as she took her grandmother's arm. She wasn't being polite, but it was true. The clothes she had been sent to school with last time were more than enough, and she simply couldn't wear them all. That was last time, this is this time. A girl, having a bit more clothing is fine. If you don't want to pick them yourself, then I and your Aunt Bai will have to help you. Upon hearing Song Huilan's words, Su Lili's little face twisted as she looked at Gu Feng behind her. She didn't need to look at him, her aunt would buy her clothes for her, and he wouldn't dare say anything. Let's go. Thinking that Su Lili was asking Gu Feng for his opinion, Song Huilan gave him a cold stare, took Su Lili's arm from her grandmother's side, and turned to walk into the women's clothing store next door. Your mother is like that, she's decisive in everything she does. Why are you standing here like an idiot? Go help your grandmother inside. With one hand on her walking stick, Grandma was beaming with joy. Oh, let me help you. Hearing Grandma's words, Gu Feng held out his hand to help the elderly woman inside. Inside, there were 2 people, my mother and Aunt Bai. Each of them was holding several pieces of clothing. Su Lili stood beside them, at a loss as to what to do, and could only watch silently. Come, Luli, try these 2 on first. Auntie picked them out, they're a little more mature, so try them on. A set of khaki-colored long skirt and a vest. She took Su Luli's wrist and led her to the fitting room, pushing her in half-heartedly. The staff at the clothing store watched from outside the door as Song Huilan continued to pick out other clothes. 5 minutes later, Su Luli opened the fitting room door. When she saw a khaki-colored long skirt, Song Huilan froze, Bai Yufeng was stunned, and even the saleswoman standing at the door was dumbfounded. In a khaki-colored long dress, Su Luli exudes a pure and elegant aura. It's so beautiful. With her mouth slightly open, Bai Yufeng can only mumble these words. Luli, come out and look in the mirror. It looks so good. You were born to wear clothes. Song Huilan comes back to her senses, takes Su Luli's hand and leads her to the mirror. It's not a bad look, and Su Luli feels very good looking when she looks at herself in the mirror. We'll take this dress, wrap it up for us. Luli, try this one on as well. This is what Aunt Bai picked out. A short, simple white top, paired with a denim skirt. Bai Yufeng's choice of style clearly leans towards the cute and playful. As Bai Yufeng raised her hand to indicate, she shoved the clothes in Su Liuli's arms. Similarly half-forcing, she pushed Su Liuli into the fitting room. Once again, after 5 minutes, the moment Su Liuli came out of the fitting room, even Gu Feng in the distance was a little stunned. In the past, Su Lili always walked in a mature and elegant style, but I never expected that this time, after changing into the clothes picked out by Bai Yufeng, she would actually have a pure and lovely sense of sight. It's so pretty. As expected, my judgment is still sharp. We'll take this outfit too. Lily, try this one on too. After trying on one, there's another one. Going to the back, Su Lili simply stopped making excuses. As long as the two aunts gave her clothes, she would immediately go to the fitting room to try them on. Gu Feng and her grandmother sat in the doorway rest area, silently gazing into the distance. At the cashier's counter, 6 or 7 clothing bags were neatly arranged. While Su Liuli was trying on clothes in the fitting room, Bai Yufeng suddenly thought about what had happened in the living room earlier. Huilan, are you guys hiding something from me? Is Liuli pregnant? With a smile in her eyes, Bai Yufeng asked in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Song Huilan was suddenly confused. Pregnant? What pregnancy? Is Liuli pregnant? Who told you that? Song Huilan was full of confusion. Seeing this, Bai Yufeng said in surprise, no pregnancy? From what she knows about Song Huilan, the other party is obviously not lying in this state. Could it be that she has thought wrong? But the way she retches does look a lot like the scene when she was pregnant. It's strange. When I called Xiaofeng before, he said that Liuli didn't have any food restrictions. But this time, she won't eat seafood or any spicy or stimulating dishes. Mumbling to herself, Song Huilan was shocked when she thought of Su Liuli retching on the sofa. Wait. Yufeng, is it possible that Liuli is really pregnant? Shu. Can you keep your voice down? You just said that the baby doesn't eat seafood, right? Of course, people who are pregnant shouldn't eat cold foods. Didn't the doctor specifically tell you that when you were pregnant with Gu Feng? Yes. Song Huilan nodded hurriedly. The two of them discussed this in a low voice. After all, they were both women who had given birth and knew a lot about this kind of thing. The more they talked, the more they felt that something was wrong, but in the end, they still couldn't be sure if she was really pregnant. Huilan, it's useless for the two of us to guess here. Go ask Gu Feng. If it's true, he should tell you the truth. Glancing at Gu Feng in the distance, Song Huilan didn't hesitate for a second when it came to her grandchildren. She strode up to Gu Feng. Watching his mother and aunt by whispering for a long time, Gu Feng had a vague feeling that something was wrong. He got up and followed his mother as she left, and when they arrived at the entrance of the shop, Song Huilan looked up at Gu Feng and deliberately glanced around. Mom, what do you want? Why are you looking at me like that? It's creepy. Gu Feng suddenly felt a little uneasy when his mother stared at him. Gu Feng, tell me the truth. Is Liuli pregnant? Huh? Mom, how did you know? As soon as the words fell from her lips, she realized that they didn't sound quite right. Song Huilan was already extremely excited inside when she heard Gu Feng's question, which was clearly an admission. Yes, it's true. Gu Feng, you hid such an important matter from us. Luli is pregnant, and you dare not tell the family. If Luli has any mishaps, your father will have to break your legs. Chapter 58, The temptation of a grandchild is still stronger. No. Mom, I was going to tell you, I just never found the right opportunity. You must not tell Grandma about this, I'm afraid she won't be able to handle it. If Mom can get so worked up over this, what will happen when Grandma finds out? You little brat, you actually care about your grandma. I can keep quiet, but sooner or later, this will come out. Can you keep it from her forever? Song Huilan said, but she was also very worried. If the old lady really had to know, the future granddaughter-in-law was pregnant with a little great-grandson, and she didn't know if her heart could handle it. Forget it, let's talk to your grandmother about it some other time. How long has Liuli been pregnant? Has she gone to the hospital? Although you don't feel much in the early stages of pregnancy, there are still a lot of things to pay attention to, especially what you eat. Why don't I take Liuli to the hospital tomorrow morning? the chief physician at the capital #1 hospital. I'll call Luli to make an appointment. Hearing her mother's words, Gu Feng's face suddenly turned pale, and he hurriedly said, "No. Mom, I already took Luli to the Shanghai Maternal and Child Health Hospital for a checkup, and the doctor said everything was normal. We can just take Luli for a follow-up checkup after 16 weeks. It's only been a little over a month, and we can't keep going to the hospital for checkups. As long as we're sure that Su Luli is healthy, that's fine." Then I won't contact you for now. By the way, is Su Luli still living in the dormitory? Do you want to pick her up? She doesn't feel anything yet, but as the months go by and her belly gets bigger and bigger, it will definitely be inconvenient for her to continue living in the dormitory. To be honest, I do plan to pick Su Luli up. Since you asked for 40 million, I plan to buy a villa near Fuxing University and let Su Luli live there during the week. I see. Why didn't you say so earlier? Is 40 million enough? If not, I'll ask Xiaoye to transfer another 40 million to you. When Song Huilan said this, Gu Feng was stunned on the spot. Is this still the same mother who bargained with him? 40 million is not enough, and she even wants another 40 million. Sure enough, the temptation of a grandson is still great. Xiao Feng? What did you say? Gu Feng muttered, and Song Huilan, who was standing in front of him, was so distracted that she didn't hear it clearly. No, Mom, I said that's enough for now. 40 million yuan is not enough to buy a villa in the Magic City. After all, the price of a random large flat in the city center is tens of millions of yuan. After confirming from Gu Feng that her daughter-in-law is pregnant, and chatting for a while, Song Huilan took Gu Feng back to the store. Su Luli changed into her clothes, and Bai Yufeng, holding the bank card, was ready to pay the bill. Yufeng, I'll pay. Hello, how much is it? Before Bai Yufeng could hand over her bank card, Song Huilan arrived at the cash register before her, and was about to take the card from her wallet when Bai Yufeng raised her hand to stop her. These clothes are a gift from me to Lily, so don't you dare take them. Here, swipe your card. Without giving Song Huilan a chance to settle the bill, Bai Yufeng placed the bank card on the cash register. Madam, there are 12 items in total, which cost 68,900 yuan. I'll apply a discount for you, so it'll only be 68,000 yuan. 12 clothes, costing nearly 70,000 in total. Su Luli stood in place, shocked beyond belief. The prices in the imperial capital were simply even more terrifying than those in the demon capital. The average price of just one random piece of clothing was nearly 5,000. Bai Yufeng checked out, and naturally, the task of carrying things fell to Gu Feng. Fortunately, the driver was also following behind, and Gu Feng and the driver each carried a few bags, turning and walking towards the outside of the mall. There was too much stuff, and they needed to put some in the car first. After waiting outside the clothing store for 5 or 6 minutes, Gu Feng and the driver quickly returned to the group. Gu Feng, stay with your grandmother with Su Luli. Let's go to the second floor, there are gold and silver jewelry stores there. Song Huilan stood in place, raising her hand to indicate that Gu Feng should follow Su Luli to take care of her mother-in-law, while she herself turned around and followed Bai Yufeng to lead the way. Bai Yufeng and Song Huilan walked side by side. After they had pulled a little distance away, Bai Yufeng could no longer hold back, and whispered, Huilan? How is it? Is Luli pregnant? She was very curious and couldn't wait to get the definite news from Song Huilan. In theory, she shouldn't have told Bai Yufeng, after all, she had just promised Gu Feng to keep it a secret. But her best friend had already figured it out. And if Bai Yufeng hadn't reminded her, she, as the mother, would still be in the dark. It was only reasonable to tell the other person. It's been more than a month. Really? I knew it was true. Oh my, this is really great news. Standing next to Song Huilan, Bai Yufeng was extremely excited. Gu Feng followed his grandmother in Su Luli, and when he heard this voice, he looked a little embarrassed. Su Luli also seemed to have sensed something, and her big, bright eyes looked curiously at Gu Feng. This child, Yufeng, has heard some good news and is so excited. Grandma still doesn't know what happened, and after hearing Bai Yufeng's sudden exclamation, she smiles kindly and murmurs. Little does she know that if her elderly relative finds out about this good news, she will be 10,000 times more excited than Bai Yufeng. Yufeng, can you keep your voice down? Song Huilan is taken aback by Bai Yufeng's reaction. Oh, I'm sorry, I've lost my temper. Listen to me, go back and tell Gu Feng's father about this first, and as for the elderly lady, for now, just keep it to yourself. Bai Yufeng leaned close to Song Huiran and whispered in her ear. I know. Gu Feng also meant the same thing just now. We need to find a suitable time to tell the old lady. From the first floor to the second floor, Bai Yufeng and Song Huiran kept whispering in front of them, while Su Liuli followed her grandmother, her beautiful eyes looking at Gu Feng. You told your aunt? Song Huiran and Bai Yufeng kept whispering, and with Su Liuli's intelligence, how could she not see the clues? Liuli, it wasn't me who volunteered the information, it was my mother and aunt Bai who guessed. After Gu Feng finished speaking, Su Liuli's cheeks suddenly flushed with a blush. She held her grandmother's arm a little tighter, her bite her lips lightly, like a child who has done something wrong. What are you two kids playing at? What do you mean volunteered the information, and what do you mean guessed? Xiaofeng, you tell me, what did your mother guess? Being held by Su Liuli as she rode the escalator, Grandma looked at Gu Feng with a face full of curiosity. It's nothing, Grandma, just a little thing. Calmly shaking her head, she must not let her elderly grandmother see anything. Gu Feng was not prepared to say anything, and her grandmother did not pursue the matter. It is normal for young people to have a little secret, and she, as an elder, is not that curious. Chapter 59, Just call her mom. And take the escalator to the second floor. The second floor mainly sells gold and silver jewelry, jadeite and jade, with prices ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands or millions. Su Liuli, your grandmother gave you a bracelet, and your aunt will give you a necklace, okay? Mom, I already gave her the necklace. What? After finally thinking of a gift, upon hearing her son's words, Song Huilan was furious. Rotten kid, why did you give her the necklace? Are you trying to deliberately anger your mother? Glaring at Gu Feng, Song Huilan took Su Liuli's wrist, her movements very gentle and careful. Luli, come over here and take a look. Apart from the necklace, there's also a bracelet. How about I give you a bracelet? The jade bracelet your grandmother gave you is a bit old-fashioned for you to wear now, and a bracelet is more delicate. Holding onto Su Liuli's arm, she dared not let her mother-in-law hear this. If she heard her say that her gift was old-fashioned, she would lose her temper. Auntie, you don't need to buy me a bracelet. I'm not used to wearing it. Really, I don't need it. Be escorted to the counter by her future mother-in-law, and looking at the expensive gold and silver jewelry in front of her, Su Liuli's pretty face was a bit embarrassed. It wasn't that she was being deliberately polite, but she really didn't want to buy a bracelet. Luli, it's inevitable that you won't be used to wearing jewelry at first, but you'll get used to it after a while. Aunt Bai saw that you still have ear piercings, so after your mother-in-law has picked out a bracelet for you, I'll get you a pair of earrings. Su Luli didn't react for a moment when her mother-in-law Bai Yufeng addressed her as such. But she is my mother-in-law, sooner or later. Luli, if I were you, I would just call her mom now, ha ha ha. Bai Yufeng was so straightforward that Su Luli's pretty face froze, and even Song Huilan was a little confused. Yufeng, what are you thinking? Luli, let's ignore her, Auntie will take you to see other stores for bracelets, let's go. Without paying any more attention to Bai Yufeng, Song Huilan led Su Lili along the aisle, looking left and right for a long time, and finally stopping at a very luxurious gold and silver jewelry store. This store is relatively large, and the jewelry inside should be more complete. Let's go in and have a look. Even though she was being pulled in by the other person, Su Lili still didn't forget to look back at Gu Feng behind her. There were indeed quite a lot of people in the jewelry store. At the front counter, there were 5 or 6 people in front of each salesperson at a glance. She took Su Lili to the bracelet area. Hello, welcome. Madam, this side is full of this year's new bracelets, with different qualities and slightly different prices. She wore white gloves, and the sales lady inside had a very natural smile on her face. Liuli, take a look, is there anything you like? She pointed at the counter with her finger, and Song Huilan turned her head to ask Su Liuli. If you want to give someone a gift, you naturally have to ask their opinion. There are many styles of bracelets here, so there should be something that Su Liuli will like. Auntie, I won't allow you to say no. If you don't pick one yourself, then I'll just have to pick a few more for you. Pick a few more? Su Liuli's heart sank, and a wan smile appeared on her beautiful and delicate face. In order to buy fewer, she'd better pick one herself. Her gaze fell on the bracelets in the counter. Seeing that Su Liuli had started to actively choose, Song Huilan's face revealed a moment of relief. Xiaofeng, tell Grandma, when did you give Liuli the necklace? You brat, how did you pursue Liuli? Idle, Grandma took Gu Feng's hand and stood there smilingly and asked. Grandma, if I tell you, it wasn't me who pursued Luli, it was Luli who took the initiative to confess to me, would you believe it? Gufong answered seriously, but Grandma was happy. Rascal, you've never been shy since you were little. With your looks, if someone like Luli doesn't have bad eyesight, how could she confess to you? The old lady's words were very sharp, and Gufong never expected his grandmother to say such things. Grandma, I'm at least your grandson, so you shouldn't belittle me like that, right? It's precisely because you're Grandma's grandson that she understands you. Don't joke around, tell Grandma how you wooed Luli. The old lady continued to press, so desperate that Gufong had no choice but to slightly modify the scene of his confession and give his grandmother a general account of it. Gufong stood in the hall and explained the details of his confession to his grandmother, while Su Luli and Song Huilan selected bracelets, and Bai Yufeng walked over to the earrings area to select some. Hello, I'd like to take a look at this bracelet. After staring at the counter for a moment, Su Luli raised her finger and pointed to one of the platinum bracelets called Star. The bracelet was silver white in color, with 2 charms hanging from it, a 5-pointed star and a crescent moon. Good lady! The salesperson opened the counter and was about to reach in and take out the star bracelet that Su Lili had chosen. Just then, 2 girls came to the counter. One of them, wearing a short skirt, came up behind Su Lili and pointed at the star bracelet inside. Hello, I'd like to try on the star bracelet. As soon as the girl finished speaking, the salesperson just happened to take the bracelet out of the counter. Excuse me, miss, this young lady came here first. While she was speaking, she placed the star bracelet on a tray and handed it to Su Lili. Madam, please take a look first. If you are satisfied, I will try it on for you. First come, first served is just a trivial matter, so Su Lili didn't think much about it and was about to pick up the bracelet to take a look. But before she could reach out, the girl standing next to her snatched the star bracelet from the tray. I've seen it before, so I'll try it on and buy it directly. If you're not going to buy it, you might as well look at the other styles first. In the meantime, in front of several people, she actually put the bracelet on her hand so proudly. Young lady, what do you mean by this? Do you know any manners? Song Huilan's face turned cold. Her daughter-in-law had finally found a bracelet she liked, but someone had snatched it from her. How could she bear it? Manners? This auntie, what you said is too serious. You haven't bought this bracelet yet, and we certainly have the right to buy unsold merchandise. Here, swipe your card. Pulling out her bank card from her bag, she didn't even ask the price and told the salesperson to swipe the card directly. Standing in the same place, the salesperson looked at her with a face full of embarrassment. She took the bank card, and the bracelet would be her own sales performance, but how was she going to explain to the 2 customers in front of her? What are you doing? I told you to swipe your card, didn't you hear me? She thought the salesperson would quickly take the bank card and settle the bill for her, but she didn't expect the other person to hesitate. Chapter 60 Wife, are you pregnant? Madam, this young lady came first, and whether she buys it or not, she should try it on first. Why don't you let this young lady try it on first? The young saleswoman spoke softly and very politely. However, this really made the 2 girls unable to bear it, and the girl in the short skirt looked extremely unpleasant, her triangular almond eyes looking angrily at Su Lili. Fine, you can try it on. She said coldly, roughly removed the bracelet and handed it to Su Lili. She thought the other party had compromised, but what Su Lili didn't expect was that the moment she reached out, the girl suddenly let go of her hand and the star bracelet fell straight to the ground. Coincidentally, one of the 2 pendants, a star, had just been dropped. Ouch, why didn't you catch it? Great, it's fallen. As she looked at the bracelet on the ground, the girl gave a mocking smile. What's going on? What happened? At this time, Bai Yufeng chose her earrings and came over, and Gufong and her grandmother also followed and arrived here. Looking at the bracelet on the ground, Song Huilan's face looked ugly. This girl, you deliberately dropped the bracelet on the ground. Does it have anything to do with whether I catch it or not? Su Luli's delicate face was as white as snow, standing coldly in place. If you really like it, just say something nice, and I don't mind if you have it. Such behavior is beneath contempt. Standing still, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, her tone was quite calm. Hearing such words, Song Huilan and Bai Yufeng couldn't help but show a hint of surprise on their faces. From Su Luli's behavior, she had always been quiet and very quiet and introverted, with an introverted personality. I really didn't expect that she had such a side. Do I need to let you have what I like? It was obvious that you didn't catch it yourself, and the bracelet fell to the ground and broke, so how can you blame me? Yes, it was obvious that you didn't catch it. After the short skirt girl finished speaking, the group behind her didn't forget to add their voices in agreement. Upon hearing this, Luli was not at all angry. Her beautiful eyes were clear as autumn water, and she was extremely calm. Guys, there are surveillance cameras here, so whether you deliberately dropped the bracelet on the ground or I just didn't catch it, we can check the surveillance footage and find out. Just because I don't want to argue with you doesn't mean you can push it. But now you can have your wish, this necklace is definitely yours. After Luli finished speaking, the two girls looked rather unpleasant. They had wanted to make Luli feel sick, but had not expected to make themselves feel sick instead. Huilan, you're amazing. You have an elegant temperament, gentle on the inside but firm on the outside. Your family really has picked a treasure in Gufeng. Listening to Luli's words, which were neither humble nor arrogant, Bai Yufeng silently gave Song Huilan a thumbs up. She should be weak when she needs to be weak, and strong when she needs to be strong. Lily's performance is just like the daughter-in-law of all the elders' dreams. Not to mention the two of them, even grandma is shocked. Ladies, this star bracelet has been broken, so I'm afraid you'll have to pay for it or buy it. Suddenly there was a hitch, and the store manager arrived very opportunely. The short-skirted girl obviously wasn't convinced. Fine, I'll buy it. Swipe your card and pay. She threw the bank card on the counter, and the store manager picked it up with a smile on his face. Okay, young lady, take this young lady to the checkout. This way, please. She handed the bank card to the saleswoman next to her, and asked her to take the two of them to the front desk to check out. Excuse me, madam, we only have this one-star bracelet here. Then please take a look to see if there is any other style you like in here. If there is, I can apply for a 10% discount for you. After the manager finished speaking, Song Huilan patted the back of Luli's hand. Luli, take a look at the other bracelets, is there anything you like? If not, Auntie will have someone make you an exact replica. It's okay, Auntie, I'll just pick a different one. Hearing that Song Huilan wanted to have the bracelet made, Luli hurriedly waved her hand. The price was already expensive, and with the cost of having it made, she didn't know how much more it would cost. Hello, I'd like to try this one on. Sure, miss. I'll get it for you. The shop assistant opened the counter and took out the 4-leaf clover bracelet that Luli had chosen. Compared to the star bracelet, this 4-leaf clover bracelet looked even more simple. I'll put it on for you. Luli held out her hand, and the shop assistant put the 4-leaf clover bracelet on her wrist. It looked really good on Lily's wrist. It looks good. Your skin is white, so it goes well with this bracelet. Simple but not plain. The manager couldn't help but compliment the bracelet as he placed it on Lily's wrist. We'll take this bracelet. Song Huilan stood next to Lily and, after glancing at the bracelet, directly asked to buy it. Madam, this bracelet is 163,000 yuan after a 10% discount. Scan the membership code here and I'll give you a small gift. The manager smiled and served, pointing his finger at the QR code inside the counter. You are an international trade building self-operated store, right? Do you still need members for a self-operated store? Bai Yufeng looked at the store manager with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Before entering, she had already noticed that this was an international trade building self-operated store. To put it more clearly, they were buying things in their own home. There was no such thing as a member in a self-operated store. Sorry, madam, there are indeed no members in a self-operated store. Our QR code is just a chat group. New jewelry will often be recommended there. It's okay if you don't scan it. Oh, I see. Then I'd better scan it. Song Huilan took out her phone and scanned the QR code in the distance. After successfully joining the group chat, the store manager took out 2 teddy bears as gifts. Luli, these are the earrings Aunt Bai bought for you, keep them. Walking out of the store, Bai Yufeng held up her hand and slipped the earrings she had carefully selected into Luli's hands. Mom, it's getting late, why don't we go home first? Song Huilan came to Gu Feng's grandmother's side. It had been a while since they came out, and it was time to go home. With the elderly person's consent, everyone walked out of the mall together. After taking the bus back to the manor, they had a brief chat in the living room. Bai Yufeng got up, winked at Song Huilan, and left. Gufeng, Luli, you two chat with your grandmother. Xingua, you and I will come with you. Song Huilan got up, took Gu Zhen's arm, and walked towards the bedroom. The confused grandmother sat on the sofa chatting with Gufeng. When they arrived in the bedroom, Gu Jinghua looked confused, not knowing what medicine his wife was selling. What's so mysterious, wife? Something big. Something you can't imagine. Song Huilan pointed at her stomach as she spoke. Gu Jinghua hesitated for a second or two before swallowing and saying, Wife, you're pregnant? Get out.